This is day 13, hearing 13, sorry. And whatever it is, we're in a blur. But you know who you are, and you'll be introducing yourselves. For example, I'll read this sheet and let you know that I am Liz Kruger, and this is the budget hearing on economic development. I chair the Senate Finance Committee. I'm co-chair of today's budget hearing. Today is the 12th of 13 hearings conducted by the Joint Fiscal Committee of the Legislature regarding the governor's proposed budget for state fiscal year 2021. These hearings are conducted pursuant to the New York State Constitution and legislative law. Today, the Senate Finance Committee and the Assembly Ways and Means Committee will hear testimony concerning the governor's proposed budget for the New York State Department of Economic Development, Empire State Development Corporation, the New York State Office of General Services, and the New York State Council on the Arts. Each representative of the agencies will be introduced as it is their time to testify. Following each testimony, there will be some time for questions from the chairs of the fiscal committees and other related committees based on the commissioners. After the final question and answer period, there'll be an opportunity for members of the public to briefly express their views on the proposed budget discussion. I know that there's quite a bit of snow in various parts of the state, so for people who may have hoped to get here and have not, please be assured, if you submit testimony anytime in the next 7 days, that will be treated as testimony to the committees. It will go up online for everyone to have a chance to look at and review. We have standard rules that we apply to, sorry, oh, I got it, thank you, to all of our testifiers. One, please pay, I didn't have the coffee yet, I apologize. Close attention to the time clocks, because it lets you know how much time you have to speak, and then it will glow yellow when you're getting close to the end, and then it will glow red and ring, letting you know your time's up. Chairpersons of relevant committees have a 10-minute allotment for questions and answers of the government witnesses. All other legislators who are members of the relevant committees receive 5 minutes to ask questions of government. Except for the 5 minutes for relevant chairs, there will be no second round of questioning. Any legislator who feels the need to ask an additional follow-up question, please present themselves to Helene Weinstein if they're assembly member, or myself if they're a senator. For non-governmental witnesses, all legislators have 3 minutes to ask their questions. There may be some people who want to protest in some way. Occasionally they do this afternoon, or maybe they'll show up early. We just urge people that there are successful ways to quietly protest versus noisy, disruptive ways to protest. We urge people to explore the quieter ways of protest. Because if not, people who work for the state will actually ask you to leave. I'm just going to start off by introducing members of the Senate, and then Helene Weinstein will introduce members of the Assembly. I see Senator Brad Hoylman, Senator Diane Savino, Senator Joe Adabo, Senator Louis, excuse me, I'm losing my mind, Louis Sepulveda. I decided to blend you and John Liu into one senator. He's in his Senator John Liu. It works. Anna Kaplan, who's actually the chair of the 2 relevant committees today for economic development and small business services. And filling in for Jim Seward, who could not be here, is Senator Pam Helming, who will introduce her members. And I think you just have one Tedesco.
Joining me today, we have Senator Jim Tedesco.
Great. And the Assembly?
For the Assembly, we have Assemblyman Schimminger, Chair for Economic Development Committee, Assemblyman Starpy, Chair of our Small Business Committee, Assemblyman Jones, Assemblyman Rodriguez, Assemblyman Stern, Assemblyman Epstein, Assemblywoman Frontis, Assemblyman Barron, and Assemblywoman Buttonshaw. Great. Assemblyman Robb will introduce the members of his conference, our ranker.
We're joined this morning by Assemblyman Chris Friend, ranking member on the Economic Development Committee, as well as Assemblyman Smolin, Assemblyman Tague, and Assemblyman Brian Miller.
Thank you. And we're beginning with Eric Gertler, Commissioner of the Empire State Development Corporation and the Department of Economic Development. Welcome. You have 10 minutes. Feel free.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Kruger, Chairwoman Weinstein, and distinguished members of the legislature. My name is Eric Gertler, and I serve as the Acting Commissioner of the New York State Department of Economic Development and as President and CEO Designate of Empire State Development, ESD. It is a privilege to have been selected for this role, and I'm honored to appear before you today. I might add it is my first time to discuss the Governor's fiscal year 2021 executive budget alongside ESD's Chief Operating Officer, Kevin Eunice. ESD, as the state's chief economic development agency, continues to grow New York's economy using a strategy built on 4 pillars: creating vibrant communities, training our workforce, incentivizing the growth of export-oriented industries, and fostering innovation to create the jobs of the future. For our communities, this budget proposes funding for a 10th round of the Regional Economic Development Council, the REDC's initiative, the state's bottom-up approach to economic growth that has supported more than 8,300 projects and will create or retain at least 240,000 jobs statewide. Additionally, the executive budget supports a 5th round of the Downtown Revitalization Initiative, enabling more communities to recreate their urban centers. ESD is also investing in people to ensure every New Yorker has an opportunity to participate in our growth. Beyond our continued partnership on the Workforce Development Initiative, recently completed projects like the Northland Workforce Training Center in Buffalo and the Center for Advanced Manufacturing Skills in Troy are improving regional talent pipelines. Our state's diversity is also our strength, and ESD will continue to improve New York's minority and women-owned business enterprise program by reducing red tape and maximizing participation. During this administration, nearly $16 billion in state contracts have been awarded to MWBEs, more than 8,000 firms have been certified, and our contract utilization rate of over 29% is the nation's highest. To attract the export-oriented industries of the future, the Governor's budget proposes to extend the performance-based Excelsior Jobs program, under which nearly $1.4 billion in tax credit awards have secured financial commitments of almost $10 billion and the creation of roughly 82,000 jobs. The executive budget would also establish enhanced benefits for green economy projects to help ensure that the state's ongoing transition to carbon neutrality will benefit both our economy and environment. ESD also continues to grow the innovation economy. Our Division of Science, Technology, and Innovation, NYSTAR, supports more than 70 funded centers that foster the commercialization of technology and ideas. The executive budget would transition NYSTAR's Center of Excellence to the Centers for Advanced Technology framework, ensuring that future designations are awarded competitively and maximizing the state's return on investment. Furthermore, a newly established innovation hub would encourage greater collaboration among the centers. Investing strategically in communities, workforce development, tradable sectors, and innovation enables ESD to continue generating opportunities for New Yorkers across the state. We look forward to working with you as our legislative partners to build on our 9-year record of sustainable, bottom-up, and regionally led economic growth. With that, I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Our first questioner will be Anna Kaplan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for coming in today and testifying. And can you talk about a little bit about the CATS and COES, their differences, and also in the budget trying to combine the two together and reducing their funding, and what do you propose?
Great, of course. So if we look at the Small Business Division, and those centers are within the Small Business Division. Of course, they also work with larger companies, but primarily small businesses. 98% of our businesses in the state are small businesses, representing over 50% of our employment. And in terms of what we seek to do in terms of small business, I put that into 3 buckets. First of all, we help small businesses raise capital. We also help small businesses with the assistance they need. And in the 3rd bucket, we help businesses commercialize their technology. So within that 3rd bucket, we think about the CATS and the COEs. To get to the proposal, the idea is that following the budget, the idea is to competitively bid the COEs. The reason for doing that is that we want to lead to a more forward-looking perspective. We want to be able to invest into the industries of the future, the jobs of the future, and what we want to do is put an emphasis on industry benefits instead of just merely the center benefits. In doing so, we want to make sure that we ensure that these new CATs, they're nimble, they're agile, and they allow for greater collaboration, especially with this new innovation hub. And this innovation hub will allow for additional monies to be able to ensure that there's greater collaboration, and also to make sure that we can make the right bets on the industries of the future. This is all in the context that we're looking to maximize state resources, we're looking to maximize return on investment, and in terms of ROI, we want to make sure that we have the ability to invest into the industries of the future and ensure that we're creating jobs, and that way making sure that we have the highest ROI. I can also address your question on money, but
Please,
okay.
go ahead.
So in doing so, because of the nature of how we look at the way this will be competitively bid, we believe that there's sufficient funding under our proposal because when you rely on that sort of collaboration, you rely on the technology that is being used in a growing technological economy, one that's often sort of knowledge-based. We believe that you can run the centers with the funds that we've proposed. We believe that there's greater efficiencies in doing so. And again, what we are trying to do is ensure that we're looking to maximize state resources, we're looking to get the highest return on our investment that we can, and focusing on job creation.
Thank you. So I've had a pleasure of actually visiting some of these centers of technology and centers of excellence, and I have to say, they really do amazing work, and the partnership between private, state, and maybe also some of them federal is amazing to see, and it's amazing to see the kind of mind that it attracts, people coming from all over to use these centers, and having 15 centers of technology and 13 centers of excellence. That's a total of 28. And last year, we put in $1 million for each of these centers. So that brings the total to $28 million as opposed to the $19.5 million that the executive has put into the budget. I personally feel those centers really have a great infrastructure that it's already there, that's making New York very competitive in terms of technology, and it attracts a lot of great minds to come here to do the research and also in terms of products that they are able to produce. You don't think that we're really shooting ourselves in the foot by making that even less and to give those opportunities for the private money that's coming in to those centers and us giving them this platform, the 28 million, for the great work that they're doing?
So certainly in today's day and age, those public-private partnerships are critical. You know, I couldn't agree with you more. In this case, what we're saying is that those COEs, after the budget, can competitively bid to become CADs. So all we're indicating is that in the new format, we believe that there's now sufficient funds for these to be operating efficiently, to have the sort of return that we believe is possible, to ensure that we have the type of growth in industry that we need, particularly in, you know, industries of the future, quantum computing, things like that, that we know that New York's economy has grown tremendously because we've invested in these industries of the future. That's what we're looking to do. We're looking to do it in a way that we can ensure that we're using our resources in the most efficient way possible.
Thank you. Could you also address and tell us a little bit about the entrepreneurship centers that are throughout the state, the 24 centers, how they get funded, and what are the benefits that you're seeing from those programs?
Well, on a personal level, you and I had the opportunity to visit the the EAC at Hofstra.
Yes.
No question that you know, small business is the backbone of our economy. There are, and we met many of these young entrepreneurs, first-time entrepreneurs trying to build their businesses. Those centers are important to make sure that we can provide the type of entrepreneurial assistance that they need. We are continuing to run and fund those EACs. You know, as I said up front, 98% of the businesses in this state are small businesses. We want to make sure that the small businesses can thrive, you know, in this economy. We'll continue to operate these EACs.
Okay, I agree with you. I think those centers really do an amazing work, helping people who couldn't really do this on their own, and developing those small businesses and hoping some of those small businesses really flourishing and growing, which helps, in fact, to grow the economy within the communities that they're in and adding into more of our economy and also our workforce. Do you think the $75,000 help that they get, funding that they get, is sufficient? Or do you think we can possibly add a little bit to their funding for the great work that they do?
You know, I think when we look at it, we think it's sufficient to be able to provide the types of assistance and resources that these companies need. I mean, sometimes it's just helping with a thought, an idea. Sometimes it's more. But on the whole, we do believe that we have sufficient funds for these centers.
I have to say, those programs are really amazing. Some of the stories that I heard throughout the state, from Buffalo all the way to Brookhaven, and it was just really great to see how these centers help, especially minorities and women-owned businesses, to pick up and really start their businesses, come up with the idea and the plan, and follow through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
We've been joined by Assemblyman O'Donnell, and we go to Assemblyman Schiringer, Chair of Economic Development.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair Weinstein, and welcome to your first budget hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner. It may be my last, but your first. I wanted to ask questions in three areas. First, the Riverbend Solar City Tesla project. Secondly, the database of deals. And thirdly, the very important area of the Centers of Excellence and the CATs. At this hearing last year, there was a lot of talk about the Amazon project. The hearing was just prior to Valentine's Day, and Amazon sent our state quite a Valentine on Valentine's Day saying they weren't interested. But that project was a performance-based project. It really was. The Excelsior tax credits, performance-based. Assistance in construction was based upon the construction occurring, okay? That project had a lot of pluses to it. Many years ago in our state, this administration did a project called the Riverbend Project in Buffalo, attracting some solar power-related companies. One became the next became the next, and finally, Solar City, owned by Tesla, occupies this space, which was built and equipped by the state to the tune of anywhere, the numbers vary, anywhere from $750 million in expense to $950 million in expense. Almost $1 billion to build a facility, lease it to them for $1 a year, okay? There are certain commitments in terms of jobs to be created, 1,460 jobs by middle of April next year, or next month. Time flies. And there's a penalty if they don't do that. That's the only performance-based aspect of this Riverbend project. The penalty is a $41.2 million penalty recurring year to year to year that they are short of their obligations. Last year at this hearing, I asked Commissioner Zemsky, because many times with these clawbacks, the agency figures out a way to, well, maybe there was some extenuating circumstance. Zemsky was very clear in his answer to my question when I asked, will you enforce this clawback? He said yes, okay? So, Commissioner, my first question to you is, will you enforce this clawback, and talk to us about how you're going to calculate the 1,460 jobs?
Great. Well, thank you, sir. Let me give you some context first about Riverbend, although I know you're very well familiar with the history. I had an opportunity to go to the Riverbend facility last week, did a tour. I was pleased to see the facility hustling and bustling, and really excited when someone had told me that that used to be a steel factory many years ago. And so to see a facility that is focusing on the importance of the green economy, which is an industry of the future, a critical priority for our agency, critical priority for the governor, critical priority for the legislature, was exciting to see. There are, as you point out, very strict job requirements. Last year, there were 500 that were as a requirement. They surpassed that. There was also an investment that needed to be done as well of $130 million. This year, as you rightly point out, on April 30th, they need to reach 1,460 jobs. They also need to make an investment of $472 million cumulative investment. I can tell you, and I was pleased to see, they are, from all accounts, looking to do a lot of hiring. They have done a lot of hiring. Their quarterly report indicated that they've done a lot of hiring. They've hired individuals from some of the training centers in and around Buffalo, which is exciting to see that the whole ecosystem is working, that it's playing an anchor role in terms of hiring young individuals to be part of that. And as you know, it's also expanding its production lines. So there is a lot going on. All that being said, I certainly understand that I'm in a role where I need to protect state resources. There was a lot of money that has been devoted towards that. We are in the business of jobs. I want to, I certainly like, as an agency, us focusing on growing jobs. But at the same time, I've read that provision, and I certainly know that there is a penalty clause. And if by April 30th they do not reach those 1,460 jobs, then, as you point out, and as my predecessor has said, and we're going to have to look to enforce that penalty.
And how will you verify? let's say that on April, whatever it is, mid-April, the 15th, or April 30th?
April 30th, sir.
It's April 30th. They say we have 1,460. You gonna believe them? You're gonna verify it? You're gonna talk to tax department, labor department? How do you know that they actually have 1,460?
Well, certainly, there's a number of different ways that we can do so. Ultimately, from Department of Labor, we can verify that. Our team, and I will assure you that the ESD team is focused on making sure that they do that hiring. We will have to, perform our duty to make sure that they reach that 1,460 number.
Okay. Database of deals. The history on this is that we in the legislature attempted to get this into the budget for a number of years, a statute that would clearly delineate what a database of deals would look like. At the end of the day, last year in the budget, there was simply $500,000 put into the budget with a sentence or two saying that there shall be created a database of deals. Your agency has proceeded to do that, or proceeded along that path. My greatest interest is in the framework that is used. If I were creating a database of deals, I would create the framework and then plug in the data. Let the chips fall where they may. The idea is objectivity and transparency. You've got a company that's now doing this work. What process are they using? Are they first building the framework, sans the data, or are they building a framework around the data so that maybe things will look good? What approach are they taking?
Well, let me give you a little bit of progress on that. And, although I know that you are aware of some of the progress. So first of all, $500,000. Our board approved the monies for that project. We've hired the contractor, the IT contractor. It was an MWBE company who is working towards creating and completing that database. The goal is to have that completed by the end of this year. And as you point out, it's critically important that that database is searchable, that it is transparent, that it reflects a number of the points data points that the legislature has wanted, and simply making sure of most important, funder, recipient, monies, location, benefits to community, jobs, et cetera. So all of that is important. To do so, you need to create that framework to be able to put the data in. You need to know what are the fields that you need to build towards before you put the data in. So they're in the process of doing that work now. This is important for the agency. We want to make sure that our deals are searchable and transparently. Certainly in our annual report each year, we disclose all of those deals. They all become public. But with a database that is searchable, it just makes it that much easier so that the public, legislators can have easy access to see all the information that you want.
I think it was Ben Franklin who said, leave well enough alone sometimes. When something is working, our centers of excellence and CATS, they're working, they're a budget bargain, historically flat appropriations, they do a lot with less. I'm a little mystified why we're going to reform these two programs, but maybe you can summarize an answer in the next 4 seconds.
Times.
2 seconds? 1 second?
Times change.
You're going to get asked that question again. don't worry.
And again and again and again.
Senator Joe Adabo.
Commissioner, good morning, and thank you so much for your time today. Really
morning, sir.
appreciate it. I chair the Racing and Gaming and Wagering Committee, and projected for 2020 is a $4 billion revenue for our state in terms of receipts, which is roughly a $300 million increase from last year. And of that $4 billion, it's estimated that the localities will get $211 million to localities, which is also an increase from the prior year, about $140 million increase from last year. So the gaming industry is a great economic generator for our state as we even look this year to other potential avenues, initiatives like mobile sports betting. I guess my question is, your interaction, your department's interaction with the Gaming Commission, do you have regular conversations on how maybe possibly to improve gaming revenues and its distribution throughout the state?
Thank you, sir. I'm going to let our COO, Kevin Eunice, shed light on this. Thank you.
That's actually a pretty easy one. The answer is we don't have significant interaction with them on a regular basis. We were. I think that, is that it? Yeah. We don't have significant, we recognize the value of the industry, and certainly the governor was supportive of bringing those casinos and other opportunities to New York, but not regularly.
Again, given that the potential is there, not only to realize what we are currently realizing, but certainly to increase that maximum, or maximize the potential for revenue, which in turn is educational funding, and again, aid to localities. I encourage your department, as you are acting commissioner, to reach out to maybe Rob Williams and talk to the Gaming Commission about how to better maximize, again, that revenue, and again, in turn, benefit our residents. As we go through, again, ideas about how to expand credibly in a very methodical and very analytical way, how to expand the gaming revenues that our state could realize. So I appreciate the efforts.
Duly noted, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman Sturpey.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Let's go back to the Centers of Excellence and CATS. In your statement, you said that you were combining them and making them compete for grants because you wanted them to focus on relevant technologies or, things of the future with good jobs. But aren't all the Centers of Excellence already, their missions are identified with future technologies? I mean, you have optoelectronic systems, you have indoor environmental stuff, you have alternative energy, healthy water. I mean, all these things I think are pretty important, and they're going to be things we still need to do in the future. So why are we changing this?
So I guess I'll be a little bit repetitive, and I apologize. But, in today's economic world, things, by virtue of technology, by virtue of globalization, the world is changing. In wanting to maximize our state dollars and putting the benefit not just on the center, but more on industry to ensure that we're creating more jobs, but also being able to ensure more collaboration, which is really, what is needed today as these industries become more knowledge-based focused, to ensure that there's a lot more collaboration. That is why we're looking at doing that. With this structure, with the Innovation Hub, to allow for greater innovation, to allow for the dollars to be put to make better ROI on these industries. It's really at a time when we're looking at how is the world changing and how do we maximize our dollars. What I might do is I might have Kevin add to what I'm saying, since I want to make sure that you sort of understand sort of the differences that we see in terms of investing and placing greater emphasis on the industry benefits, on collaboration, and on making sure that these centers, which are vitally important, which support, public-private partnerships, to ensure that we see the collaboration, the ROI that we seek in today's world.
Thanks, Eric. Assemblyman, I think, as Eric said, the point of the change is primarily focus on one competition, so that the centers are all competing for designation. And we think competition's always good. Currently, the COEs are lined out in the budget annually. So that's one thing, to put them, all of the centers into one system. To Eric's point about changing technology, when we rebid the CATs, typically, we do a review of the technology. So for example, today, we don't have any centers in quantum computing. That would be something, that we need to focus on. I guess the one other thing is the $1.5 million for the hub is really, as Eric said, is about bringing the centers together to focus on a problem. So currently, the centers are relatively isolated. They all do great work, centers of excellence, CATs, but bring them together to focus on, say, for example, smart cities, multiple technology nodes that multiple centers should be contributing to.
All right, before I run out of time.
Sorry.
I mean, let me just state, $26.7 million for all the CATs and all the centers of excellence. Between 2017 and 2019, they have helped create or retain 9,816 jobs. They have created related economic impacts of $2.57 billion. Their annual return on investment is anywhere between 25 to 1 and 45 to 1. I don't know any other economic development program the state has that has that kind of return on investment. And still, I can't understand why we would change how they're working, because, I mean, they're working extremely well with just, a little bit of money. I mean, the smart thing to do, if anybody in private sector was doing this, would be to double the investment in that and get an even bigger return.
Senator Hellman.
Thank you, Senator Krueger. Commissioner, thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
I represent an area in upstate New York, and I just want to talk for a moment about small businesses and their struggles in upstate. I was reading a report by the Empire Center last night. It was published in January of this year. It stated that since the recession has ended, upstate New York has gained private sector jobs at 1/3 the national rate and less than 1/4 of the downstate rate. During the same period, only 3 states in our nation, Connecticut, West Virginia, and Wyoming, had lower private job creation rates than the upstate region. As you know, and I think most people on this panel know, upstate businesses and communities face many, many challenges. Business owners, including so many farmers, have talked with me and shared with me their concerns about New York State's high taxes, high energy costs, onerous and duplicative regulations, and I've seen this myself, the inconsistent interpretation of rules by regulators, long wait periods for permits, and even you mentioned the MWBE program. Try and get a certification or a recertification processed in a timely manner. It's just not happening. Community leaders, elected officials that I talk with, they're frustrated by the inadequate infrastructure that limits their ability to attract new businesses and for existing companies in their communities to grow. Funding for our local roads and bridges, it falls far too short, and the same is true for upgrades or expansions of public water and public sewer systems that businesses need. And of course, we're all too familiar with the lack of broadband services throughout many areas of our state. Commissioner, in your presentation, you mentioned workforce developments and the important pipeline that's created to help us address the workforce shortage. I don't think I'm going to have time to ask a question about it. I will later on with some of the other folks who will be here, but I'm concerned about in the executive's budget, he talks about changes to our BOCES program, which creates a wonderful pipeline of skilled workers, primarily focused on trades. It's a great opportunity for our youth, but I'm going to reserve that for later. I want to return for a moment for the centers of excellence. I understand everything you've said. I understand that when the executive proposed this consolidation, he's reducing the funding for the centers by almost $4 million. I've been able to see the excellent work that the centers of excellence do up close and personal through the Center of Excellence for Food and Agriculture, which is located right around the corner from my district office. If the reason for the proposed consolidation is to better focus on centers with the highest performance, does the executive budget also propose the elimination of Startup New York or any of the other economic development programs that have drastically underperformed on their job creation goals? Or does this budget really only target the centers of excellence?
Thank you, Senator. A lot to address. Let me start off with your comment about upstate New York and the investments that this governor has been making. I think, I think the governor has made more investments in upstate New York than almost any other governor. And, we've seen this, and we've seen the fruits of that investment in many different ways, and certainly through the REDC program, where we've had a bottom-up approach. So really an opportunity to listen to the regions to help us determine what is best for those regions. And if we look across some of the statistics, and certainly some of the statistics that I look at, unemployment is low across the board.
Commissioner, I don't want to be rude and interrupt.
Okay.
We have less than a minute.
Sure.
If you can answer the question on whether or not the executive budget proposes the elimination of Startup New York, or like you said, any other economic development programs that are underperforming, I'd appreciate it.
So with respect to Startup New York, we have seen successes with Startup New York, certainly in the Buffalo area, at a time when you need sort of that confluence of private sector and public partnership. We've seen many different businesses grow on the campuses in Buffalo. We value Startup New York as a tool in our toolbox to help to ensure that we help create additional job growth. So I think from our standpoint, and certainly many of the businesses we've seen up in the north, I'm just using that region. We've seen successes there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman Jones.
Good morning, Commissioner, and thank you for being here. I have a couple of questions for you, so I'm going to let it rip here. I want to touch back on broadband and where are we with that program. Broadband is extremely important to all of our state, but in the North Country where I am from, we have a lack of access to broadband. And every year I come here and I ask this question and we say we're 99.5% covered. And a lot of that coverage comes from satellite technology in my area especially, and that's just not acceptable to my residents. I want to ask where we are with the broadband rollout. I've worked very closely with your office, with the broadband office. I appreciate their work, but I want to know where we are with that. And I also serve in the Upstate Cellular Task Force that the governor put together with some of my colleagues from Upstate. I am pleased that the governor had mentioned Upstate Cellular and coverage during his budget presentation and his State of the State, but in going through the budget itself, I did not really see any specifics there related to helping us get cellular service. We all know that broadband and cellular service is extremely important to our economy. And one other point I have to make, I have to get back on WMBE, the requirements. I am okay with the requirements, but over and over and over again, I have businesses coming to me say they can't get certified, they can't get recertified. It's almost an insult to them what that office is asking of them. The investigators often tell them over and over again they need more documents, they need more of this, they need more of that. People come to me. I know they're women-owned businesses. I know they're minority-owned businesses. How can we convince that office that they are so they can get certified and recertified? That is actually hurting the economy where I am from because they can't meet the standards. On state contracts, they have to go other places in the state or, even worse, out of state to meet those requirements. So please, we need some help in that area. We really do. There's not a week that goes by that I don't have a minority or women-owned business that say they can't get certified or recertified. we just really need to follow up on that. But if you could touch on those in the limited time that we have.
Okay, sir. Let me take it in order: broadband, cellular task force, then MWBE. So
I know it's a lot, I apologize, but it's important for my
I'll
residents.
try and get to it, sir, and of course, always happy to talk to you afterward. With respect to broadband, we certainly understand, the governor understands that broadband is critical as far as the infrastructure. Accessibility today is critical. You look at where the state was before this program. 30% did not have access to broadband. Upstate, 65%. So those numbers were, unacceptable. We realize that. We have been working to improve that. Now, we have completed 98% of broadband accessibility. And I think you may know this, I actually, earlier in my career, worked as an attorney in the broadband area. Laying fiber, the infrastructure fiber, is extremely expensive, and in some areas, in rural areas, it's cost prohibitive, but we still need to make sure that people have access to broadband. Through fiber, that's often 100 megabit. On satellite, 25 megabits, is certainly extremely helpful in making sure that individuals get accessibility. And so we're trying to be creative to ensure that people have that access. We can't always do fiber. The ROI is just prohibitive, and that's why in certain areas we've turned to satellite functionality. And by the way, there are other advantages to having satellite always on and so on. Let me move quickly to cellular task force. The governor has also focused on the need for cellular coverage. For a whole host of reasons, we get it. The connectivity on cellular is critical. There's safety reasons why you want people to be able to be in touch with their loved ones. Same thing in the cellular business. There are patches where, for a variety of different reasons, the ROI does not make sense. What we're looking to do to help that process is we're easing the permitting, we're easing the regulatory part, we're easing a whole bunch of different efforts that don't necessarily require the monies to help to ensure that coverage is present.
Okay.
Thank you,
Please
Senator.
look into the WMBE requirements. It's very important.
I'm happy to discuss that with you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator John Liu.
Thank you. I know, I got it. Takes 5 seconds. Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Commissioner. It's great to walk over the Brooklyn Bridge with you last month against hate and anti-Semitism. And congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll just give you an advance condolences if you ever feel the need to accept condolences on your new position. You testified that the program will have $1.4 billion in tax credit awards. Is that part of this year's budget, $1.4 billion?
You're saying with respect to the tax credits?
Excelsior, yep.
So the reference was to the amount of tax credits that have been provided in the past. I'm just going to make sure, but on an annual basis, those tax credits are really look at it as being fiscally neutral. I mean, they're investments into businesses, into jobs, and have
Right.
positive ROI. So.
Okay, but they're actually expenditures, right? Even though you're not actually writing any checks, it's just $1.4 billion less revenue coming in. I understand you're arguing that it's because of $10 billion of securing financial commitments of $10 billion.
Correct.
But it's still costing $1.4 billion.
So, we look at it from a different perspective. We look at it that those have been leveraged. It's creating revenue that wouldn't otherwise have existed without those tax credits. So, it's a net plus by providing those tax credits.
Yeah. I mean, if I was a small business person and I wanted to I wanted to open up a business in the state of New York and potentially generate, you know, I'll be aggressive here, generate $1 million in taxes for the state of New York. Would I be able to get $140,000 back?
Well,
Because that's basically what you're saying here. $10 billion of revenue that would not be generated, presumably, if you didn't provide the $1.4 billion of tax credits. So my question is, well, what if I just wanted to generate $1 million? Can I get a 14% discount on my taxes?
well, you know, with due respect, we just look at it differently. That small business may not be in the state of New York. You would not have those, you know, those dollars.
I know,
those
but I'm
jobs
saying
would
I
not
will-
necessarily have been
I'm
been
coming to
created.
Empire State Development Corporation and saying, hey, I want to open up a business.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you X number of jobs, $1 million of tax revenues a year. Can I get a 14% discount? Sir, the answer is no. The state would never do that. Yet it would do so for very large companies, obviously like Amazon, and other companies that the state thinks will create a lot of jobs. I will tell you, Assemblymember Schminger asked you about the, I'm sorry for brutalizing your name, Schminger. Assemblymember Schminger asked you about the Tesla plant. And by all indications, they're not going to make it. In fact, they've been cutting jobs. So I would definitely join Assemblymember Schminger in asking your team to be ready to claw back that money, because they're not going to make it. I'll make you how much you want to make a dollar bet that they're not going to make it? All right. So anyway, I can't believe how quickly 5 minutes goes. I want to say that, and I join some of my colleagues in saying that the Centers for Advanced Technology and the Centers of Excellence, they are really good investments. I mean, that's where we should be putting the money, not in tax breaks for specific companies, but building our development infrastructure. And to cut that when we're trying to create even more jobs, that's just penny-wise, pound-foolish. But there's even a bigger problem. Many of these centers are located on SUNY campuses. What do you think you need at these SUNY campuses to make these centers actually work? Yes, you need private sector partners, but at the end of the day, they're located around universities because that's where our talent, that is where our intellectual talent is. And I'm talking about not only the faculty, but students. And yet, we don't invest in SUNY and CUNY nearly enough. We're missing the forest for the trees when we're just looking at developing these centers, which we should do more of, but making it less and less accessible to the students of this state. The state is paying less and less of the operating costs of our SUNY and CUNY campuses and having the students shoulder more of it. Madam Chair, thank you for your indulgence, but please, I know you're committed to economic development and creating jobs. You said so yourself, jobs in this state. We need to invest in education. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblyman Stern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. Wanted to focus on the definition of public works to include construction projects that receive an amount of public funds and/or public benefits. I wanted to focus a couple of questions this morning, particularly on clarity and definitions and procedural requirements going forward, which could potentially have an impact on my home region of Long Island when it comes to attracting and maintaining jobs, and have an adverse impact on economic development, particularly when it comes to the creation of workforce housing. And I'm going to make 3 points. I'll ask the 3 points in the interest of time and perhaps then get your response. First, IDA incentives don't directly offset construction costs. They offset the real property tax costs, purchase of materials, the mortgage recording costs for purchase of property. Question is, if the value of an IDA incentive is included in the numerator for purposes of the 30% formula, are the property costs, materials purchased, and all the property taxes paid during the life of the abatement going to be included in the denominator? Is there going to be that offset in the formula? And I would ask that we consider not just construction costs, but total project costs when it comes to plugging in those numbers. My second point is many IDA incentives are provided to mixed-use development and/or adaptive reuse projects across all of New York State. They provide much-needed market affordable and workforce housing IDA incentives, and they function very much the same way as 421A exemptions do in New York City. So my question here is why would 421A exemptions be exempted, but IDA incentives are included, again, in terms of this formula? Lastly, an IDA property tax abatement, it's not received at the time of or during the construction of a project. It's provided over many years, depending on the duration of the pilot. The value of an incentive at the time of approval varies greatly over time. So my question is there any consideration to the present value of an incentive versus the value of that same incentive over the length of the abatement? These are moving estimates. And so going forward, perhaps over a long-term abatement period, how is it being considered that there is a present value or a future value for purposes, again, of creating the formula? Thank you.
I'm going to sort of provide a general structure. I'm going to have my colleague Kevin Eunice get into some of the specifics. You know, obviously your question raises the point about prevailing wages and how do we structure that for under the new proposal. Obviously minimum $5 million cap, and then 30%, as you point out, if there's 30% of public funding, well, let me put it another way. If it's less than 30% of public funding, there'll be no prevailing wages attached to that project. You identified a number of different types of projects, and under the proposal, there are certain exclusions. You talked about affordable housing. Affordable housing would be one of those that would be excluded. And just one more point before I turn it over to my colleague. On the flip side, in terms of the balance and ensuring that we're also under prevailing wages, ensuring that we are obviously under that format paying workers more, but also realize that by doing so, we're able to get higher skilled, more expert labor on those projects, which could in fact, and I've seen this in many cases, make the project more efficient, more effective. Now, let me turn to my colleague to talk to some of the specifics that you raise on the funding threshold.
Thanks, Eric. Assemblyman, the one thing I would add to Eric's point as our understanding is the bill is both the incentives and the project costs that are in the calculation are those related specifically to construction. I think that was a point you made in terms of the numerator denominator. Our understanding is that that those are both numbers that are constrained to construction costs and to construction-related incentives.
Thank you. We've been joined by Assemblyman Epstein. We go to the Senate.
Senator Jim Tedesco.
Thank you, Commissioner, for being here today and for your service. I really like how you started out and appreciate those four vibrant pillars you talked about for economic development. I was wondering if you thought we could consider you, as the leader of our economic development programs, and the governor and the legislature, adding a fifth vibrant pillar. And that would be a pillar that incentivized New Yorkers to stay, live, work, build a business, create jobs, get their kids' educations in New York, and attract and incentive others to come to New York. Basically, what I'm talking about is an issue that's probably better called the elephant in the room, or in every room in New York State. It's the exodus of people leaving the New York State and how it might relate to economic development and the work you do, the work we do, and the work the government and governor does. I know you probably know the statistics. 1.4 million people left the state of New York last decade. 189,000 walked out last year alone. Number one in out-migration for the Empire State. Mr. Commissioner, if we continue in this trend, we won't be the Empire State. We'll be the Empire, empty state. We have to change course direction, I think, in some ways, as it relates to a lot of issues. But economic development, I think, is one of those. The statistics which are really disconcerting and dangerous to us, I think, is the fact that the people who are leaving, and the statistics show this, are those who are $150,000 in income or more. These are the people that can afford to leave New York State now. The people who are staying, I think it's 8.2%, are those in the lower income brackets. The real concern I think you should have and we should have and the governor should have is how can we balance a $170 billion budget if we're no longer, I love New York State, but I leave New York State. We have to retain people who live here and attract others to come here, especially those who want to build and grow a family, create jobs, create a small business, and those economic leaders in the state. Infrastructure, education, our libraries, our senior citizens, our most vulnerable populations, healthcare. Those are all programs built into a $170+ billion budget. We're not going to be able to afford budgets. There won't be a $6.1 billion deficit if we continue this trend. We'll go bankrupt in New York State. So I think my question to you is, how do you square what's happening with economic development in New York State with the trend of people being number one, 189,000, walking out of New York State of all 50 states in the nation? We're losing population. And it relates primarily to where I live in upstate New York. I think the city's doing pretty well attracting individuals. Long Island's probably stabilized. But the fact of the matter, when someone says it could be the weather, might be somewhat, but the statistics show 16% are walking out and going to New Jersey. Now, Commissioner, that's not exactly the sunny or balmy place in the Northeast of the United States. So I can't be blamed on the weather unconditionally. There's got to be a lot of other issues. So what I would ask you is, what do you think you, I, we, the governor can change in New York State as it relates to economic development that can induce people to say, I want to continue to live in New York State. I don't want to walk out and go to New Jersey or Florida or South Carolina or North Carolina. Incentivize them to stay here, live here, and attract others. How do you square the good things in economic development we're discussing and you pointed to with people, number one, in leaving the state?
So, sir, we obviously look at the data. That data is extremely important. Population trends, statewide, cities, regions are extremely important to us. So the data that we have since the last census count, we've actually seen a slight increase in terms of population for New York State. Now, over the last number of years, we have seen an out-migration. There's a number of different factors that is the result of. I mean, certainly we've seen some out-migration to some of the southern states. There's also been, a change of policy at the federal level. No doubt, the change in the SALT deductions, state and local tax deductions have had an effect.
Well, this is 10 years, Commissioner. 1.4 million. It can't be SALT over a 10-year period.
Well, sir, we've certainly seen an effect of SALT. We've also seen, this is a state that is proud of our immigrant heritage. A high percentage of the residents in New York are immigrants. We've had a high percentage. There's been, really a war on immigrants. That's also affected things. There's more data I can give you. I know we're out of time, but thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblyman Rodriguez.
Thank you, and welcome, Chairman. I just wanted to focus on one of the areas of investment that are particularly time-sensitive with respect to the 2020 census. So in 2018, Fiscal Policy Institute came out with a report stating that separate from other state investments, we would need approximately $40 million to go to community groups to be able to really address the hard-to-count population. So last year we appropriated $20 million to begin those efforts. Can you tell us a little bit about what our timeline is? The census starts beginning to take online applications on March 12th. And it's my understanding thus far that we have not released any of that money to community groups to begin to do the counting efforts and activities and ramp up for census. And then separate from that, in this year's budget, you have a $10 million appropriation to address census. If you could tell us how that money is planned to be spent, what's the timeline for that, and how quickly is that going to go? And then just to continue to reiterate that there are hundreds of billions of dollars at stake in terms of our share, in addition to reapportionment considerations. But most importantly, these are funding dollars that we rely on from the federal government. So if we get this wrong, there are billions of dollars at stake. And I think thus far, we're missing the mark. Our money's not out the door. We begin in earnest on March 12th, but then April 1st is the legislative deadline. And for us to get this right this year, money has to be in the hands of those people who can help in our communities, in our hard-to-count areas, to be able to do that. So if you could speak to that, needless to say, members of the legislature are concerned that thus far the investment is insufficient, and from a time perspective, we're not responsive in comparative to some other partners.
Sure. Let me state at the outset that we share your outlook, that we understand that the census count is extremely important, both in terms of the dollars that are at stake, as well as sort of the political calculus in terms of how electoral maps get done and so on. So we are an economic agency, so we'll certainly, so from an economic standpoint, we want to have the maximum number of dollars coming into New York State. To your point, the way we look at it, there was a $20 million appropriation. There's $40 million of services and work through the agencies, and sort of the governor added another $10 million. And I agree that money is extremely important to make sure that we get to all the hard-to-reach New Yorkers. We want to make sure that we can count every single New Yorker. In terms of the process, I can tell you that the application for counties that is up right now. I think you refer to the dates. We have April 1st is when the actual counting begins. So we are on top of sort of the process. We are in we are working right now to determine all of the trusted voices to ensure that we can rely on nonprofits that have been designated to help through the counties to be able to use those fundings to identify hard-to-reach New Yorkers. We're working with our sister agencies to make sure that we are coordinated. I'm going to ask my colleague Kevin to add to some of the efforts and some of the process that we're working on as well.
Sure, thanks, Eric. I would add, as Eric said, the applications are online today and due March 2nd. We have, for maybe lack of a better term, but the way we have allowed for the money to flow would be, typically we do things on a reimbursement basis. This funding will front essentially 70% of the available funding, and then the next 20 will be available by some demonstration of the first 70% having been spent. So we'll move the money very quickly to the agencies.
Sorry, I have to interrupt just because I only have 15 seconds. Sure. I would say reconsider that investment. You have 30-day amendments where you can make revisions to that number. I mean, I think more money needs to go to community groups to be able to do this work. And the reimbursement efforts are sometimes challenging for some of these organizations that are smaller and without a clear time frame for when that's going to happen. So I would say March 12th, 10th, I think, is when you're approving these applications for something that happens in April 1st, which means organizations are not going to move unless they know they're going to get something until that point, which I think puts us in a precarious position to meet our goals and our deadlines. So I think more resources are going to be needed, and I suggest you make the corrections in the 30-day amendments.
Thank you. Thank you. We go to the Senate.
Thank you. I think it's my turn. Welcome.
Thank you.
So the governor recently announced. Sorry. Thank you. We are going to get new ones for next year for you. The governor recently announced a $1 billion public-private partnership with a company called Cree up in Marcy, New York, where, I'm just looking for the stats, but I believe the estimate was this would cost us $1 million per job. One, can you tell me about this? Two, can you let me know how much the state spent on this facility previously on deals that didn't go through? And three, what are they going to make there?
I'm sorry, the last part is what are they going to make
What are
there?
they going to make in this
Okay,
factory?
sure. So Cree is a silicon carbide company that's based in North Carolina. And it was, they were looking for a new facility to create their new, call it their silicon carbide wafers and their chips. This is an industry of the future. This is an area that New York State has invested in previously. And we, as an economic development perspective, see huge investment opportunity in this particular industry. So in the announcement that was made back in September, Cree decided that it would move and create its facility in New York State, really based on two reasons. One is that they could develop their production line at the SUNY Poly site near Albany, and also the site that was in the Marcy area was ideal for what they were looking to do. The way the deal was structured and in our announcement, Cree would invest $1 billion to build the site, to bring 614 jobs, to bring thousands of construction jobs, to create a facility that would really become one of the most important factors for these chips, which in an era where we're going into autonomous vehicles, smart cars, and things like this, this facility would be manufacturing a high percentage of the chips needed for that business. Going back to the deal, as they complete the site, jobs, they would be eligible for the $500 million that went to support their location in upstate New York.
I'm going to cut you off there for a second, just because I see my clock ticking. So the $500 million is going to them as tax credits for jobs, not actual the state of New York handing them money? Which is it? Because I thought they were getting Excelsior. My understanding was there was $500 million plus Excelsior credits if jobs are created. So the $500 million, that's not us handing them $500 million?
The Senator, the $500 million is only a grant. There is a nominal Excelsior tax credit associated with the project. Primarily, as you know, when a company receives Excelsior tax credits, they are able to get some of the energy companies will provide a waiver on the tariff for energy usage. And so that's almost all, for all
But the
grant.
$500 million is a grant.
Is a
So
grant.
in your budget documents, and it's follow-up on Senator Liu's question earlier, where would I see that $500 million?
It's in the reappropriations. It's probably called Nano Utica or something like that. This was, I think, to your previous question about whether funding was provided to other companies that didn't locate. There was a company announced at that site some years ago that didn't ultimately come, so that funding was appropriated, I don't know the year, but 2015, 2016. And so this funding was available. None of that money went to that project, but the funding that was originally identified for that was used here.
So we legislated this database of deals, that's the shorthand name for it. Is that up and running? Can I look up this project and all the other projects that we might have nowhere else to go to see what kind of deal's been made, how much state money has been promised, and what's out the door?
So going back to your question on database of deals, that database will be completed by the end of the year. We're in the process of working on that. We've identified a company, an IT contractor to do that. It's an MWBE firm. They're in the process of working on that, and that will be completed by the end of the year.
Okay.
But we've certainly announced that. It's been in our reports. We've made that information public already.
Can you tell me something about the Opportunity Zones program? Is it costing us money? I know it's a federal program, but the design of the zones and where they are was the ESDC. So we decided where the zones were going to be. Are we spending any state money in addition to whatever the package is from the feds?
So,
And how many deals have been made?
so as you correctly noted, it is a federal program. We were involved in designating the various opportunity zones. I think somewhere in the range of 600-plus opportunity zones. The reality is it's a federal program, so I don't have access to that federal data, so I'm unable to.
So they don't have to file anything with the state of New York if they're going to claim that they're an opportunity zone project?
No, we don't have access to that data. So,
No,
yeah, correct.
we don't have any involvement
Yeah.
with the program, other than the initial designation, as you said.
So there's no matching program with the state that you are trying to offer people or package in some way? It's just something the feds did. The newspaper articles around the country are, it's a really bad deal, but it's not something the state of New York is involved in.
No,
Were you-
to the best of my knowledge, no, it's a federal tax program, so we have no more involvement after the designation of those zones.
Okay. 2 more minutes, sorry. Prior to your getting here, there were a number of fairly major scandals associated with subsidiary corporations set up, run through mostly SUNY Polytech or SUNY Research Foundation or combination therein. And when I say subsidiary companies, I guess not-for-profit companies, but I've been told they are now under your authority. Can you tell me what's going on and how you have ensured that the bad business practices of the old regime do not continue?
So the team at ESD has been involved since about 2016 and have worked diligently in terms of, writing and sort of, rethinking many of these projects. The most important, we've had a number of accomplishments recently. I mean, this has been a program where the team at ESD has worked very hard over the last number of years, has done a lot of good and positive work to right the ship. These projects are now under a nonprofit called New York Creates, which now governs both the projects at Fuller Road and Fort Schuyler. We have also now, brought in an individual, Doug Gross, who oversees that. So these are on a separate, nonprofit that now has good governance. It's got, transparency. It has all the things that you would want that we like to see in our deals. We've also taken a leading role in terms of bringing new clients into it to help ensure that there's a greater financial stability. We have also looked to refinance some of the debt, working on that to make that more effective. I'm also going to have my colleague Kevin, who has also worked diligently on this over the last number of years, to add to some of that effort.
Yeah, thanks. I think to your question, Senator, and Eric, as Eric said, the steps that we have taken to promote integrity of the organization. So we don't technically manage those organizations in a legal perspective, but we have worked with them to reform their board, to ensure open meetings, to ensure FOIL, compliance with public officers law, and so we've taken a number of steps to really address the issues I think you're concerned about.
You don't manage them, they're independent in what way?
The New York creates it's an independent 501c3, as were the Fort Schuyler and Fuller Road entities.
I believe you owe the legislature a report on the broadband program. Do you know when that will be coming out? There was a piece of legislation requiring a new New York broadband program.
So we'll look into it, and we'll ensure that the legislature gets that report.
Okay. And just in closing quickly, I'd like to agree with my colleagues who emphasized and expressed their frustration over the proposed changes, ending Centers for Excellence, not focusing on investing in the infrastructure needed for entrepreneurs and small businesses to start up and stay open in New York, but rather these giant mega deals that statistically has been proven don't work, and we waste a lot of money. And I don't think anyone on these panels thinks we have any money to waste in New York State. Thank you, Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman Barron.
Thank you very much. You know, I sit here really trying to be patient, but when I look at what's happening in black and brown neighborhoods, and we look at this so-called economic development plan, it's not reaching our neighborhoods. We're in a crisis in our neighborhoods. We got an occupant in the White House and had just released a $4.8 trillion budget, cutting food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, cutting everything in sight. It's a reverse Robin Hood budget, robbing from the poor to give to the rich. And when we look at this occupant in the State House, blaming everything on Medicaid, $6 billion deficit, looking to cut Medicaid. But they don't call them cuts. Neither two of those gentlemen call them cuts. They call them savings. Savings. So that we can think that we are saving money. We're not cutting stuff. This plan doesn't do anything for poverty in our neighborhoods. I don't know if y'all been to the neighborhoods of East New York and Brownsville and Harlem and see the poverty and the unemployment. And when you give unemployment statistics and say unemployment is down, you need to look at the statistics that show not in the workforce. How many people are not in the workforce? Because unemployment statistics are based upon those getting unemployment benefits. So when I look at the 421A program in this state that got major tax breaks, subsidies, if you add up all of the subsidies in this state that rich white male developers got, you wouldn't need to touch Medicaid. We'd have a surplus if you cut that out. So when you look at economic development, we can't look at Startup New York. That's the governor's pet program for developers that he's fond of, Startup New York. It ain't starting up nothing in East New York. So I'm really livid that we go through this year after year, $178 billion of an all funds spending budget in this state, $178 billion. And when I look at the Regional Economic Development Council's awards for a youth workforce development program in Brooklyn, $25,000. For a cultural program that teaches African dance and develops the mind and the cultural enlightenment for young people so that they can do better in the workforce, $32,000. But yet, billions of dollars are given out to white, male, rich developers billion-dollar deals, partnerships. It never comes down to our neighborhoods. And I'm sick of going through these budgets. That's why I don't have a question for you, because you know how to answer all the questions, or you don't answer the questions, or you talk long enough so our time runs out and you never get to the questions. MWBEs cannot get certified or recertified. You never address that adequately and won't. So I'm not asking you any question. I'm saying to you that we need to do way better than this. This is a shame that we have that kind of money, $4.8 trillion in the federal budget, $178 billion in the state budget, $95 billion in the city budget, 30% poverty in my beloved East New York, 30% poverty in Harlem, 40% poverty in the South Bronx, Brownsville impoverished. None of this addresses that. You and the governor should be ashamed of yourselves coming forth with this annual budget for economic development. What economic development in our neighborhoods? It's not happening. The rich, this is a fact, the rich are getting richer in New York, and the poor are getting poorer in New York. So I'm hoping that we in the state legislature, my colleagues up here, we should definitely not accept this, nor this $178 billion budget that blames all of the problems in the budget on Medicaid. For the most vulnerable people in this state are being blamed for the budget deficit. This is a shame.
Thank you, Assemblyman. The Senate has no more questions, so we go to Assemblyman, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, go back to.
I'm so sorry. Anna Kaplan, as chair, has a second round.
It's not a question, really. It's just my understanding the matching grant program in NYSTAR is closed, and I'm sure you're aware of that. I would ask the ESD to fund a new matching grant program so that our universities can continue to work with the private entrepreneurs to help start high-tech companies. These public and private partnerships are the engine that will continue to keep New York State at the forefront of innovation and industry, and we need to do everything we can to support these programs that have been so successful and helped with a lot of small businesses also. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more quickly.
I'm good. You could go ahead. Yeah, yes.
Sorry, Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman Tague.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, Commissioner. First of all, I just want to thank you for your service and for testifying here today. I do take a little bit of issue with one thing that you said. I'm kind of on the same page as Senator Tedisco. I don't believe that the SALT tax deduction is the reason why people are leaving New York State. I would more look at it that it's people are leaving New York State due to high taxes, over-regulation, and better jobs. So, you know, I don't buy the argument about the SALT deduction, because I think Senator Tedisco said it best. SALT deduction wasn't around in 2010, and it's since 2010 that we've lost between 1.4 million residents. But with that being said, I want to talk about the climate, but just a little bit different type of climate. I want to talk about the business climate. Our tens of thousands of pages of business regulations have led to our oppressive business climate here in New York State, and many prominent companies have been leaving for more business-friendly states. And I want to just go over some rankings with the state of New York. Tax Foundation 2020 State Business Tax Climate. New York ranks 49th. CNBC, America's Top Slate for Businesses 2019. New York ranks 42nd for the cost of doing business. In 2019, Thumbtack, Small Business Friendliest Survey, New York got a grade of D. You know, simply here in New York State, we're last where we should be first, and first where we should be last. So I'm going to ask you a couple questions here. Number one, what regulatory burdens affecting small businesses are your top priorities to address this year? And secondly, how does New York compare to other states when it comes to our regulatory environment? And thirdly, Governor Cuomo states that New York has 8.3 million private sector jobs, which is an all-time high. However, between October 2011 and October 2019, New York lost 25,000 manufacturing jobs for a decrease of 5.7%. During the same time period, over 1 million manufacturing jobs were created nationwide. Why does New York continue to lose manufacturing jobs to other states? And how can we, here in New York, be more competitive in the manufacturing industry?
Thank you. So I think there's certainly a number of different things that we at ESD and the governor has done to improve the business climate. And certainly, having record high private sector employment is an indication that these policies are working. And on the flip side,
doesn't that have to do nationwide? Aren't we experiencing nationwide record unemployment levels? It doesn't seem just here in New York. It's kind of a trend throughout the whole country.
well, I think the policies that we're putting into place from the RDC, where we're relying on input from regional, from various regions, the fact that we have a diversified economy across the state, where we have biotech in Long Island, we got finance and tech in New York City, we've got between Mohawk and Capital Region, Central New York, we've got unmanned drone technology. So the fact we talked about silicon carbide, those industries, the fact that we've got this diversified set of industries, investments in jobs of the future, an innovative, growing economy. We also have a budget in which the governor has decreased taxes for small businesses, decreased taxes for corporations, decreased taxes for manufacturers. So there's a lot of different things that we are doing to ensure that we can continue to grow jobs, grow small businesses, ensure that we're investing into the future. There are a whole host of different things that we do in New York State that other states do not do. The types of strategic bets that we've done, all of that together ensures that we're creating a strong and vibrant economy, and one that I think is very well positioned, for the future. In addition to the fact, life sciences. I mean, I could continue, but I think there's a whole host of different ways that we're ensuring that this economy is growing.
Thank you. The Senate has no more questions, so we go to Assemblywoman Buttonshaw.
Thank you very much for being here. I represent the 119th Assembly District, which is in upstate New York, the Utica-Rome area. And I appreciate your comments in regards to the collaboration that you discussed with the Excelsior Jobs Program and enhancing export in the state of New York. I had the opportunity, under the direction of our chair, Schimminger, to hold roundtables throughout the state of New York with many businesses that have been here and are rooted here. With this input that you provided this morning in regards to the statement of linking these and attracting export industry into the state, I would also ask that you reflect on the importance of the businesses that are here and have been stable and would like to be a part of these tax credits, which I know that this program doesn't completely link with that, but that is something that was requested through these roundtables. In addition, my colleagues had talked about the various issues they see with the women-owned and minority business technicalities that they're seeing in regards to the processing. So I know that my fellow colleagues have brought that up. I would just reemphasize the importance of considering that. I also hear from businesses that have to travel at great lengths to utilize various businesses due to the processing being slow. And finally, the importance of the linkage to education through apprenticeship, internships that tie directly, whether it's in secondary ed through our BOCES, as well as through higher ed in regards to how we ensure that that pipeline remains significant. So if you could just highlight a little bit on the Excelsior Job Program and its linkage to export, please.
Sure. So the, the Excelsior Jobs Program, when our team at ESD evaluates any particular company, we do a very serious analysis. We take the fact that we can provide tax credits very seriously. We do a very detailed analysis of, is this company appropriate for these investments? Will we see the types of returns that we expect? What we have discovered and where we put the emphasis is on what we call tradable sectors. So these are growing sectors, export-oriented, to help to ensure that we're seeing sort of quote even more bang for the buck. So I think that's we're always making sure that those tax credits are used wisely and efficiently, and that they're performance-based. And then we make sure that there's certain sectors, like I talk about, that will be able to avail themselves of those credits.
Well, many of them were small business owners that attended the roundtables, so they would be able to be a part of this, as it stated with your opening statements in regards to ensuring that the small businesses would have access to this?
So I can't talk to those specific companies. Certainly there's been small growing companies that have received tax credits where, again, performance-based, they need to hit their targets, hit their results.
Okay.
And these are after
Great.
an analysis of what we've done. So, and I don't know if you want to add to that, but.
The program is definitely available to small businesses.
Okay.
There's a job creation requirement, but the number is, in many instances, like five to 10 jobs. So they,
Okay.
depending on their industry, they can be eligible.
And also, I want to ensure that I address the agricultural industry that is very prevalent within the district that I represent, that are concerned about that and embrace and joining the export industry in regards to their products, not only leaving this country, but more importantly, staying with them throughout the states. So.
Right.
So we use the word export, not only international, but within the United States also.
Right. I mean, all I can say to that is there are a number of different programs where we work closely with Commissioner Ball at Agriculture. We have a good relationship, and we look to support each other, and we understand the importance of agriculture in this state. So,
Thank you very much.
We go to Assemblyman Epstein.
I want to thank you for being here. And I just have to really discuss our economic development policy in New York State. And I see it as a huge failure for New York. I see what you're doing is focusing on large corporations giving giveaways to big conglomerates and not focusing on where the real economic engine is in New York, where it's small businesses. They're the business drivers. They're the ones who are helping the middle class, they're keeping jobs in the community. Whether it's, what happened recently at Atlantic Yards, what's going on with Amazon. So I really want to ask about the Atlantic Yards, because literally in 2003, there was a deal that happened where we were getting 1,242 units of affordable housing. In August of 2019, you work with a new billionaire who's going to purchase. You're giving them an extra 100,000 square feet of retail space, no additional affordable housing in that project. They resell and sell the project. And so we're seeing lots of giveaways to businesses and big corporations, which come back for our community. I'm wondering how that can be a positive economic environment where New Yorkers, where we've heard, middle-class people are leaving. nonstop across the state. And when you're focusing your economic development projects on these large projects that are giveaways to large corporations.
So, as a general matter, let me sort of talk about, our Excelsior program and how we think about, that type of economic development tool, because when we evaluate companies that will be who are potentially able to access some of these credits, you use the word giveaway. I mean, what we do, and we make sure that these are performance-based incentives.
I just have to interrupt you. 100,000 square feet of retail space given to the Atlantic Yards developer, given away with no new commitment for affordable housing for our community. No new commitment. We need affordable housing, and the decision you all made in August of 2019 is just the same continuation of a policy that's a failed policy that gives away billions to large corporations, that doesn't impact communities and doesn't impact real employment opportunities for low-income people or middle-income people. There is no plan in place to ensure that the middle class can stay in New York and have good jobs, when you could really be investing in community-based organizations, investing in neighborhoods, investing in small businesses. The model that you created creates a system that benefits the large corporations.
So, when we undertake, all of our deals and ensure the process by which we go through, we make sure that there are those types of community benefits. They change project by project. It may be transportation upgrades there may be public parks. There's an emphasis on MWBE requirements. There's a whole host of different types of community benefits that we make sure happen as part of these projects.
So why no affordable housing at Atlantic Yards when you made a deal last summer? Why no new affordable housing?
In terms of the specifics, I don't have all of those at my fingers, but I would just say, I think oftentimes the big projects, folks have a misconception that is primarily what we do. It's not. I mean, the reality is that ESD has over 30 programs which are targeted to small businesses. Our EAC centers, we have capital access programs. I would tell you that the majority of the people that work at ESD and the majority of our programs do focus on small businesses.
I have to say that the small businesses in my district and the small businesses I hear from who are trying to get support from ESC is they can't get the support they need. We talked to micro lending programs that were helping small businesses, and they need support, and they're not being able to get the support. We've heard a lot of problems with MWBE. I understand what you're saying, but in the reality on the ground is very different. So I want you to hear that. And the expectation from communities is that's how that's the engine we need to support. And the idea that we're giving money or additional FAR to places like Atlantic Yards without making any commitment to more affordable housing is really antithetical to what we need in New York. When we have 90,000 homeless people in New York State, and you have the leverage in that moment to get more affordable housing. And I know my time is up, but thank you.
Thank you. We go to, first we've been joined by Assemblywoman Hindman and Assemblyman Zabrowski. We go to Assemblyman Friend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to say congratulations on your new appointment, and I'm going to jump right back to Solar City. I mean, that's a $1 billion project practically that's spent on building the facility as well as equipping it. So I just want to know, do you have an idea of how much of that facility is actually being utilized? Are there actually large pieces that are open? I don't know that the lease that we gave the now Solar City, the availability for the state to be able to step in and be able to lease that out to other companies that would love to use that?
So again, with respect to the Riverbend facility, I had the opportunity to visit the facility, I guess last week. Took a tour. I was impressed with the hustle and bustle of the facility, all of the workers working on different production lines. From what I saw on the tour, it was being well used. It was, fairly busy. They've added different lines. I mean, if we look at the history of this deal, it went from Solera, one company, to Solar City, to Tesla. We've seen, businesses change slightly, and yet they're still doing the solar panel business, but they've now added a production line on charger stations. So they're doing other things. They are relying on the ecosystem to make investments into that facility. But to go back to your main question, is the facility being used? It is. It's being, I think,
But are we at
well used.
50% utilization, 75%?
There is a, as we know, Panasonic is also in that facility. But in terms of percentage, again, it's hard to see as you walk around because it seemed to be pretty full, but certainly a very high majority of it, if not almost complete.
Yeah, so just trying to jump in. I mean, if it's being underutilized, again, in future contracts, if we can't do it here, if we're doing these big deals like this, to be able to step in and say, if you're not utilizing that space, that the state has the opportunity, because I know there are businesses up in the Buffalo region, as well as our universities, the COEs, the CATs, would love to be able to jump in and use that. What about the equipment that we bought for production? Is that being used? I mean, again, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars are being spent. Did they use it, or is it just sitting there idle?
Yeah, do you want to address the equipment?
Thanks, Assemblyman. Certainly, some of the equipment ultimately, in that transition from Solevo to Solar City to Tesla ultimately wasn't used, but certainly the majority of it is or is no longer being used. In addition, Tesla has invested some, hundreds of millions of dollars in additional equipment that it has brought along to focus on the solar panel, the development of the solar roof tile.
Okay. And then when we're looking at this 1,460 FTEs that need to be counted, are we going to allow them to count the Panasonic that they're subcontracting to? Will that be part of the 1,460, or do they have to have all of their own employees?
So, again, under the contract, 1,460 jobs by April 30th. The Panasonic jobs are not included in that.
Okay. Just to jump into, again, back to small business, again, we're focusing on a lot of the big glitzy stuff with the technology, which is great, keeps people kind of motivated and interested, but we do have a lot of the smaller businesses that really aren't as glitzy, that really need support in my region, whether it's from paving driveways, resealing driveways, plumbing, electricians. So a lot of times those small businesses have 1 or 2, 3 employees, and because of all the regulatory framework that's involved, they may end up having to put one employee just kind of keep up with that regulation. And is there anything that you've discussed to maybe give them an amnesty period if they haven't hit that regulation and they're hit with a fine, to allow them to comply with that and not be penalized?
You're saying for the Tesla jobs?
No. For small businesses, again, us jumping away from big companies to really small companies who don't have many employees. They're just trying to make the economy work, going out there and starting up their own business.
I'm not sure I apologize, I'm not sure I understand the question.
I can reach out to you there.
Okay.
Before my time's up, just want to comment on MWBE. We did great strides and work with that last year. It's still a big issue across the southern tier because we don't fit into that 30% framework because of application processes. I appreciate that the governor's going to try to streamline that process, but what would be even more helpful, to encourage more diversity across the state, to have more MWBEs in every region of the state, would have MWBE certification and qualifications based on a region to, again, keep MWBs in each region of the state, not just in the cities, which was what we're kind of seeing happen, as well as more certification that they're not just a pass-through, that they're actually providing some sort of skill and subset so that they're learning and hiring wage earners.
Thank you, Assembly.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
We've been joined by Senator Borrello, who has we'll go to him for a question.
Okay. Oh, here we go, you're right. Okay, I'm on now, thank you. First of all, thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate it. I know that somebody's brought up Amazon and the issues there. My question is, as a former county executive and having our county IDA and sitting on the REDC board, I know how difficult it is to have conversations with people that aren't already doing business in New York State, trying to convince them to come here with a hostile environment when it comes to business. And it's a challenge that we've all faced in local government for a long time. But now, in light of what happened with Amazon, my question is, how are conversations going with big companies that you're trying to attract in New York, knowing that you could have be politically derailed outside of what's happening within your organization? How are you having difficulty talking to companies trying to attract them to New York because of the hostile political environment that created the Amazon situation?
Thank you, Senator. So, we as an agency we talk to companies all the time, and as you can imagine, different companies have different issues. Let's take one of the companies we talked about, Cree, which was silicon carbide manufacturer that was based in North Carolina. They made the decision to come to New York State because they felt it was the best place for them to build their next generation facility. I had conversations with their CEO, who is delighted with where they're locating the factory. They were pleased with the fact that they could identify and obtain the type of talent that they needed. They were pleased with the universities around there. In fact, they are, even before they're opening up their facility, they were taking a group of potential future workers down to North Carolina to train them for the summer jobs so that they can be ready to work in New York. So my point being is that different companies invest and come to New York for all sorts of reasons. Our team is focused on recruiting, attracting companies from all around the world. So, at this point, we continue to have good conversations with companies who are looking to come to New York.
In my area, we have a company, Trucklight, that just announced that they're going to be moving their manufacturing out of Falconer, New York, where they've been since they started in 1955. One of the reasons that they cited to me when I met with them personally was the increasing minimum wage. Now, this is a union organization that does not pay a single employee minimum wage, but the upward pressure of minimum wage has affected their ability and their profitability because of the negotiations with the union. So are you seeing the rising minimum wage as an impact and a difficulty and a challenge of being able to attract people and keep people here because of that upward pressure?
So, it's a balance when you're implementing economic development. On the one hand, the governor has reduced taxes, corporate taxes, manufacturing taxes, taxes for small businesses have all come down. That certainly helps. On the other side, looking to uplift workers with increased wages, increased benefits, to the extent that you are recruiting higher skilled workers, that helps businesses. So I think in many cases it depends on the specific business, but that balance seems to be working. I've cited this statistic frequently today, but private sector jobs are at an all-time high. So I think that balance is working effectively in New York State. We're able to ensure that we're having a diversified economy. We're making bets in jobs of the future throughout the whole state. And I think that our program of cutting taxes, of uplifting workers, of using investments through REDCs has been in large part very effective.
Well, private sector jobs are up, but not in upstate New York. In fact, if you remove the capital region, there's a net loss over the last 10 years. And it's a challenge that we face, and a lot of it has to do with regulations and taxes that come out of Albany. For example, I'm constantly hearing about the cost of workers' compensation and the many multiples it is over the state of Pennsylvania, which my district borders. 20 times higher in New York State than it is in the state of Pennsylvania. So those are huge challenges for us that haven't solved any problems in upstate New York at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Ra.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to, go back to the Centers of Excellence and Centers of Advanced Technology, and, the conversation about CRE, I think, underscores the point. My understanding is that, the Center for Advanced Technology at SUNY Poly was instrumental in attracting that type of investment into our state. In terms of this process and the competitive funding, I know these entities, it really runs the gamut of the different types of technology they're researching and studying. It could be healthcare related, it could be energy. So what are the criteria that are going to be used to determine who will get that funding?
So, what we have, discussed is, and I've addressed this previously today, by doing the competitive bidding, what we're looking to do is to, achieve a number of different things. We're looking to focus on forward-looking job creation and industries. The reality is that the business world is changing rapidly. We want to make sure that we're well positioned for some of these new industries like quantum computing. We want to make sure that we are maximizing our resources in a way that leads to the highest ROI in terms of industry growth, in terms of jobs, and in doing so in a very collaborative way, which is why we have the innovation hub, which can help each of the CATs be able to invest appropriately in these different areas. Now, we like the competitive bidding process. I'm going to have Kevin, address some of the, the specifics related to that, which will happen after the budget session has concluded. But the reality is that in a world where things are changing so rapidly, we want to make sure that we have these CATs that are focusing on industry as opposed to the centers themselves. Because in that way, we can ensure that we're using our investment dollars to achieve the maximum ROI in terms of job creation. If you want to go through some of the specifics on the competitive bidding and how we're thinking about
I know
it.
you have a limited time, but quickly, the CATs currently are competitively bid. And that process includes an analysis of leveraging private sector support. What is the technology, right? What are the applications for that technology, opportunities for that technology to be used in New York? And we would imagine the same criteria being used as we move the COEs to the CAT program.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go back for a minute to something my colleague, Assemblyman Friend, was talking about at the end of his remarks, MWBs, and the 30% goal. We just renewed the program. Like as Assemblyman Friend said, there's been some changes made, but I hear constantly from colleagues in upstate areas about their frustrations and inability to find contractors to meet that. So is that something the department is looking at, or would the department support some type of regional approach where the goal is takes into account the availability of certified MWB contractors within that particular region of the state?
I can tell you on our MWBE program, it has been one where we've seen, increases year after year. And as you point out, almost 30% of our contracts are to MWBE firms. Nearly $3 billion of our contracts are going to MWBE firms. So, that's nation leading. We're constantly looking for ways that we can improve that program, make it easier on applicants, In one sense, we're a victim of our own success. 1,200 MWB firms are being certified every year. We continue to think about different ways, so we're reducing the amount of documentation. We've looked to reduce that documentation by 30%. We've looked at increasing the time frame for the validity of those certifications from 3 to 5 years. We're adding more staff. We're continuing to look for different ways that we can make that program more accessible to the community.
Thank you.
Senate.
Thank you. Next, Senator Skoufis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for your service. My idea of economic development incentives is as such. Must fit one of these two categories to be appropriate. Either it is to attract a business to New York that would otherwise not come to New York without said incentive, or to retain a business here in the state that otherwise would genuinely leave New York without said incentive. Do you agree that those are the only two categories that would make an incentive appropriate?
So I can tell you that when our team looks at the potential to award incentives, we look at it very seriously. We do an entire analysis to make sure that, first and foremost, we're investing in the right types of companies that will help to grow the economy, tradable sectors.
I have a number of questions,
yeah.
so with all due respect, I mean,
Okay.
it's really a yes or no question. Are those the two instances by which you would deem an incentive appropriate?
So, look, I will tell you, in terms of, we try to do our best efforts. Certainly, we don't want businesses to leave the state, so that's certainly a good way of using incentives. We also use them to attract businesses. But, there may be other ways. I don't have a whole list, in front of me, but we want to make sure, again, that we're using those incentives in a constructive way that's performance-based to ensure that we're helping those companies, invest in a way that we think is
Okay.
appropriate.
It sounds like perhaps you disagree with my assessment, but that's okay. So let's say that a business that exists in New York State comes into ESD and says, well, I'm looking to leave to New Jersey, I'm looking to relocate to Pennsylvania. What do you do to scrutinize those threats?
So
Do you have investigators within ESD?
We have a team that looks at exactly that when we're looking at approving for a company that has said that they're going to leave the state. We undertake research. We look at where the potential is that they're saying that they're going. I can assure you that we have a team of people at ESD who take this role very, very seriously, who do a deep financial analysis, and also look at the other opportunities that these companies may have to leave. So we are doing that type of research.
Back in September, the New York Times reported that down in New Jersey, there were a dozen companies that made such threats to leave to New York. But what was peculiar was that all 12 companies cited a threat to relocate to a very specific business park in Pearl River, Rockland County. Are you familiar with this story that I'm referencing?
I did read that story.
Yeah. And the New York Times seems to have done the investigative work that the New Jersey Economic Development Office should have been doing in speaking with the real estate agents for the office park and actually going there and trying to identify, were they even here looking at space? Do you do that? Does ESD do what New Jersey did not do?
As I said, we have a team, dedicated, hardworking, that when a company says that they're looking to move to another location, they follow that lead. They make sure that that sort of quote-unquote threat is real, and they do the necessary due diligence before we approve that.
I have no doubt that they're hardworking. I guess my question is, if I were to, or someone else was to foil, for example, travel vouchers at ESD, would we see that your men and women are traveling to other states on the ground, looking at spaces that businesses are threatening to leave to, speaking to realtors on the ground in these other states? Would we find that that activity exists at ESD?
So again, I mean, it is there's a number of different ways that our team looks at ensuring that the incentives are being provided, are being done so in an appropriate way, in ensuring that we're taking the tax credits that we award to companies seriously, that in a very serious way, that we're respecting the role that we have to provide these companies.
yeah.
And I will tell you that I have asked the question to the team, you know, how sure are we? What work have we done? There's always follow-up, there's always calls, there's always information. They request information from the companies, so we do the best that we can to ensure, we want to
I got
make
it.
sure
One last
that
question.
those tax credits, when awarded, are done so seriously and effectively.
One last question. I know ESD in the executive budget, you're looking to extend by, I think, 15 years, the Excelsior Job Tax Credit Program. Do you believe that we're getting the return on investment that we should be getting with that program? What do you think the price tag per job ought to be that would deem this program a good return on investment?
We are absolutely seeing an ROI, a positive ROI on the investment that we're making.
You know what, we would love that answer in writing, because I think we'd all love the answer to that, and that allows you to put your thinking on paper for all of us. There were a lot of questions today people had that I don't think you fairly had time to answer, so we look forward to written responses, and I know Senator Skoufis will look forward to it, but we'll share it with everyone on both sides. Thank you. You're done, Assembly? No, Assembly.
So I have just a couple of questions on areas that haven't been touched yet. In Market, New York, the executive proposal provides $15 million for Market, New York, split between operating and capital. What's the estimated direct economic impact created by the program, and what types of initiatives do these funds support? And are there new initiatives or locations planned? If so, where are they?
Thank you, Member. I don't have the direct ROI. We can certainly get the leveraged investment against those. As you noted, it is a split between operating and capital. And the reason for that split is the operating tends to support what you marketing efforts, right? So it might be the marketing of a particular cultural event in a region. And then on the other side, the capital funds are used to support what we would think of as the tourism infrastructure. Sometimes it's the improvement of a hotel up in Lake Ontario. So that's the type of projects that are supported with those funds.
So maybe along with some of the other material that responses that you'll be sending us, you could give us a little bit more detail about where the past funding has gone and where the new proposals are. And I see for the first time there's a new $2 million fund to support diversity efforts within the state's motion picture television industry. Can you give us any insight as to how the fund will operate, and how will the effectiveness of the fund be evaluated?
So, you know, the film industry is an important industry to New York State. We've seen, certainly at a time when there's been robust creation of content in this area. In fact, it's one of the great times for content creation, all the shows that are being done, film. It's an important industry to New York State. We want to make sure that we are, you know, training the workforce of tomorrow in the industry. We also want to make sure that we have a you know, diversified workforce. That is what the money is going to go to as well. 0.25% is going to be dedicated to fulfilling that. That's part of some of the changes that were done for the program.
Thank you. And then I have a question on behalf of Senator Helming. There have been a number of localized natural disasters in recent years throughout the state. We spoke at our economic development, our environmental development, hearing about the Restore Mother Bond Act proposed in the executive budget. but does ESD have any thought to creating permanent programs to assist businesses that are impacted by natural disasters with either loans or grants, even if they're not eligible rather for federal aid?
So you make a very important point that we are seeing more and more, climate storms that are having severe impact on communities throughout New York State. These storms that used to happen once every several hundred years now seem to be happening every few years, sometimes every year. And I think in line with that, I think that's part of the reason why the CLCPA was passed with the legislature. But it's also a reason why we need to continue to invest in the green economy, why that needs to be a priority. That's certainly a priority that the governor has made. It's something that ESD will focus on. There are, right now, from our standpoint, we've seen job growth in the green economy grow over the last few years by almost 10%, 160,000 jobs in the green economy, and we want to continue that. We want to double down on that to make sure that we continue our nation-leading efforts in the green economy. So part of the increase in the incentives that we talk about are to ensure that we've got even higher incentives to help companies invest and focus on the green economy. So both in terms of a percentage of wages, in terms of R&D, in terms of investment, all of those are enhanced to ensure that we can continue to make the type of investments that are critical so that our economy is one that is led by a green economy, and to ensure that we are creating those jobs of the future.
I think part of the question really is, though, for businesses that are negatively impacted by a natural disaster such as flooding, like we had at Lake Ontario, is there some relief that could come to help support them through ESD? I was a co-chair of the Lake Ontario Resiliency, and there are monies that ESD is dedicating to help businesses be able to become more resilient for the future. $30 million was set aside. We've received applications. We'll look at processing those. And obviously it's critical that we make sure that businesses are prepared for the next storm. So I apologize for not answering that in the last go round, but that is an important part of ensuring that those businesses that have seen the effects of that flooding are able to be prepared for the next storm. I guess some of the question relates to the fact that, as you said, with seeing in our state increasing effects of climate change, rather than being reactive to a disaster, to be proactive and have something in the budget that could relate to perspective, that would keep in mind that we may have more of these disasters in the future, and that we can have something readily available to interact with businesses that are impacted, rather than have to wait to post-disaster come up with some relief. So just that's something I think the agency should think about.
Well, thank you. And that certainly was the approach that we took in this particular case, in helping in being prospective, in ensuring that the funds that we were using toward these businesses would help them be more resilient for the future.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Savino.
Thank you, Senator Krueger. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? It's almost afternoon. I'll be very brief. I just want to talk to you a bit about some of the challenges that we have attracting businesses to New York. It's been referenced before, and I know one of the things that when people want to relocate to New York and we want to incentivize them to come is they're looking for a well-educated, well-trained workforce. One of the criticisms of the Amazon proposal in Long Island City, which I supported, I was not opposed to it, but one of the concerns was that Amazon was going to come in, or a big company like Amazon would come in, and because in New York, we have a huge training gap with respect to technology professionals, that those jobs that were going to be created would not go to actual New Yorkers. But the people who live there would be saddled with the increased cost of housing and the effects of having a major employer come in like that. What do you see the role of ESD with respect to closing that tech gap? It's been reported on. The Center for an Urban Future just released a study that shows that New Yorkers, by and large, are falling way behind on technology training. What can we do to improve those circumstances so that we do have the best workforce and we're going to be able to attract those companies who come here, stay here, and actually hire New Yorkers?
Yeah. So there is no doubt that when we are talking to businesses that are looking to locate in New York State, one of the principal differentiators is that we do have a skilled workforce, that we have an educated workforce. And if you look at any of these statistics in terms of, you know, NIH grants and so on, New York always ranks, you know, at the top, near top, and it's because we do have, you know, an incredible education system. We're producing skilled workers, but you know, we want to still make sure that we have the next generation of workers that. Just because we're at, you know, enjoying an economy with the highest private sector employment, that does not mean that we rest on our laurels and don't help to train. In many cases, and I come from, you know, many years in the private sector, it's led by companies. We need to know what the companies need. And so when we are able to bring companies like an Amazon to New York, they will hire current New Yorkers, but by definition, they also must train those New Yorkers too, and that's why it's, you know, it's critically important that we are bringing these types of companies to New York State. I've talked about Cree, which is a silicon carbide company. They chose their location near Marcy in part because of the workforce that was around their facility, their ability to help to work with some of the training centers and some of the community colleges. And, you know, and their CEO is very proud that they are taking a group of interns down to their facility in North Carolina to train them there so they can see how the process works and then come back to New York. So, you know, this is a, you know, it's a partnership. And at the end of the day, the idea behind Workforce is to make sure that we're training the types of people that these companies need. Bringing more companies in and working with those companies is a critical part of ensuring that we're doing that. Now, I will also tell you that there is a $175 million workforce development initiative that's focused on centers of the future, that's focused on, you know, apprenticeship, focused on training individuals for the future. That too is important. But in all cases, and you know, and we have our workforce centers like Northland near Buffalo. It's all of those things that we need to do to make sure that we are training those individuals for the future.
I'm happy to hear that. I would suggest you take a look at this report. It was just released this week from the Center for an Urban Future, and it outlines where the gaps are in training, and maybe you guys can help close that. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Senator Funke?
Thank you. Senator Funke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Quick question for you, a couple of very quick questions for you. How long does it take ESD to put a package of incentives together for a business that may want to relocate to New York State? I've heard, like in North Carolina, as an example, you mentioned North Carolina, that they can have a package together in 48 hours. But here in New York State, it takes laborious hours to get something put together here. So what would you say, is there a time frame that is accurate, or does it vary from business to business?
I will tell you that we'll take, you know, sufficient time to make sure that we're doing it properly, that we're doing it effectively. As I've said before, we take very seriously the fact that we are utilizing tax credits And at times, you know, there's different committees that it goes through. There's questions that ESD workers will have. There'll be questions that I'll have. We want to make sure that we've answered all those questions before we provide a package to a company.
Is there a way to streamline that process in your mind?
Senator Kevin Eunice, the one thing I would say in my experience, generally speaking, we're waiting for the business. You know, we move more quickly in terms of our incentives. You know, we do what, as Eric said, we do the process appropriately, but more often than not, we're very quick, we're very responsive, and we are as often as not waiting for the next step from the business in terms of documentation or a decision.
One of the impediments that we hear about, you know, from business is the 750,000 regulations we have on the books. Is it ever within your purview to look at those regulations and make recommendations to the legislature about getting rid of some of them?
So I'm new on this job, and you know, our focus is to, you know, again, we're focused on jobs. We're focused on all the different ways that we can help jobs grow in New York State. To the extent that we believe that there are ways to do something better, we'll certainly, you know, look to, you know, through either others within the administration or directly provide, you know, those ideas.
Given all your time in the,
you know, we're focused on job creation, so whatever
yeah,
helps.
we're all ears on how we can, you know, best improve the business climate, but you came from the private sector, so I'm curious to know what you think of the business climate in New York State and how you would improve it.
So, you know, I had a wonderful career in the private sector, but it's a privilege to serve the, you know, the people of the state, to serve, you know, to serve the governor. I have to say that, you know, on a personal level, I've been, you know, impressed with, you know, the programs, with how New York State is doing. You know, there's areas that, you know, we're looking to, you know, focus on, that I have areas of passion. For example, you know, life sciences. The governor has made a commitment to life sciences. I think that, you know, that is an industry that has you know, already we're seeing benefits, has enormous potential. We have some of the best science that's being done in the world here in New York State. So, but you know, as I and the team figure out better ways to, you know, grow industry, grow jobs, we're not shy. I've had, you know, for example, many conversations. I've gone around the state. I've listened to businesses. There's many suggestions that we've had from businesses from around the state, and you know, we take those to heart.
I mentioned this last night, late last night, but several years ago, the legislature passed, the governor signed into law, the creation of an innovation technology center in the state of New York, similar to what North Carolina has, to allow high-tech companies to come down and test their wares, pilot programs and so on. And we've got a lot of smart people in our state that should be able to come down here and test what innovation, what technology they have on big data. This program has never been funded. The technology center does not exist. It's been on the books for 2 years. I would encourage you, your agency, to do whatever you can to fund that program, because I think it would be a big win. In North Carolina, the first year, they saved $6 million just through the efforts of the private sector being able to show them what they can do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is it for you gentlemen. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you so much.
We look forward to your responses in writing.
Thank you.
We are making an announcement that clearly this hearing is not going to be over now, since we have everyone else. So for those who have been sitting here patiently hoping for a... All right, sir. Taxes are scheduled for 1, likely 2 to 2:30, if people want to go out and enjoy our fabulous food options on the concourse, or other activities. And, oh, Mike. All right, yet again. this hearing will not be over at 1. This hearing will probably be over at 2 to 2:30, with taxes starting then. So those of you who were really waiting for hearing 2, enjoy our wonderful food on the concourse or anywhere else of your choosing. Although since OGS is coming up and they're responsible for food on the concourse, you can let them know whether it's wonderful or not in your own ways.
We've been joined by Assemblyman Mosley.
Okay. I don't think we have any news senators right now. Hello.
Hello. Thank you for the comments.
Absolutely, a little pitch. So we are joined by the New York State Office of General Service Commissioner Roanne DeStito, who was previously an assemblywoman, so she always gets a lot of love when she's here.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning to you, Chairs Kruger and Weinstein, Ranking Members Ra, and I see Senator Helming, and the distinguished members of the committees. I am Commissioner Roanne DeStito. I'm pleased to be here today to provide testimony about the Office of General Services. I really would like to talk with you today about some of the exciting things happening at OGS. Our Procurement Services Group continues to lead the way in new and innovative procurements. In August, they were nationally recognized by Governing Magazine as a top 5 procurement organization in the United States. This was one of 7 national accolades for our OGS procurement this past year. We maintain the largest information technology catalog contracts in the country, attracting New York-based small MWBE and SDVOB businesses, as well as many of the largest technology companies in the world. We have approximately 500 MWBE and SDVOB vendors in the IT space alone. In 2019, we did approximately 40 trainings and outreaches, educating over 5,000 government employees on our contracts and 3,000 businesses on how to do business with New York State, and did trainings and outreaches for over 8,000 government employees, and we maintain an Amazon-like electronic catalog of over 10 million items to purchase from, and facilitated employing individuals with disabilities on approximately 216 service and commodity projects across the state. We added contracts for community solar, intelligent security systems and solutions, statewide laundry and linen services, and telecommunication connectivity services, to name a few. And we continued the success with contracts such as centralized resources for project labor agreements, studies, and contracts for translation services across state agencies and local governments. When the legislature modernized the voting process by authorizing early voting and electronic poll books, our team built a single centralized contract supporting all 58 local boards of elections, and even found a way to reduce the list of the necessary associated hardware that resulted in administrative savings. In Buffalo, a dynamic downtown revitalization is underway. OGS, working with state and local officials, determined that in the current competitive and robust Buffalo real estate market, the highest and best use of the Senator Walter Mahoney State Office building is no longer a state office space, and that it will be sold at auction later this year. State employees will remain in the downtown Buffalo footprint that currently encompasses more than 600,000 square feet of space leased by the state. Here in Albany, as part of our work to meet the governor's clean energy goals, NYPA and OGS have unveiled a new project that takes into consideration legislative community and expert feedback, budgetary constraints, and the need to replace obsolete equipment at the Sheridan Hollow Steam Plant. The project has 5 major components. First, very happy, we have demolished the old steel smokestack at the former Answers plant. Second, we are replacing the existing obsolete emergency generators with quiet, state-of-the-art emission-controlled units. Third, we are going to electrify one of the on-site steam-driven chillers at the Empire State Plaza Chill plant, and electrifying this one chiller will reduce local gas use and emissions by 18%. Fourth, we are installing LED lighting technology throughout the entire plaza complex to reduce energy and statewide greenhouse gas emissions. And fifth, we are in the process of establishing a 38-megawatt solar photovoltaic project at the former Oriskany Airport, a property now owned by OGS. This project would be financed through a power purchase agreement and would generate over 50% of the electricity used by the Empire State Plaza. We are also working on a project at the Capitol Courtyard, which serves as a roof over the basement mechanical space of this building. The original roof has had multiple layers of re-roofing over the past 100 years. The project will repair the leaking roof and reintroduce windows along the Hawk Street passage. I hope you've noticed the new grab-and-go lunch stop in the LOB, and that is serving up fresh salads, sandwiches, and snacks on session days. We've also begun a multi-year phased project to renovate and modernize the public bathrooms in the Legislative State Office building. All of the renovated bathrooms will meet modern ADA standards, including a family restroom with an adult changing station. In conjunction with other agency partners, OGS has launched the Employee Zero Emissions Vehicle Charging Pilot Program in targeted OGS parking facilities throughout downtown Albany, the Harriman State Campus, with a total of 64 charging ports. In addition, we have completed the installation of fleet charging stations at our building on Wolf Road in Albany, and will complete similar installations at the Roosevelt Office Building in Poughkeepsie. Additional charging stations are in development. OGS is also participating in the Governor's Resiliency and Economic Development Initiative, or the READY program. In addition to serving on the READY committee and advancing multiple projects for the initiative, OGS is directly managing the $15 million navigation dredging initiative, which is part of the governor's efforts to dredge 20 sites in navigable waterways and harbors and keep them operational. In an effort to expand savings and efficiencies for New York State taxpayers, OGS would like the legislature to consider granting expansion of its design-build authority to additional state entities, just as the legislature did last year for a number of New York City agencies. Granting OGS full DB authority would allow parity for OGS to consider alternative delivery methods, just as other comparable state construction agencies do. OGS does an excellent job also at growing businesses. In 2011, the OGS eligible MWB utilization rate was 14%, and we are very proud to say that we now have exceeded the governor's goal of 30%. As an example, in that time, MWBs have received in excess of $702 million from contracts associated with our D&C group alone, up from $538 million at that time this time last year. Our success implementing this SDVOB program continues. We have now approximately 770 certified businesses in a wide range of categories, from construction and financial services to commodities. Over the 12 months ending September 30th, New York State dispersed over $103 million to SDVOBs, which represents an 83% growth over last year. Our great example is Walker Diving Underwater Construction, owned by a post-911 veteran who was awarded the largest SDVOB contract at $9.8 million. Providing an exceptional visitor experience is a source of pride for the OGS team. I'm very pleased to report that we have completed renovations at the Adam Clayton Powell Building in Harlem, and we opened up the community room and art gallery, and we have the Harlem Art Collection has made its first return to the building in over 25 years. In the mid-1990s, a majority of these works in the collection were moved to storage in the basement of the building, where we found them to be damaged by water. The collection was then moved to the building's 13th floor storage area, where it remained in poor condition and hidden from public view. In 2012, the collection was rediscovered while I was touring the building, and we temporarily relocated it to Albany, where the condition of the artwork was assessed, and we used individual pieces to be cleaned and conserved. Portions of the collection were returned to the Adam Clayton Powell State Office Building for the 2019 exhibition titled Harlem Roots, and most recently for the exhibit Harlem Art Then and Now, a celebration of community and contemporary art. Over the next year, in addition to sharing this newly renovated space with the community, we will be hosting new public exhibits with additional works from the collection. Also, this year, Black History Month exhibit marks the first time works from the Harlem collection have been displayed in the state capitol. As commissioner, I'm honored to lead the hardworking and dedicated team of General Services. Their service to the people of New York State never wavers and can be counted on at all times. Thank you for listening. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. not just any senator, but the chair of the appropriate committee, Senator Anna Kaplan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for being here and
Thank
giving
you,
us your
Senator.
testimony and also for serving. Honestly, I had some questions which you already answered in your opening statements, but if you, I might have missed this part. If you can give us a little bit of update on capital spending for microgrid and efficient energy system for the Empire State Plaza that was first appropriated in 2017.
Yes, we have, the microgrid project that we did with NYPA, we halted the CHP project, and we went into the 5 things that we did. We listened to the people, we listened to all of the feedback that we received, because we went out and we listened. So we demolished the steel smokestack. We're replacing our emergency generators, which are needed desperately in the complex, with state-of-the-art emission-controlled units. And we are electrifying an on-site steam-driven chiller at the Empire State Plaza. So this electrification will reduce our local gas use by 18%. So we are very proud of that. And the LED lighting is included now in this project. And fifth, and more importantly, is we're in the process of establishing the 38-megawatt solar photovoltaic project, which will, in fact, we're financing it through a power purchase agreement with NYPA, and it will generate over 50% of the electricity we use here at the Empire State Plaza. And we're always looking at more projects like that with our partner at NYPA.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman Zabrowski, Chair of Government Operations Committee.
Morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Assembly.
Great to see you.
It's good to see you.
Let me just first compliment you on all your accomplishments and all the things OGS has done, both invisible and visible, in terms of modernization, in terms of efficiency, and many of the things that I think if you walk around the Capitol complex, you certainly see. So I appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you very much.
Just have a few questions related to some sort of technical procurement and other related things in the governor's budget, if we could just handle those. The governor's budget authorizes the Correctional Industries Program of the Department of Corrections to provide services as a preferred source. Are you aware of what type of services the department is sort of envisioning to be provided as a preferred source?
We are not aware of what services, but I will tell you that we are all very much, our goal is to employ people with disabilities. But any service that they propose will have to come back to the Procurement Council, of which the Senate and the Assembly do have membership. You designate someone on the Procurement Council. So just giving them the approval, any service application that they want will come back to the Procurement Council, and we will review it for the authorization.
Okay, so are there any existing MOUs that are currently in effect or looked or that are through this budgetary proposal that are expected to, or is this just a blanket sort of authorization and we'll figure out?
It's authorization. It's authorization to allow them to provide additional services, but again, the services will have to be, they will have to provide an application as everyone, and any of our preferred sources do, and they will have to go in front of the Procurement Council.
Okay, so
And
it's
be
safe to say
considered
though.
by the Procurement Council and go through all of the, the rigid explanation and the process that we go through.
Okay, so it's safe to say that OGS is supportive of the authorization.
We're always supportive of employing and making sure that there are jobs for people with disabilities.
Okay, thanks. The technology service contracts, there's a part of the budget that authorizes the director of ITS to issue comprehensive technology service contracts. Could you sort of talk about how OGS currently procures technology services, how other agencies procure that? Do you do that for them? And what would change as a result of that proposal?
So we have centralized contracts that we put out there, whether they're our umbrella contracts, our HBITS contracts, our project-based contracts, HBITS being hourly-based IT services or project-based IT services. We have centralized contracts that agencies can use, ITS can use, our authorized users can use, which is anybody is in a municipality, and many not-for-profits. So those are our centralized contracts that we have. The proposal that I have seen that will give another tool to ITS is to procure large technology system contracts. And it is my understanding that this bill is not intended to replace any OGS contracts. So our contracts are out there, they're competitive, they're, we have transparency. These are for larger contracts, and ITS may still procure using the traditional state finance 163 process. So it's not intended to eliminate any of our contracts, because our contracts are used by more than just ITS.
Okay. I asked that question of the ITS director yesterday and asked for maybe some follow-up information from him related to this
We certainly could
provision.
also, yes, we certainly could also work with, it was Jeremy Goldberg, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so.
We work with Jeremy quite a bit.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
we will look to provide you with any information that you would like. And
Okay.
we'd like to certainly show you what our contracts look like, if there was any time you would like to see them.
Sure. Great, right. Just in relation to that sort of further information, there's like a provision related to cost increases, and we were sort of wondering, is that a common issue with technology contracts that we're seeing, so that we need to change the language in procurement that I believe there's in the language, it provides a sort of cancellation procedure for cost increases and things like that.
That would be that's a new provision, and we'd have to look at it.
Okay, I just had one more question,
We don't
Madam
have
Chair, so.
We do not have that provision in our contracts.
Okay, there's other people, you can go to them and then.
Okay. Yes, we have Senator Borello.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Hi,
Well,
Senator.
How are you today?
Good, thank you.
Well, you had 2.5 hours of the previous, testimony, so we don't want to feel left out that you weren't going to be here long enough, so I'll ask you one more question.
Okay.
I do actually have a serious question.
Yes.
I heard you mention that part of your projects is going to be dredging 20 navigable waterways. Is that correct?
20 navigable waterways on Lake Ontario, yes.
Lake Ontario.
Yes.
So, the concerns with Lake Ontario, same as Lake Erie where I represent, is access. You have beaches that have virtually disappeared because of the high water levels. So how will the dredging impact that? I guess what I'm asking is dredging is something you typically do when you have low water levels, when you have the inability for, boats to get in and out, so forth. But with the water levels being at 100-year highs, how is this going to be impacted?
So I served on the READY Commission with several of my colleagues, and my area was Oswego and Cayuga counties. We worked with the local governments and the local business people, as well as the local individual homeowners. And this was something that was brought up from the people themselves. They made this a high priority, that the areas along the waterway, along Lake Ontario, needed dredging. They feel that it contributed to much of the flooding. So this was a high priority of theirs, and OGS is stepping in to oversee the project. But it was definitely, it came from the local governments.
And I would agree with those folks as someone who has a lot of experience with flooding.
Senator Helming was
Yeah.
was there a lot.
Yes, so we can certainly agree on that.
Yes.
In the past, the difficulties I've seen have been with coordination between DEC and Army Corps of Engineers, particularly when it comes to, flooding, because they don't agree with us that these areas that need dredging are the cause of flooding. In fact, we had a major flood back in 2009 where I live, and they insisted that, it was, ice jam flooding. And I'm like, well, and this actually happened during August, and I'm not a engineer or a hydrologist, but I'm certain it wasn't caused by ice jam flooding in August. So my concern is, are you going to be able to get the cooperation to actually get this done? Because DEC and Army Corps don't seem to be on the same page.
We're working very closely. My design and construction team is working very closely with DEC and the Army Corps of Engineers. The Army Corps of Engineers was at a meeting with my staff, and we have put this project together in concert with them.
Well, I wish you luck, because it is a
Thank
lot of
you.
bureaucracy.
It's
and
a lot, it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of coordination, but we are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assembly.
We go back to Assemblyman Zabrowski for
Okay.
additional 5 minutes.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Chair.
Thank you, Assemblyman.
One last question,
Yes.
Commissioner. The Buy American Act, so Part EEE would make this permanent. We were just wondering if we could get a sense of how you believe, I think we're a few years into the original authorization, how you believe the program has been going. Do you have an estimate on the number of contracts that have been required?
Okay, so it doesn't affect us because it's for roads and bridges.
Okay.
But I will tell you, Assemblyman, that we have, in fact, used the Buy American process, and many of our projects where we could use it, we have used it. So it is working.
Okay, do you have any idea on how many contracts were required by the enabling authorization? I know that's a specific question, so if you don't have it, we could talk later
I'm
about
going
it.
to tell you that I will get you that information based on my agency alone.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you. That's it for me.
We go to Senator Helming.
Senator, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Commissioner, I was just wondering, first of all, I want to thank you for... Hello?
I can hear you.
Am I good? No? Here, it just lit up. There we go. Commissioner, thank you for being here today. It's always great to see you. You're always filled with such enthusiasm and excitement, and I really appreciate that. And all of your work with the Ready Commission. It's great to see the work actually beginning. So thank you for that. I was just wondering if you could briefly comment on how the Office of General Services engages with our veterans.
So it's the service disabled veteran-owned business, and we have vendors in the IT space. We have the SDVOBs in the IT space, and we also have certified 700 of the vendors since the program has been established in 2014. So we have one of the most robust service-disabled veteran-owned business programs probably in the country. And as I stated, we have one of our major contracts, one of our major vendors in this space just received one of the largest contracts in the history of the program. So we are taking it very seriously, and that's where OGS services veterans. And in addition to, we have memorials on our Empire State Plaza. We have a lot of different, we have the museum and the Judiciary Building, but most importantly, we do the SDVOB program.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You might have noticed we are hoping to improve our microphone and speaker system for next year. So if you have any specialists on staff for that,
do.
You do.
We'll be glad to.
Thank you.
Help you.
Thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Our next victim, I'm sorry. Our next guest, New York State Council on the Arts, Maura Manis, Executive Director.
Good afternoon. Chairs Kruger and Weinstein and members of the committee, thank you for the invitation to address you today. I am Maura Manis, the Executive Director of New York State Council on the Arts, also known as NYSCA. On behalf of our chair, Catherine Nichols, and our council and staff, we deeply appreciate the governor and legislators' continued support and recognition of NYSCA's role in our state's thriving arts sector. According to data released in 2019 by the NEA and the BEA, New York State's arts sector generated $120 billion for the state's economy and employed over 460,000 workers. NYSCA's core focus is grant-making to nonprofit organizations and artists. Our grantees range from small community-based organizations like Pendragon Theater in Saranac Lake to large institutions such as the Glimmerglass Music Festival in Cooperstown. NYSCA's support reaches all 62 counties. For FY 2020, we awarded $41 million to 2,500 organizations. NYSCA has the highest budget of all state arts agencies in the nation, and 98% of our budget comes from New York State. Studies show that arts teach discipline, focus, cooperation, and creativity, traits that a majority of employers cite that they seek when hiring. This year, NYSCA expanded our workforce development support to over $4 million. For the first time, NYSCA also offered our application on a new portal, the NYSCA CFA, to improve the application process and broaden access. I'm pleased to share with you our new cross-sector partnerships that are demonstrating the critical role of the arts in our economy and in the health of people and places. As we all know, the arts fuel tourism. In 2019, there were 150 million on-site visits to NYSCA grantees. For FY 2020, we created a new arts impact category to expand public arts events that draw tens of thousands of visitors. An upcoming example is Albany Symphony Orchestra's Trailblaze Music Festival, which will offer free performances in May and June, connecting the canals and the Empire State Trail. NYSCA is also working with parks to ensure that the arts destinations will be represented on the new Empire State Trail website map. In October, we also, in working with I Love New York, they've become a great partner with us. We also launched a joint arts event platform reaching 300,000 viewers with a single submission. And we are also partnering with Metro North to create seasonal promotional materials for cultural events. We're very excited to be continuing our partnership with the Department of Corrections. NYSCA is currently supporting creative programming in the Hudson and Adirondack Youth Facility and in the Ulster County Senior Living Program. This year, programming will expand to OCSF residential sites. In partnership with NYSOFA, we are just launching a 12-site creative aging initiative pilot in North Country, Capital Region, and Long Island. The goals of creative aging are instructional, and the results are often therapeutic. Researchers have discovered that the aging brain is far more pliable than previously believed, and that structured learning, especially through the arts, can improve cognitive functioning and reduce social isolation. Thank you again for the opportunity to share the impact and reach of the arts in New York State and NYSCA's role in supporting the transformative work of our grantees. 60 years after NYSCA's founding, we know that arts and creativity play a central and catalytic role in every aspect of our lives, making New York State healthier, stronger, and creating a future of opportunity and growth. I now welcome your questions.
Thank you. Senator Anna Kaplan.
Hello, thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony. Can you give us a number, approximate, how many grant applications do you anticipate in receiving in 2020? And furthermore, if you could tell us what percentage of these grant applications will be awarded. And third, if you can give us a little bit of breakdown of the region that would be beneficiaries of this.
Sure. So we average about 3,000 grants a year. We do fund the majority of the grants. That funding ranges by program. So we have 15 programs ranging from museums, art education, theater, dance, et cetera, and as well as we participate in the RDC initiative. So on any given year, the amount that we fund does vary by the program. The next question was...
In terms of the region, would they be based on the regional economic development? Is that how you would narrow them down, or?
So all of our grants are made, we roughly fund about half in New York City and about half across the state.
Thank you.
We also fund Our funding mechanism is distributed this way. We fund directly about 1,100 organizations in the last fiscal year and about 1,300 through re-grant programs. So we have a lot of boots on the ground and local organizations that understand the local ecology even better than we do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Excuse me, I have one question. Can grants be used for things like updating or establishing a website or IT, other kinds of IT purposes?
So our grants are, you can either apply for a general operating support grant or a project grant. And that covers, the general operating support grant covers a wide variety of uses, yes.
So a general operating grant could be used for developing a website and other kinds of IT programs?
Yes, we also have a facilities program, and that does fund specific kinds of equipment that may fall under the IT rubric.
Okay, because the reason I ask is when a number of us met with some of the smaller Brooklyn arts groups, they were saying that this is some of their greatest needs, that they don't have expertise in these areas and they need support for these kind of, just to get to their technology and websites together. So I'm glad to hear that there is availability of funds for those kind of purposes.
There is. Also, we are going to be in Brooklyn next week. We go around the state to talk about our grant opportunities each year. And this year, we actually have all programs on a webinar, as well as our tour around the state. And actually, I'm heading to Rochester tonight. So we'll be Rochester, Troy, and in New York City, we're really looking to reach new grantees, new applicants, and so we're last week we were in Bronx, and next week we'll be in Brooklyn.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Thanks. So, according to your testimony, the arts generates $120 billion for the state's economy and employs almost 500,000 workers. So that's an NEA report that we can get access to?
Yes, that's the Bureau of Economic Analysis. I think it's a collaborative report with the NEA, but yes, we can also, yes, it's publicly
Okay,
available.
if you could just send a copy to each of our offices, because I think that's very important information in the
Sure.
context of the budget and economic development. And then there's also a reference that the governor cut $100,000 out of your budget. That was 2 grants, one to the Museum of the Bronx and one to the Museum of the City of New York. Is that not correct?
That was a direct line. I believe those were, I have to double check, but I believe those were direct line items. I don't think that came out of our budget.
Okay, so they were member ads that went through your budget. Is there any reason to believe those 2 organizations wouldn't have been eligible for this kind of funding?
So it's the Bronx?
The Bronx Museum and the Museum of the City of New York.
Both of those organizations get ongoing funding from NISCA.
So this would have been supplemental money awarded through the legislature
I
that
believe
the
so,
governor cut
yes.
out? Not necessarily that you felt that they didn't meet the qualifications for your funding?
Correct. It's a little hard to hear the.
Sorry,
Yeah, it's okay.
that you didn't believe they don't meet the qualifications for your funding?
No, they absolutely do. And I would imagine that both of those institutions have been getting support, NISCA support, for many years.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your, excuse me, one more assembly.
Assemblyman O'Donnell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm glad you're not testifying at midnight. So, as you know, I have for years advocated dramatic increase in funding for the arts, both through capital programming and through programmatic programming. And it's a shame to me that we've never really recovered from the cut to these programs from the years ago. So can I first ask you to talk about how you have improved the process for applying for that and what the impact of that is?
Sure. That would be our regular grants, correct?
Correct, yes.
A regular application process. So when I came aboard, it was very clear from the field as well as from our staff that the application process was a cumbersome one. It's to be noted that half of our grantees have budgets under $500,000, so they're working with very small staff sizes. I'm very pleased to say that this last year we were able to offer our application on a new application portal called the NISCA CFA. We worked with the CFA team in Albany, and we saw this year, in just 1 year, a reduction of application error by 15%. So we're pleased, and we don't even believe at this point that that the field is completely up to date with the fact that we do have an application portal, but that's something we're underscoring in our webinars as well as our information sessions on the road.
There is significant concern from some of the outside of New York City members that they don't get their fair share of arts funding. Can you explain how you make sure that that happens?
Sure. I do want to also just add one more point. Well, I'll wrap into this. So our largest, as I mentioned, half of our grants are made through our re-grant partners, and the decentralization program is our largest re-grant partner. It's about a $4 million program. It is administered through 27 arts councils and centers around the state. They are really, as I mentioned, our boots on the ground, and they're responsible not just for administering a grant program, which actually has a much shorter application, very short application process, but also ensuring the health of the local organizations. So they work on capacity building, and part of our criteria for selecting them is that they do not only understand the local economy, ecologies, but that they do have the ability to support the local and much smaller organizations.
I'm going to try again this year to increase your funding significantly. I'm fighting really hard. 1 year we put capital money into the budget, and the governor kind of stole it and sent it to EDC. And when EDC got it, it created a set of hurdles and rules about how much money you had to have and how much money you had to apply for. And most specifically, the EDC applications required that there be 50% matching. So can you just describe the money that we give to you for capital, what the thresholds or what the requirements are for entities to get that money?
Sure. And Assemblyman O'Donnell, do you want me to talk about both the 2018 as well as 2019 allocations for capital?
Okay.
Okay. So I think the question you're asking is about the match. So we did receive in 2018 and 19 about $30 million of capital between those 2 years. The first one was through RDC, and the second one was split between NISCA and REDC. What we found in both of those through both of those years was that while we required a match for the majority of those grants, that didn't prove to be a hurdle, especially for smaller organizations. And I can get back to you with the numbers, but we funded, I know that for the mid-size opportunity in 2019 rather, I believe that we funded at least 2,300 organizations that had budgets under $1 million. The majority of the capital went to organizations with budgets under $5 million. But I can get you any more detail if you require.
No, I had that detail. I actually knew the answer to the question before I asked it. I just wanted to get the answer on the record. I want to praise you for your fine work, and hopefully we can convince the second floor to increase your budget to do even better work than you already do, which will be kind of hard without money. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me today.
I'm going to just jump to Senator Funke. Senator Funke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for all your good work. I wanted to bounce off of something that Assemblyman O'Donnell was talking about. As you said, arts fuel tourism, and the economy in the state of New York it is what it is. New York City is doing a heck of a lot better than upstate New York. So tourism is particularly important to us. And you said half of the funding that you get, which is how much?
$41 million.
Half of that goes to New York City, and the rest is spread around the state.
Yeah, it varies by year.
What's that?
It varies by year, but within those
Varies by year.
but within those parameters, yes.
Can you tell me how Rochester fared in that, Rochester area?
I can get you those numbers. I don't have them at my fingertips.
Okay. It's critically important to upstate New York, and matching grants in particular are critically important, which the Assemblyman alluded to. So the more we can do to increase funding for you, the better off we are all going to be in that regard, because Rochester is a culturally rich area, as you well know. So thanks very much for your hard work, but I'd like to know how Rochester fares.
Yeah,
if
sure.
you can get me those
I
figures.
will add right now that I think you're aware the George Eastman Museum got significant funding from the state, and it's undergoing what I think will be a transformative renovation. The collection, both the photography and the film, is globally recognized, and the visitor experience is less than that. And this renovation focuses completely on the visitor experience. And so I think it's going to be a very exciting time, and that's going to reopen this summer. So, and I think it's going to be a great boon for Rochester.
Thank you.
Just one additional question. I know Assemblyman O'Donnell was talking about trying to increase funding to where it's getting close to where it's been in the past. Do you offhand know what the highest level of funding we had compared to what the current year's budget proposes?
I don't have those numbers at my fingertips. I know that for the last few years, we've had a steady state budget.
Okay. And if you had additional funds, do you get more grant applications than funding that you have available for those, of grant applications for groups that would otherwise be qualified under the criteria, but you don't get a grant but for the fact that there is not sufficient funding?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Do you get more applications for funding for either operating or capital than you have resources to be able to fund those grants? Do you have to say no to people who are to organizations that were otherwise that are eligible for funds?
I think it's for the most part we are able to fund most qualified applications. So that's a good thing. We do a lot with what we have. I think the question would be whether we could give more to the qualified applicants.
Thank you. Senator.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right. We are now completing the government representatives. Bless you. We will be moving to a panel, New York Association for the Education of Children and Hand in Hand, the Domestic Employers Network. And non-government at this point is 5 minutes each person or group. So if you have 2 people from a group, you're still splitting 5 minutes. And we always highlight that because we sit here and watch somebody take 4.5 minutes and leave their neighbor and friend with 30 seconds. And we always feel bad for the second person. Hi, and you are?
I'm Ilana Berger with Hand in Hand.
Great.
And I'm alone, so I don't get to steal my coworkers' time.
Well, they didn't show, so
Although
too
I'm
bad
sorry
on them.
she's not here.
And just double checking, the New York Association for the Education of Young Children is not here? Okay, so hello, you get the whole 5 minutes for yourself.
All right, hi. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name's Ilana Berger. I'm the New York Director of Hand in Hand. The
Can you
domestic
speak into the mic a little more?
Yeah. Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, great. Ilana Berger, New York Director of Hand in Hand, the Domestic Employers Network. We're a sister organization to the National Domestic Workers Alliance. We work with people who employ nannies, house cleaners, and home care workers. Here in New York specifically, we're working with seniors and people with disabilities across the state who employ home care workers, working for rights for employers and workers. And we are a co-convener of the New York Caring Majority, which is a campaign made up of all of the statewide organizations representing seniors, people with disabilities, family caregivers, and direct care workers. working for affordability for long-term care services and supports, and dealing with the home care workforce crisis shortage. So I'm going to start by just talking about some demographics. There's a lot of numbers in the testimony that I submitted, so I'm going to try to stick to the sexiest, most exciting numbers for you in my testimony. Essentially just to say that, as most of you probably know, we are in a huge aging boom in our state. Many people call it the silver tsunami. Our population is aging rapidly and people are living longer. So according to the Cornell Program on Applied Demographics, between 2015 and 2040, our overall state population will grow about 1.3%, but the number of adults who are 65 and over will increase by 50%, and the number of adults over 85 will double. At the same time, the number of working age adults for every adult over 85 will drop from 28 to 14. So it's a lot less people to care for our aging loved ones. So people are also living longer, and they most choose to live and age in dignity in their own homes and communities. It's a great opportunity for us to live in vibrant intergenerational communities. It's also cheaper than institutionalization. While we think we might be able to age gracefully and independently, the reality is 70% of people over 65 will need home care at some point in their lives. Despite, though, the growing need for home care, there's already a workforce shortage in the state, particularly in upstate parts of New York. So according to PHI, between 2016 and 2026, if you count demographics and the high turnover in home care, we're going to have 750,000 job openings in home care in New York State, 750,000. Despite the importance of this work, average median wages for home care workers in New York is $19,000 a year. And if you combine that with no benefits, real challenges with transportation, particularly upstate, uneven and erratic scheduling, and a lack of benefits, it is very hard to recruit the workers we need to fill this workforce. Despite this, and because of this, home care and consumer-directed personal assistance are driving local economies across New York and creating jobs in every corner of the state. You want to talk about economic development and jobs, look at home care. Employment in the healthcare sector is expected to grow faster than employment in any other sector in New York between 2016 and 2026, with home health care being the highest level of job growth. Even the governor, who is going after consumer-directed personal assistance and Medicaid-funded home care, had to admit in his budget address, when he quoted a Daily News editorial, that the Medicaid-funded personal care industry added 36,000 new jobs in the first 9 months of 2019, making up 75% of citywide private sector job growth over this period. So he used it to denigrate the sector, but I just want to say I urge you to see the growth in home care sector as a positive development for our state, has the potential to lift community members out of poverty while creating a care infrastructure that allows all New Yorkers to stay in the state for the duration of their lives. And hand in hand, and we believe if we're talking about economic development and the model here about investing in private companies to create new jobs, let's actually look at investing in making the jobs that are growing the fastest in this state quality jobs. One, we believe that's actually going to save the state money by better health outcomes and low-wage workers having more money to spend in their local economies. Two, it's a huge contributor to racial equity. The home care workforce is majority women of color, and if we can lift the wages up and the floor for women of color workers in the state, we are benefiting all of our communities. And third, I just want to say New York is the only state in the country to be given an age-friendly designation by the World Health Organization, AARP. If we really want to live up to that and invest in a robust care infrastructure, we're going to be creating a competitive advantage where young families can come to the state to work knowing they will not have to interrupt their careers to care for aging parents. So we have 3 recommendations in this year's budget. One is to put aside $15 million, $5 million a year for 3 years for the Home Care Jobs and Innovation Fund that will allow us to invest in pilot projects around the state to create innovative solutions to the workforce shortage. We also ask for RADC money to be set aside specifically for home care investments, and that the Workforce Development Initiative set aside $50 million of its $175 million to invest in the home care workforce. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you. Any senators' questions? I just want to thank you for your testimony. I think you bring up an important point that the service jobs for healthcare and home care and other categories are real jobs with real economics behind them. And I don't think we talk about those kinds of jobs as economic development activity. So appreciate your testimony.
Thank you. And I'll just say they do create a better economic climate, care jobs, both childcare and home care. If we're able to create a place where people can stay in the state for the duration of their lives, it's contributing to our economy. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The next, New York State Economic Development Council, Ryan Silva, Executive Director.
Thank you.
Oh. Sorry. They can't hear. Yes, I know the protesters are outside, but they really still want to be at the next hearing, so they might want to get lunch.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak today. I will make sure that I keep my time within the 5-minute time frame.
We have a panel, though, right, with,
No, that's afterwards.
I think Brian Sampson?
Oh, I'm so sorry. We did combine someone with you at your
Brian
agreement.
Sampson?
All right.
Brian Sampson, Associated Builders and Contractors.
Brian did tell me I could still have my 5 minutes, though. No, I'm just,
No, you
Of
each
course.
get your 5 minutes.
I appreciate it. Thank you,
Okay.
Senator.
And I'm sorry, I forgot that we
Yeah,
had
no problem.
circled and arrowed. Okay.
I may begin?
Yes, try
Thank
again.
you so much, Senator. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here on behalf of the New York State Economic Development Council. We're a private membership organization representing 1,000 organizations across New York State. We focus on advocacy, education, and policy development. Many of the things that we prioritize have already been really discussed here today, so I won't dive into a lot of the specific details that have already been talked about. However, we do remain concerned about upstate lagging behind downstate when it comes to job growth as well as population increases and declines. It is exciting to see cities like Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, Utica seeing investment in downtown, starting to see millennials move back into those communities. We want to see that continue, but we do remain very concerned that other parts of upstate are seeing rapid decline in population, which only further erodes our tax base and our influence in Washington, D.C. Much of that is exacerbated really by the fact that New York State gets back less than any other state does from the federal tax dollars we send there. According to a Rockefeller Institute for Government study in the OSC, $116 billion was sent to the federal government over the last 4 years that New York State taxpayers did not get back. In essence, this means that New York State subsidizes other states that in turn boast better economic and business climates than we have because they can keep their tax bases low. In turn, we're also now relying on higher state and local taxes to offset that deficit and make sure that we're keeping the commitments we at the local and state level have made. The long term of this trend is just going to be disastrous and catastrophic for the state's economy, and we need to be mindful of any additional burden, both regulatory and financial, that is placed on our economy. Therefore, we do continue to remain opposed to any expansion of prevailing wage mandates to privately funded and supported projects in New York State. We will be sharing more detailed information. We're in the process of conducting a study to just show the economic impacts that exist by expanding this mandate. However, we've seen what happens when this is applied at the local level with projects just ceasing to happen. It happened in the city of Yonkers and it happened in Ulster County when prevailing wage mandates were applied to those communities. However, we also do believe that economic development means more than just how many jobs you create per tax dollar spent, and it's more than just tax revenue. It's growing in a successful economy, and it means investing in people, it means investing in placemaking, and it means investing in progress. We have a relatively low unemployment rate, but we need to invest in communities to help improve quality of life. This requires public, private, academic, and nonprofit organizations working and investing together. Investing in training our workforce is essential for the jobs of tomorrow. I know there's going to be a whole panel discussion on that. We at the EDC firmly believe that the state should continue to invest in workforce, invest in skills, and invest in training. And in fact, many of our members would like to help be a part of that. Investing in infrastructure and transportation is also vital to building and sustaining livable communities. In the absence of a long-awaited federal infrastructure bill, we need to lead by investing in water, sewers, roads, bridges, high-speed fiber, and rail,
So with that, these are some of the things included in the governor's budget proposal that we would continue to support. Funding of the REDCs, the Downtown Revitalization Initiative, the $3 billion Restore Mother Nature Bond Act, $100 million in green bank financing. We do like the Upstate Economic Development and Revitalization Competition for the airports, and also the expansion of the $175 million Workforce Initiative. We also do support the governor's small business tax cut, and we would encourage the legislature to look at ways to expand on it and support it. Additionally, there are several policy proposals that we believe are important to success across the state. And those include a statutory change allowing IDA funds to be invested in local economies like workforce training, land banks, and small businesses, a shovel-ready funding to create shovel-ready sites to attract large-scale economic development. We support a video game tax credit, which is a growing industry here in New York. We support continued funding for the Centers for Advanced Technology and the Centers of Excellence. We support the Restore New York program, which is a very popular program for a number of years. And one other area we really see an opportunity is investing in cybersecurity and homeland security technologies, which would include a state-sponsored technology testbed and a virtual apprenticeship program. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide some testimony and would welcome your questions.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My name is Brian Sampson. I'm president of Associated Builders and Contractors of New York State. We represent over 400 construction companies from Buffalo out to the eastern tip of Long Island. Our primary objective is to help those
Closer.
I can. Is that better? Yep. Okay. So our primary objective is to help our members compete and win work in the state of New York. And they wish to do that on the merit of the bid, not based on any undue influence or, if you will, a finger on the scale one way or the other. We're here to testify because we have some significant concerns about the expansion of prevailing wage to private work. It was an issue that's been debated hotly over the last few years, last year in particular. And as it relates to prevailing wage, one of the concerns that we have right now is the state of New York does not enforce its own prevailing wage laws as they exist on the books right now. New York State says in order to negotiate prevailing wage, you have to represent 30% of the workforce. But by all measurable standards, organized labor does not represent 30% of the construction industry overall. They do represent in certain trades in certain regions. They do have that 30% and are entitled to negotiate that prevailing wage, but by the vast majority of the state of New York, they do not. So before we expand prevailing wage, I think one thing we would like the state to do is actually enforce the law that's already on the books and how it calculates and determines what prevailing wage is. We also are a big fan of the 421A program in New York City. We believe it has done a great deal of good for the boroughs in helping development and in helping affordable housing there. That is a local decision that's based on local leadership. The same programs exist throughout the state. They're not 421A, but they are pilot programs, payment in lieu of taxes. They are local decisions that are to be determined by people that represent the local community. So our question is, if 421A is going to be excluded from the expansion of prevailing wage to private work, why would you also not include pilot programs as well? They do the same thing. They allow for local decision-making. If New York City will be allowed and should be allowed to determine its economic future, so too should upstate and Long Island. The other thing, a couple other things that we would like to talk about is, expanding prevailing wage to private work. I think there's a misunderstanding of the collateral damage that may exist. When you look at the construction workforce project, they take turnstile data from large construction projects down in New York City. And what it shows that more than 90% of the people that are working on those private jobs in New York City, and 80% of the private work in New York City right now is being done in an open shop environment. 90% of that workforce is minority, and over 95% of it comes from the 5 boroughs. That's the people that will be impacted under this. They'll be the collateral damage that exists in this program should this go. The other part of it is the contractors that choose to do that work. They are some of the fastest growing and safest contractors in the state of New York.
We do a survey of our members, and we collect their OSHA information and their OSHA data, and what it shows is, as it relates to total reportable incident rates, they are 460% safer than the construction industry at large, and as it relates to days away from work, they are over 500% safer. So the very people that are employing the vast majority of the minority workers in the state of New York are the safest contractors, and expanding prevailing wage to that private work will impact them in their workforce. Our final point is this. The governor's proposal asks to create a wage subsidy board. There's nothing that could be a worse idea as it relates to the construction industry. Construction, much like every other industry in the state of New York, wants predictability. It wants the elected body, you, to be the determining factor of what is considered construction work and what those thresholds should be. It should not be an independent, unelected 11-person panel that's going to determine which projects get captured, which projects don't, what those thresholds will be in the future, what they may not be. We would like the legislative body to continue to be the elected body that makes those decisions. And with that, we are concerned about that expansion of prevailing wage. We're opposed to it and would welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. Senator Kaplan?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Any
Senator.
other senators before? Oh, hi, Senator Moore. Sorry, and then Assembly, and then I'll come back to the Senate.
My turn? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you both for being here.
Thank you, Senator.
I do have a question, and again, I'm privileged to serve on the Western New York REDC board and as county executive, and I continue now as a senator. And I do believe that the work that is done is valuable. My concern is, though, with the prevailing wage. I go back to a study that I read by the Center for Governmental Research that said that the prevailing wage can add 20% or more to the cost of a project. So if you're talking about this 30% threshold, that's already tenuous to begin with, that essentially we're giving the state incentives almost entirely to cover the cost of prevailing wage that it adds to a project. That's number one. But more importantly is that you have this subsidy board. An earlier question was asked of the 11 members that are all appointed by the governor, who was on the board, and only 7 of the 11 could actually be identified. But more importantly, that board could change that 30% threshold, which I think is troublesome, because that's going to create an issue where now we're going to jeopardize projects based on the fact that this board, unelected, and in some cases unknown members, are going to decide whether or not these projects are going to qualify for these subsidies that are critical to overcoming and leveling the playing field when it comes to economic development in New York State. So my question is, how do you control that and not basically throw the baby out with the bathwater?
So it's a great question, Senator. We appreciate it. The board as constructed in the governor's bill, we don't think should exist. It's not right. We need predictability. Banks need it, insurance agents need it, bonding agents need it, contractors need it, employees need it. They need that predictability. If you don't have that, what you will do is you will suppress economic development in the state of New York because of unpredictability. If something is going to get done, and if there's a group that's going to determine it, it should be an independent body, much like the legislature, that makes those determinations. Without predictability, you're not going to see economic development in upstate New York and Long Island.
Yeah, and I agree. As a business owner myself, we're willing to take risk, but we're not willing to take unpredictable risk.
Correct.
And that's what happens in New York State with this situation, correct?
Absolutely correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just add that the 20% number from the CGR study was based on Western New York. When you actually take a broader step back, it varies from region to region. I mean, we've talked about how there's 10 different regional economies for the last decade. New York City's different than Long Island, different than the North Country, different than Western New York. Other parts of the state, that cost increase is upwards of 40%. So increasing cost by 40% will more than likely cause a lot of projects just not to happen.
So 20% is low.
For some regions. I believe you were correct that in Western New York, it was
Western New York,
20% based
Yeah,
on that
yeah.
study.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for that. The challenges continue with trying to level the playing field in New York State. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly? Anyone? Assemblywoman Hinman.
Heineman, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Mr. Sampson, thank you. You said two things. You said that Your membership, how many members do you have in your?
We represent over 400 members across the
400
state.
members, and you said most of your members have employees that come from the 5 boroughs. Do you have numbers that show that?
So there's graphs in our testimony from the Construction Workforce Project that demonstrates and shows the demographics of the people on those work sites.
So this is all, your members represent non-union labor?
So predominantly non-union labor, yes.
Okay, all right. And you don't know how long they remain on these job sites? Like this number is from how many years?
So this is a current snapshot of about 134 projects.
134 projects going on right now in New York City.
Correct.
Your members employ thousands of MWBEs, you said? Work
So-
companies?
So if you look at those graphs, what they'll show is that over 90% of the workforce is either a Black or Hispanic on those 134 projects.
So you break this down by women, and then you break it down also by Black or Latino and Asian?
Yes, the turnstiles that they utilize. So when you go onto the construction site, you have to use your finger to get onto the construction site, and it tracks that information.
Oh, you do? Okay. All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Senator Diane Savino.
Thank you, Senator Krueger. So I'm going to follow up on my colleague in the Assembly's question line. So let's go back. The prevailing wage law, as you know, dates back to 1934. It was adopted at one of the rare constitutional conventions that we've ever had in this state, and in fact, it was overwhelmingly voted on by the people because there was a belief that government money going to private employers should have some requirements on it, one of them being the prevailing wage, so that we are not driving down people into poverty. But you made a couple of points. You said that your members are largely minority contractors who represent minority construction workers. You insinuating that the union contractors and/or those who are under the prevailing wage somehow don't have any minority workers. I would suggest that you take a look at today's building trades. They are overwhelmingly minority. Now, they reflect in many respects, the immigrant workforce. But even if I accepted your assertion that, in fact, they are minority contractors with minority workers, are you suggesting that minority workers and these minority contractors should earn less than their white counterparts in the unionized trades? Because that's
Absolutely
what you
not.
would be doing by rejecting the
And
prevailing wage.
let me clarify. Our 400 contractors, what we're talking about is when we look at their workforce and that turnstile data, that's what the data tells us, that they are employing more than 90% of the workforce is Black and Hispanic in New York City.
And they should earn more money.
And I don't think anybody is disagreeing with that. The question that has to be answered is, what will the impact of expanding prevailing wage have on private work? We believe, based on examples in Yonkers and Ulster and other parts of the country, when you expand prevailing wage to private work, you stifle that opportunity to create that growth. If you're going to ask me to pay 20 to 30 to 40% more, right, to get my incentive, I'm simply not going to do it. Again,
With all due respect, Mr. Sampson, you don't have to apply for the incentives. If it's so burdensome or the cost is too high, which is going to eat into your profit, and I get that, I understand that. Nobody wants to pay for things that they don't have to pay. But it's public money. We're not talking about in everything. You have the right to decide whether or not you want to negotiate with, the
Correct.
building trades or not. That's perfectly within your rights. But if you're going to use our money, there's a public interest in an interest on this part of the state to see to it that money does not go into salaries that are below the prevailing rate. It's very simple. So we're saying if it's burdensome, don't apply for the incentives. But if you're going to apply for the incentives, you should be held to the same standard that the voters in 1934 said overwhelmingly when they adopted the prevailing wage law.
and we wouldn't disagree with you. What we would say, though, is we have to put so many incentives on the market to incentivize job growth and job retention because New York State is incredibly expensive. I think the other thing we would say is if prevailing wage was adopted, and it was, and through a convention, then let's have the state actually follow the law that it adopted and say, if you represent 30% of the market, you can negotiate the prevailing wage, but if you
Fair.
don't, you shouldn't.
That's fair. Obviously, the prevailing wage law has been watered down over the years through a series of regulations and judicial decisions, and that's what the definition of prevailing rate is trying to correct. so that we can go back to the restoration of what the original intent of the law was. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Other than that, fine testimony, I loved it all.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think there were not other assembly, but Senator Helming.
Thank you, Senator Krueger. Stop the clock.
Okay.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
All right.
Okay.
Brian, thank you both for being here and for your testimony today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Brian, you touched on how there are so many pieces of everything from infrastructure needs to workforce development that impact economic development on our state. So I was glad to hear your comments. I think they mimicked what I opened up with earlier this morning. But Brian, I wanted to touch a little bit about, are you aware of the governor's proposed cuts to the BOCES reimbursements? For me, BOCES programs do a wonderful job. They construct, if you will, this pipeline of workforce-ready folks in the construction trades, in all of our trades areas. So the governor has proposed a cut of just over $1 billion. Do you have any thoughts on this?
So we're very supportive of the BOCES program. We deliver a curriculum here, an NCCER curriculum, state ed, DOL, DOB approved. And we probably administer for about 40 BOCES across the state. So any cut to the BOCES is going to have a dramatic impact on the construction industry. I think by and large, both union and non-union contractors are getting a good majority of their employees out of the BOCES.
Thank you.
I would just add that, based on my own personal experience working with the Capital Region BOCES and the Questar BOCES here, they do phenomenal work. We should be supporting our BOCES programs as much as humanly possible. In fact, a partnership over 15 years ago between those two led to the Tech Valley High School, which was created in the Capital Region, which was one of the first skills-based learning institutions that really is working on those next generation of skills. It's really a tremendous model that we think could be replicated, and variations of it are being replicated in Monroe County, down in New York City with Perscolis, and out in the Buffalo area with Northland. So we think anytime that you're investing in trades and skills is a good thing and should continue.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. That's all the questions we have. So the next panel is
Thank you
the
very
Business
much.
Council of New York State, Ken Pokowski, and the Business Council of Westchester, John Ravitz.
Thank you. I was jumping right for a moment. I didn't know would it help you. Move the area along.
And as they come to the table, the next few witnesses after this will be the New York Association of Training and Employment Professionals, followed by New York Cannabis Growers and Processors Association. But feel free to begin, gentlemen.
Thank you. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. And just to be clear, do we get 2.5 minutes each or 5 minutes? Okay, great. So I'll try not to talk too fast. Senator Krueger, Assemblywoman Weinstein, members of the state legislature, thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. My name is John Ravitz. I'm the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer for the Business Council of Westchester. We're the county's only business membership organization focusing on economic development and advocacy. On behalf of the business community, we have over 1,000 members ranging from the multi-international companies that call Westchester home to all the hospitals and universities, the biotech pioneers that are leading the charge around the world in their field, to professional service firms, mid-sized and small businesses, and we have 138 non-for-profits as members. And our role for non-for-profits is to remind folks that non-for-profits are economic engines. They create jobs, they bring in revenue, as well as delivering the essential services. I want to touch on 2 points. One you've already heard about today, but since I'm here in front of you, one of our main goals in our legislative agenda that we put out each year, and each of you will be getting a copy of that next week, is the issue of accelerating the full gaming license for Empire City Casino in Yonkers, New York. Empire City Casino is a proven winner. It already employs 1,200 folks on a daily basis. It continues to bring in money for the city of Yonkers, the county, as well as the state in terms of education dollars. The potential that we see at Yonkers, Empire City, with a full gaming license is going to be an incubator for workforce development for decades and decades to come. The new jobs that would be created, the new opportunities that would be created in different areas, not just gaming, but in hospitality and in security and in IT, is mind-boggling. So as you continue to negotiate the budget, we hope that you will look at that as well as something that is really imperative that gets done this year and will bring in revenue to New York State, in which we know we all need. Prevailing wage. We have been engaged in this issue for many years. We have raised our concerns. You'll see it in my testimony. There are just a few things I would like to put on the table today. We're representing a coalition of developers in Westchester County that really have brought a renaissance to some of our urban areas. The exciting projects that are now happening in Mount Vernon, in New Rochelle, in Yonkers, in Peekskill, those are all projects that, again, are going to have positive ramifications for decades and decades. It's going to bring in new revenue. It's going to create new jobs. It's going to bring in a sense of real community economic development that we haven't seen before. And so we're asking you to be very, very conscious of some of the concerns that you've heard today, and we'll hear later on, about what the negative impact could be for prevailing wage. We can't afford to turn down developers who want to invest in these communities by telling them that their jobs and their projects could be a 30 to 50% increase in cost. It just won't work. It's just not realistic. They will not do what we want them to do. And then who suffers at the end? The construction jobs that could be created, the other related businesses in those communities that would definitely benefit from these new developments, and the county and the state as a whole. 3 points I'll raise and then I'll end. Our developers have a very good working relationship with our local unions. They meet with them on a regular basis. They've made it a priority to have a strong line of communications and offer for them to bid on those projects that are happening in Westchester County. And secondly, they have come up with some ideas that hopefully can be continued to discuss, like a training program that would be sustained through the local IDAs, so that future trade folks getting into those trades would have all the updated skills and training that they need to be able to participate in the many projects that are happening. Second, it's already been raised today, there was a model that we can look at about how this cannot work and sometimes can't work, and that happened in the city of Yonkers when the city imposed in their IDA a prevailing wage. There were no projects that went through the IDA during that course of action. And finally, we are developing a white paper, an independent assessment, working with some of our partners around the state, that hopefully will give some clear indicators of what prevailing wage and the impact it will have in communities throughout the state. We're not just going to be focusing on Westchester County in this paper. We're working with our upstate partners and our downstate partners so that you in the legislature over the next few weeks will be able to see some hard numbers. And numbers don't lie in this area. And so, again, we will make sure that you have this in time as you're deliberating this for the next couple of weeks as you move forward on this. So, again, enhancing a full gaming licenses for Empire City in Yonkers, giving the ability for this organization to grow and create jobs and bring in revenue for the education system as well as for the rest of the county and the state, and being concerned about the impact that prevailing wage would have. Thank you.
Thank you. Again.
Great. Well, good afternoon. My name is Ken Pekalski. I'm Vice President of the Business Council of New York State. We're a statewide employer association representing about 2,400 private sector employers across the state in all sectors. We're very diverse, and by our last count, our members employ somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 million New Yorkers. So we have a lot of issues of interest to us in the budget. This being the economic development hearing, one of the things that we'd like to do today is focus not just or not exclusively on economic development programs, but on economic climate and how the many issues in the budget affects that climate negatively. In our testimony, we provide some data that illustrates what's been alluded to several times today. New York State overall, compared to the nation, is doing very well, growing out of the 2008 recession. But New York State is made up of different regional economies. New York City has grown private sector jobs about 24% compared to pre-recession levels, Upstate overall is about 3%. And there's pockets of upstate New York. Labor regions upstate New York have fewer jobs today than in 2008. I do a lot of traveling. We have chamber members and business members across New York. I was just in Buffalo, in Utica. I'm down in Livingston County tomorrow. And what I hear from members is, one, while they're fairly optimistic about the state of the overall U.S. economy, they're increasingly less optimistic about the economic conditions of New York State and their region, and also their future prospects. And more often than not, they're talking about what I'll call state-imposed headwinds, requirements, mandates, that regardless of the good intentions of the sponsors, add to the cost of doing business, making it difficult or more challenging to maintain a workforce and a business in New York State. So those are the types of factors we think these committees, and we talked to Empire State Development about this all as well, that when we talk about economic development, it's not just programs, it's the overall business climate. You've heard about prevailing wage from a number of commentators already today, so I'll skip that. It's obviously a major concern to us. But it's not just an economic development concern. We think the way that prevailing wages are calculated and applied in a state should be of broad interest, because these apply to all public works projects in a state that's really desperate for increased spending on public infrastructure. This is a major factor in our ability to meet broad-based public needs. Some other things in the budget, though, that apply to economic climate in the state: paid mandatory sick leave, unpaid for the smallest of businesses, and paid for larger. You heard earlier in earlier questioning about the concern that small businesses get bypassed by state economic development incentive programs. But this is the type of thing that every employer in the state is going to have to deal with. And I think if you look at small businesses in your community, between changes over the last several years on paid family leave and harassment, whose requirements changed before even the first year's implementation was done, potential for new and perhaps complex administrative requirements of paid sick leave. If the small businesses in your community are even aware of some of these changes, I know a lot of them aren't, they're really frustrated in trying to keep up. They typically don't have a full-time HR function on staff. So, and we don't concede that the state will adopt mandatory sick leave, but if there is a consideration, our advice is make it very direct in scope, simple in administration. I think this could be done in one paragraph compared to about a 20-page worth of regulatory guidance issued under the New York City law. One other thing I want to talk about, again, broad-based business climate impacts. We applaud the inclusion of a small business tax reform package in the governor's executive budget. As drafted, it's fairly limited on the personal income tax side, which most small businesses pay. Their pass-through entities are not incorporated. It's limited to sole proprietors only. And the proportional change, a proportional reduction on the PIT side for small businesses is actually about a third of what's in this budget bill if you were a small business C Corp. We think that should be looked at. In fact, in the fiscal 2017 executive budget, the executive budget proposed, and actually both the Senate and the Assembly one-house budget resolutions that passed each house had a version of that 2017 far broader small business tax cut in it. We think that'd be a good guide to a broader, more useful tax reform for small business. Beyond that, there's any number of issues in the budget that impacts the state business climate. To the good, there's increased funding for early college high schools. To the bad, significant increases in regulatory authority by DFS and the Public Service Commission. And one of the biggest issues out there, the potential for significant increased assessments on private sector businesses who offer group health plans to their employers. So again, broad-based business climate's a real concern to us. We appreciate any questions or comments you have on our testimony. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi. We've been joined by Senator Shelley Mayer. It's her first time today. Senator Hoylman, it might be his first time today.
No.
No, never mind, he came back. And Senator Hoylman will be first to ask questions.
Thank you. It's just a question for Mr. Peklowski from from the Business Council. Wanted just to, your testimony, you oppose, well, it's hard to see what you don't oppose, but you do oppose expanded DFS authority, the freshwater wetlands program as it's currently written, the pink tax that would prohibit differential sale prices for consumer products for women, the ban on polystyrene containers and packaging, sexual harassment reporting by state contractors, the governor's legislative language on making certain that the internet is free to and fair to users, contributions by foreign-controlled corporations, and any restrictions on robocalls. What do you support?
Oh, well, first of all, we think we have a pretty effective wetlands program today. And those are the headlines, if you will. If you look at the substance of our testimony, we say we understand and we've supported amendments and improvements to state's wetlands program. One of the key features, though, in the issue of certainty to both the regulated community, the public, and actually public employees who are implementing state laws. What the language in the executive budget does, right, today we map wetlands in the state for a purpose. It demonstrates, it determines what are regulated wetlands, and
How is the protection?
Above and beyond that.
How is the protection of wetlands a general business concern?
Oh, it comes up in development projects all the time, and it can be a major impediment or delay to investment projects. But the point is, we have a program, both DEC and the Corps of Engineers regulates wetlands. We have a robust program. But the way it's written today, you have certainty. When you're going to look at a parcel for development, you know what's regulated, you know what's not. And under existing regulations in New York State, DEC can come out and say, because of these special factors in your site, we're going to expand beyond what the current maps are. Under this bill, the maps are informational only. They have no force and effect of law. So I'm going to work on a project. I have no idea from the onset what's developable and what's not, what I have to do setbacks from. And I don't know what the compelling argument is to dispense with a program that we think has worked well for 30 years. So I urge you, and I'd be happy to stop in, for each of the items you cited there, we'll talk about the details. On the DFS regulatory authority provision, for some unknown reason, DFS, or the budget language, is proposing to strike language that says DFS cannot regulate financial institutions whose exclusive regulation is under federal law. I don't know that it's implementable, but we don't even understand what the purpose of language like that is. We understand and support the overall purpose of expanding DFS authority to what are now unregulated entities and unregulated types of transactions like payday loans. But some of the language in there goes way beyond what we understand DFS's intent to be. So each of these, we have, I think, a very detailed, specific set of concerns about how, again, intent may be good, but the way it's being presented here and implemented, we have real concerns about.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Assembly.
Assemblyman Ra.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I just wanted to go back into where you concluded your remarks, the small business tax reform, and if you have any numbers on, the percentage of that sector that is impacted by this proposal as opposed to the standalone piece of legislation that you mentioned or previous executive budget proposals to help with small business.
Yeah, I don't have it with me, and we're working on that. One thing we know is the vast majority of small businesses in the state are not C corporations. So most of them pay their tax on their business profits under the personal income tax. So that, 95%, 90% of small businesses, a small fraction would benefit under the bill as drafted, because it only applies to sole proprietors. So partnerships, LLCs, sub-S's would not be subject. But it's hard to get the data on the structure of taxpayers, because the department doesn't report it that way. That's something we're working on to illustrate the scope.
Okay, and
Or
then,
limited scope, I should say.
then the other piece, obviously, we all know with regard to our business climate, certainly it's cost and taxes, but in many ways, it's also time and regulations. So any thoughts in that regard as to whether there's anything in this budget or what we should be doing going forward to reduce some of those regulations that take up time and resources from businesses?
They're not in the budget, but there's other legislative proposals pending. Like last year, there was a bill, we think it was a little narrower than it could have been, to say if you're a small business faced with a first-time regulatory obligation, you make a minor non-public health mistake in compliance, you have a cure period before civil penalties are imposed. Legislation was passed that says agencies, when adopting regulations with a significant impact or broad impact on small business, should issue small business-oriented compliance guidance, and we support that. Some other legislation pending before both houses that speak to agencies taking a little closer look when they're doing regulations as to what the impact is on small business and how maybe alternative compliance measures might be available to them, just to companies that would have less wherewithal. So we do think there's ways, short of going back and repealing or modifying underlying regulations, to make the process work a little bit better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, Senator Shelley Mayer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Nice to see you. John, nice to see you. I was pleased to see, and I know it's true, the Business Council of Westchester strongly supports expansion of full gaming downstate as soon as possible, like ideally this year. Is that correct? And I think you have done an analysis of the economic benefit to the region. If not yourself, maybe MGM has. But I think it's pretty clear, and I look forward to any documentation you have that helps us in our argument that the sooner these two licenses are given out, the better it will be for Westchester and the downstate suburbs.
100%, Senator Meyer. It's really, again, the numbers don't lie, and the potential is one that I think all of us should be very excited about. But let me take another tact in this too, because I think it should all give you hopefully some more confidence in looking to enhance this full gaming license for Empire City, which is now being owned by MGM Grand International. They have made a commitment to the community. They've made a commitment to the community to not just come in and say, this is what we're building. They're going block by block, sitting down with residents and businesses to say, talk to us what you would like to see. Right. Talk to us about what your concerns are if we were to expand, if we were to create a hotel or a convention-type center. How could we work with you to actually participate in that and be able to use these new facilities for your local communities? That's the right way to do it.
No, I agree.
So I think, again, as you're deliberating this accelerating of the full gaming licenses, the confidence you should have in a corporation that gets it and understands what it means to be a good corporate partner in the community is one that we should all celebrate.
No, I agree. It's a very effective model. Other players should adopt it. We've had our disagreements on prevailing wage. I understood you said you're producing a report with documentation, which I think you will agree last year. In fact, the side that opposed prevailing wage was unable or unwilling or did not produce a document that showed and demonstrated their argument that this somehow would curb economic development in the suburbs. When do you think that will be available, and who is participating in that?
We have the Weitzman real estate consulting firm that does these type of papers are doing the work for us. We have business organizations from around the state who are participating and sharing data, because one of the things, and you've been a champion of this and really pressing us, is to give you real numbers, to give you real data on what the economic impact will be, not just in Westchester, but around the state. And so we want to get that data. So we've asked our folks in these industries to really dig in, give us these data so that the Weitzman folks can really do their job and come up with an independent assessment that we can share with all of you.
And just, I know I'm over my time, but when will we
Well,
expect that?
we were hoping that this might not be in the budget, which gives them a little more time, but we've told them we really need to have at least top-line numbers in the next 3 weeks.
Thank you.
All right, we have, I'm sorry, I'm having a momentary blank.
Senator Barella, is my turn?
Thank you. I apologize.
I am still the new guy, it's okay.
Well, you're the new guy, and also I was just going to point out that other than a whimsy of history, it might be John Ravitz who sat here for 12 days in a row instead of
Well,
Liz
on behalf
Krueger.
of my family, I'm so glad you're sitting up there.
Just had to throw that in. I'm sorry, George.
That's quite all right, and thank you very much for your marathon oversight of these hearings. I can't imagine how difficult that is. Thank you both for being here, and just as a business owner myself, I see the governor's war on energy production in New York State continues, and my questions to you are: what are you hearing from your business leaders when it comes to the CLCPA and the upcoming very aggressive restrictions on carbon and energy production, and how that's going to impact businesses and further stress business?
Well, I could just say for Westchester County, we're in that perfect storm right now. We have Indian Point closing in a year.
Yeah.
We already have a gas moratorium imposed on the southern part of the county. We're all for renewables, and we support the renewable programs that are there, but we're also asking the tough questions of all of you, of the second floor, of NYSERDA and the PSC, is are we going to be ready? And so that's one of the things that I think all businesses, as we encourage businesses to come and to Westchester County to grow, they're asking those questions. Are their electric rates going to go up?
Yeah.
Is there going to be issues with being able to have the power that they need to do their day-to-day operations? There are a lot of answers that we need, and the clock is ticking.
Yeah, if the question is, are we going to be ready, the answer is no. That's pretty obvious.
Then we need to have a serious conversation and an honest conversation on what's that transition going to look like.
And
And
the-
at
and
the
the
Business
pri-
Council, we're saying that that transition has to be how we're going to continue to use gas in some way, shape, or form.
And the price of energy going forward is a factor as well. And, I spend, we started out as a state manufacturing association, still have a core membership in the manufacturing world, much of which is still fairly energy intensive. As they're looking to make, capital investments with a 5, 10, even longer, payback period, looking at, really, and I know it's early, it just passed, the implementation panel, body was just impaneled. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of concern about what the future supply and cost of both electric power and natural gas is. It was an issue out there.
Yeah, it's a big issue, and part of the issue is getting the power from where it's being generated to where it is needed most, and that's a huge issue. Our aging and failing electrical grid. The governor wants to blanket upstate New York with renewables, but there's no place for that power to be transmitted down to New York City where it's needed. And by the way, upstate New York is already 90% renewable to begin with. When you include hydroelectric power, it's New York City that's only 30% renewable. So you kind of need to produce the power where it's needed, unless we're going to spend a lot of money on upgrading our grid, which we should. So it's kind of a plan that's aspirational, not realistic.
Well, the other thing that we're going to need everybody's buy-in in for is we support renewables, and they're going to need the backup infrastructure to support it. We can't even get a town in Westchester County to support an application for a solar farm because they don't want it in where it's placed. Those types of battles can't happen if we're going to be where we need to be with all the changes that are going to happen.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Then we're going to say thank you both very much for being
Thank
with
you very
us
much.
today and set you free. Next up, we have individuals. So I'll call them up, but then I'll tell you who's up. I'm sorry? Oh, you're not talking to me, Brad? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought someone was trying to get my attention. No. The New York Association of Training and Employment Professionals, and then just to be close by, the New York Cannabis Growers and Processors Association, and then to be close by, Manufacturers Association of Central New York. Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
Be-
Thank you for
one
welcoming
second.
me back. Sure,
Just
go ahead.
before you begin, we've been joined by Assemblywoman Dickens a little earlier. Thank you.
Please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for welcoming me back. I always seem to get you right as you get your cup of coffee and your donut, so I think that that's probably a good sign. My name is Melinda Mack. I run the New York State Workforce Development Association, also known as NIATEP, the New York Association of Training and Employment Professionals. Our members include those who educate, train, and employ New Yorkers, which includes our community college systems, our BOCES programs, many of the community-based organizations, and programs that really fuel the economy of New York. Our members serve around 1 million New Yorkers each year in education and job training and employment services. And as you heard throughout the day today, much of what we do is undergirding a lot of the economic development investments that are happening across the state. So I'm also not going to read from my testimony. I have a few key points I want to direct to your attention. As you heard throughout today, economic development is workforce development, and workforce development is economic development. Yet, although talent is a primary category of site selection at this moment in time, the funding that we're getting to support education, job training, and employment pales in comparison to the larger economic development investments. Growth is hindered statewide. There's 50,000 open jobs, and they remain unfilled due to the lack of skilled talent. As I said, the commensurate investment is not there. And when we think about education, job training, and employment services, they're really aimed at the 42% of New Yorkers that have a high school diploma or less. Many of those pathways that we typically discuss, community college, four-year degrees, high-tech positions, many of which the head of ESD described earlier, those are a hope and a dream and a lot of skill-based training away for the vast majority of the people in our state. I also want to just raise for your attention, we also have heard a lot about jobs. It seems to be the only metric we use to measure workforce development. It's not about good jobs. It's not about whether or not they're good for New Yorkers or good for neighborhoods. They're really just about whether or not we have a job number. That's a significant issue for us in the field of workforce development. We really need to be thinking about whether or not these measures take into account employee retention, advancement, wage growth, and employer investment in upskilling. Right now, our state primarily basically uses public money to do workforce development and investment. We hold very little through our economic development investments accountable to the employer to continue to upskill and train their workers. We also heard a bit today about equitable economic development, and I would like to sort of take a minute to say the workforce system is often thought about at the very, very end or at the kickoff of a project, not in the development or engagement of a community benefit agreement or even the negotiation with an employer around what their needs are going to be in terms of a pipeline of skill development. I think we need to have a much deeper relationship and role with the economic development system across the state. As you heard Ryan share earlier, we work really closely together to bring our memberships together. But in reality, when it comes to the big value, big ticket item projects like Amazon, the workforce component is truly often an afterthought. And so when we're talking about equity and inclusion, we're often asked to produce out of thin air a significant number of workers well after the fact that we would have needed a window to train people with the skills to be able to be successful. I do want to point out a few things that we've indicated in our testimony this year that we think are important. We strongly encourage that all of the Regional Economic Development Council processes require that projects submit a regional workforce development strategy or plan. So if you have someone asking for state money, that employers should also describe not just the jobs they're creating, but the wages, their plans for retention, their turnover rates, and more importantly, how they're investing in their own workforce to make sure they have the skills to compete. As we shared before, and I heard Alana describe it as well, the vast majority of jobs in our state pay $32,000 a year or less. And so if we can't guarantee that folks are getting upskilled within their employment, we're really going to struggle to continue to have the skills we need to be successful. Two other items I wanted to indicate. We strongly support removing any of the unnecessary barriers for those who are eligible to work in the United States to access licensing. That should also extend to the military professionals as well, so folks who are coming home from service. We should be able to recognize a paramedic who is a veteran and as a paramedic who is not a veteran. We have an opportunity here to increase our skilled workforce. And then lastly, we indicated in our State of the Workforce report, many who are low skill or low wage, I should say low wage, not low skill, they often are using unstable banking environments to be able to support cashing their checks. And so we very much support the governor's approach to the Excelsior Banking Network to make sure that more low wage workers are able to keep more of their income as they're sort of cashing their checks and getting a leg up in the workforce system. So with that, I'll take your questions.
Thank you. Senator Varela.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for being here and giving your testimony. When I was county executive in Chautauqua County, I went on a crusade to visit 100 businesses in my first 100 days of office.
Yep.
And we got to 107 in 100 days. And the number one concern, number one actually, was that they needed people that could actually pass a drug test and show up to work every day at the same time, which was a challenge. And number two was people that had the skills to fill those open positions. So one of the biggest concerns was that when it comes to economic development incentives, these businesses that would be hypothetically coming to town to create more jobs puts more stress on the skilled workforce that's already lacking. So I agree with you that we need to have a better focus on how we're addressing that workforce issue. But from your standpoint, when it comes to economic development incentives that are truly judged just on how many new jobs you create, isn't that a bit myopic? Shouldn't we be more focused on ensuring that, number one, we have the proper workforce development resources, but number two, that we're actually ensuring that these businesses can remain here and resilient? And one of the biggest stressors that they have is workforce development. Just curious.
No, I completely agree with you. And not only is it myopic, it's really short-sighted if we're going to go with the ophthalmology terms, right? We really have some significant issues with how we think about skilled workers and skilled labor. And Chautauqua County, in fact, you have one of the best local workforce boards in our state. And they've really also recognized the need to support small to mid-sized companies. It's really difficult to train onesies and twosies at small businesses, but it's also the place where you get the biggest return on your investment in a place like upstate New York. But to your point, I think when we think about the investments that are made, for the vast majority of our state's 25-year history, it's through tax credits. So you have the work opportunity tax credit, you have other small business tax credits. Very little is actually spent on the actual training and also the administration of those training programs that are critically important to help folks who have opioid addiction issues or other issues be able to access skilled employment.
So as a follow-up to that exactly, what challenges are you hearing from the current funding provided through the governor's budget for the workforce training initiative through the CFA process?
Sure. So as was discussed before, the governor's presented a $175 million training fund. As I shared at the Human Services Committee, those dollars are very slow to flow. There's only about $3.4 million that have been released to date. I was just with an industrial development agency in Broome County yesterday, and they described their significant challenges to even filling out the application and some of the rigor that's been attached unnecessarily in terms of being able to fill out or apply for the funding. The other big challenge we have is the flexible funding is pay for success dollars. Those dollars, as we've heard throughout the last couple of weeks of testimony, seem to be given to everyone. And so the $69 million that was meant to be for workforce development now is popping up in the child care discussion and the health care discussion. And in reality, they're not flexible. DOB has designated them as pure pay for success dollars.
So we need more flexibility, and we need them to obviously allocate the money sooner than later so we can start moving forward
Absolutely.
on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Assembly? All right. Actually, I do have a few questions.
Sure, great.
Oh, somebody just say something? No, sorry. Okay, I have a few questions. So the governor created this job creation, job development funding stream, $175 million, maybe 2 years ago. This year he's talking about $220 million. Maybe you just want to get back to me later, but did we spend that 175? Was it really new, or did we just move deck chairs in the Titanic?
So we certainly move mostly deck chairs. So for the vast majority of the resources, one bucket was dollars that were already going to SUNY and CUNY that were reallocated and brought back in to be put out through a new process. The second bucket was tax credits, as well as some resources going out for wind energy through NYSERDA. And the last bucket was that $69 million for Pay for Success. Those were unspent dollars that were intended to be flexible to meet the needs that we've been articulating from the field. So if we have training dollars and the problem is childcare, we should be able to pay for the childcare to get someone out of the training and into employment as fast as possible. We have not had that outcome. What we've had is a strict designation of you have to get employment only. So, for example, apprenticeship wouldn't be eligible under these resources because an apprenticeship program takes multiple years until you get to employment, and this program's been designated as a one-year program. So it really is sort of, the money is there, but it's been very difficult for our field to spend.
I did a roundtable down in New York City maybe 2 weeks ago about older women and the issues they face, and how every day I get women, I'm going to say 55 and up, begging me to help them find jobs, talking to me about how they got pushed out of the economy too early. But I also know, because somebody who was an employment specialist at the roundtable pointed out there are 300,000 jobs looking for people in my city on any given day. These aren't necessarily people who need a lot of job training. They've had a whole career, perhaps, of jobs. What's your advice on how we help? And I'm not going to say it's only women. That was the theme of my roundtable. But really, age discrimination, and I think companies' desire to push out the older, perhaps higher-paid employee for someone else. Do you have a recommendation on what we can do about this? Because I think it's ubiquitous and a really huge issue in our society.
It absolutely is, and I know that Hunter College has done a ton of work around supporting older Americans. I'm happy to connect you with folks there as well. The biggest issue is that when we often think about economic development, we're only thinking about the business interest. We're not actually thinking about who's available in the labor market to do the work. And so for me, I get a little frustrated when I hear language around employer needs. Well, what about the folks who are in the labor market who need good or better jobs, and how are we making sure that they're accessing? And that includes older workers. That being said, I think job training and upskilling means lots of things to lots of people, right? And so the challenge with workforce development, it runs the gamut from serving people with really low basic skills and limited English, all the way through to folks who just need a 4 or 6 week refresher course.
Great. We should talk more
Yeah,
after our hearing.
happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you for
Thank you
your
so much.
attendance today. And our next testifier is Cannabis Growers and Processors Association. Are they here? Yes. Okay, wasn't listening before. Come on down if you think you're getting close to being called up. So Manufacturers Association, come on down and get ready. Receivables Management Association, come on down, get ready. And Associated Medical Schools of New York.
Nobody has moved.
They're not listening. Oh, I know. All right, fine, thank you. Hi, please start.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. My name is Alan Gandelman, and I wear many hats in the farming, hemp, and cannabis sphere. I own a certified organic vegetable farm and have owned it for the past 10 years in Cortland, New York, called Main Street Farms. 3 years ago, we were licensed to grow and process hemp for CBD, and now have a vertically integrated small business with 40 employees and sell our CBD products across New York State at farmers markets and large retailers. Last year, I founded and am the president of the New York Cannabis Growers and Processors Association, which represents many of the 500+ hemp farmers in New York. Our mission as an organization of cannabis producers, processors, and industry partners is committed to an economically viable, consumer-conscious cannabis industry dedicated to the care and well-being of our communities, our environment, and our employees. The association was formed to fill in the gaps around farming, processing, and most important, policy. The hemp and CBD industry has been growing and changing so fast it has been difficult for federal and state regulators to keep up. We believe that our industry is strongest when all of our small and mid-scale family farms prosper. Today I'm here to talk about the potential positive and negative economic development impacts the Cannabis Regulation and Taxation Act, the CRTA, will have on family farms and small businesses across the state. Our association stands with the CRTA as it seeks to create an industry rooted in social and economic equity with a thriving and diverse supply chain that emphasizes craft producers. Efforts such as restricting vertical integration to only micro-business licenses, allowing on-premise consumption, and granting social equity group status to disadvantaged farmers are critical to our mission of supporting agriculture and entrepreneurs throughout the state. However, the proposal also includes some concerning provisions that are a priority for us to address ahead of a vote. One of them is the proposed tax rates exceeding most other states that have legalized thus far. Currently, the tax on cannabis is $1 per gram of dry weight. In contrast, California's tax is 35 cents per gram. This structure could stifle the growth of small producers and create razor-thin margins, allowing large operations a competitive advantage while potentially driving consumers to illicit market options where similar products will be available at a lower cost. Either we will need a lower tax rate or a progressive tax, like in our craft beer industry, where smaller producers pay a lower rate. For us to truly end prohibition and for the program to work from economic development perspective, we need to stamp out the illicit market. In New York, we have the luxury to look at other states as real-world laboratories to see what has been successful. From our lessons in Colorado, it's very clear that the only way to stamp out the illicit market and bring in tax revenue is to have a low starting tax rate so consumers get used to going to dispensaries. This low rate also lets start up small businesses to get their feet under them in a completely new industry. As the industry develops, we need a rate that can increase each year as the market stabilizes and supply and demand are matched. If we look at California, after 3 years of their tax revenue is only a third of expected. There's only 800 operating licenses of the expected 6,000, and 80% of the cannabis market remains illicit. When looking at the balance between tax revenue and small business growth, our position is that the tax revenue in the first year or two of the program should only be looked at as a means to stand up the program in the Office of Cannabis Management. Our goal as an association is to create $1,000 million companies instead of $1 billion corporation. Many studies have been done on cannabis taxes and revenue as related to economic development, and they have seen that the true win comes in job creation, local sales tax revenue from equipment dealers, hard goods suppliers, and services related to cannabis, but not directly from cannabis. Aside from taxes, the next piece that directly affects the economic development is licensing structure and canopy size. This directly determines if New York farmers and small businesses will be viable and successful. By New York's own estimate, the state will require 1 million pounds of cannabis per year to meet demand. As an example, a micro license with a limit of 5,000 square foot canopy can produce 500 and 1,000 pounds of cannabis per year. With these production numbers, we will need to give out 1,000 to 2,000 cultivation licenses. The potential for incubating small business is huge. Currently, the CRTA does not put a number on how many licenses of each class will be given out or the size of those licenses. Our association would like to see a baseline structure so we could estimate the true economic development impact. We currently have over 500 hemp farmers in New York, many of them with the existing infrastructure to meet the demand, not to mention the thousands of other operating farms. Prioritizing these farms for cannabis cultivation licenses will help meet New York's demand from day one, create a steady and safe supply chain, and inject millions of dollars into our upstate farming communities.
Thank you. Senator Diane Savino.
Thank you, Senator Krueger. Good afternoon. I had an opportunity to meet with some of your colleagues yesterday. So you guys are currently in the hemp industry in New York State.
That is correct.
Right, and that's the newly created hemp industry. And so one of the challenges we're seeing with hemp, and we have seen in other states with the legalization of cannabis for adult use, is if you don't do it correctly, you don't have regulations that people understand and they're easy to interpret, you wind up with two competing markets. The illicit market, which is thriving in New York State right now, and the illegal one. And so if you go into neighborhoods, you see, a dispensary in Staten Island labeled CBD dispensary, including the little green, symbol to make it look like it was a pharmacy. So there's almost no there's almost no enforcement of the regulations. And so are you at all concerned as we roll out hemp that that same environment will exist with respect to marijuana?
We're not concerned about that if it's done correctly. And so that's the part we're trying to get ahead of right now. I mean, we promote having as many dispensaries as many neighborhoods as possible so people have access, which is the only way we'll get rid of the illicit market. If there is only dispensaries in the rich suburbs of the state, that will do
They don't
nothing.
want them.
Huh?
They don't
and
want
they don't
them.
even want them, but the way the laws are currently, that might be the only people that could afford to purchase from a legal dispensary, and everyone else will be stuck in the illicit market, and that's just what we don't want to see.
I'm glad that I think Senator Krueger's bill and the governor's new proposal specifically prevent vertical integration. It was not a requirement in the medical program. That was done through the regulatory process, and it has created all sorts of problems there. But what I would hope that you guys do is spend a lot of time talking to members of the legislature in both houses. Some of them don't realize that people smoke marijuana in New York State right now. It comes as a shock to them. They don't realize that it is as easy to get as ordering a sandwich and anything off Amazon. There are apps for the illicit market. Correct. You can have anything delivered to your house, and the illicit market looks incredibly like the legal one. So I would hope that you guys see your role here as educators to members who don't seem to really understand why it's important that we get this done right and we don't overtax it. Otherwise, we will wind up just like California did with a thriving illicit market that makes more money than a legal one.
Right, correct. I agree 100%. And it's not just the taxes. It's a licensing structure, how many licenses there are, who's allowed to participate in the program, and where those businesses operate. So I think we have to look at it as a holistic solution and not just like it's only a tax issue or it's only a licensing issue, but there's many, many pieces to this that we would like to see worked out potentially in the CRTA right now, so we don't have to worry about them being worked out later.
I would encourage you to read the MRTA as well.
Yes, I have many times.
Thank you. Assembly? Senator Borrello.
Thank you again, Madam Chairman, and thank you for being here. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're very concerned that New York State might overregulate and overtax your industry. Welcome to New York State.
Seems to be the theme of today, I guess.
Yeah, that's so. As a business owner, yeah, welcome to the club. But my concern is this: you basically, I just want to make sure I got this correct, and I agree with you that the taxes that are being proposed are excessive. And you mentioned that the dry weight tax, $1 per gram versus California 35 cents. And that complicates things further. But so I think what I'm hearing you say is you're suggesting that New York State only set the rates so it generates enough revenue merely to cover the cost of the administration. So there should be no tax revenue for the state to go into the general fund beyond that. Is that what you're suggesting?
I think that's what we've been seeing when you're starting a program like this is not to look at it as a huge tax revenue marker that you're using in other places, but just to create a really robust program. Once it matures in 2-3 years, then you slowly can increase the taxes and now have tax revenue for the rest of your state. In states like Colorado, they actually don't even spend their tax revenue from that year. They hold on to it for a whole year to wait because it's so unpredictable right now that they don't want to all of a sudden have a huge shortfall because they were relying on cannabis taxes that next year aren't there.
Well, it is going to be unpredictable because of that same fact, because we decriminalized marijuana here, and I don't know how you tell the difference between legal marijuana and illegal marijuana, and in all the other states that have legalized it, the black market is booming. And that's part of the challenge that we face here in New York. But also, where I live in Western New York, we have several Native American territories. They've all indicated that if it's legalized here, they're going to sell it. So how do you propose that a legal distribution, which is probably going to be 30 to 50% more than say the Seneca Nation selling it, how are they going to be able to survive with that kind of distinct economic difference?
Well, it doesn't have to be 30 to 50% more. And the way it will be 30 to 50% more is if automatically it is taxed more.
So you're saying in order for this to be viable, New York State has to price this or has to tax this at a point where we're not going to make any additional net revenue to the budget.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we need to fund the program, which has a number on it.
So we're going to legalize marijuana, we're going to deal with all the social issues, all of the law enforcement issues, and make no money to help cover those costs so that your business can thrive.
Well, here's the thing. You're already dealing with all those social issues. People are driving all over the place. They're driving to Massachusetts. There's a huge illicit market. From all studies that have got it from other states, once they have legalized, they have not seen tremendous increases like projected here in New York on.
You're right.
From the sheriff's departments and everything else. So
AAA just came out with a report saying that there's a 70% increase in fatalities with people having THC in their blood in the state of Washington. So I would probably challenge that.
THC stays in your blood for 30 days, so I think we would have to look at some more studies than just that one. But I think all of the things that we have that you think will be problems with the legal market are currently problems with an illegal market. And for the first year or two, those taxes just need to hold up the program. After that, yes, there will be a lot of tax revenue. Just like in craft beer, it's created over 20,000 jobs in New York State. We can do the same thing for cannabis, but instead we're not doing that.
All right, I'm going to cut this off, although I'm going to throw in my 2 cents since I carry a similar bill to the governor's. The gentleman's right. We do not want to overtax any of these products because we want to close down the illegal market. And if you overtax it, people will stay in the illegal market where you don't know who they're buying from or what they're buying, as opposed to a legal product that's licensed and is literally reviewed for safety from seed to sale. So it's a better product or mix of products to be selling. The gentleman's also right that over time, you can grow your prices as you've established your industry, as with lots of other new kinds of business that start. I don't agree with him that there's no money originally. We are looking at how each state that has legalized already has moved forward, avoiding their mistakes and hopefully coming up with the, I guess what I call the sweet spot for pricing cannabis, so to speak. And we can talk about, not in the hearing today, George, but I would be happy to give you more material than you will ever want about cannabis, its safety or lack thereof. It is not a perfect product. I don't encourage people to use it, but it is far, far safer medically, from a driving, from any measurement, to alcohol. And we seem to enjoy having legal alcohol in this state. So I want to thank you very much for your testimony today. Did I cut off any assembly members? Okay. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
All right, my staff will get you immediately large quantities of not marijuana, but material about it. The Manufacturers Association of Central New York. Hello.
Hello, thanks for having me today. My name is Randy Wolken. I'm President and CEO of MACNY, the Manufacturers Association. And our trade association represents over 300 members, 55,000 employees in a 26-county region. I'm also the President and CEO of the Manufacturers Alliance, which represents 7 regional manufacturing associations statewide with 2,400 members. We're dealing with increasing challenges for our members because of the competitive global environment, and they continue to be forced or at least have to consider shutting down, relocating either overseas or different parts of the country because of incentive packages or lower production costs, cheaper wages, and lower taxes. But we continue to work with you here at Albany to help lessen some of these impacts and to allow manufacturers to thrive here. Manufacturers want to be in New York State. They truly want to do business here. And one of the most significant things that you could do in the state of New York right now would be to eliminate the corporate franchise tax for all manufacturers. And I want to thank Assemblyman Sturpey and Senator Kaplan for introducing legislation that would do just this. As you know, in 2014, the state legislature and the governor enacted a 0% corporate franchise tax for manufacturers who are C Corps. These are the large manufacturers. And immediately we were propelled into the top 10 states in the country for pro-manufacturing income tax climates. We think and we believe it would do the same for small and medium manufacturers. In fact, that's the largest number of manufacturers in the state of New York. Over 75% of manufacturers are of this type. What this allows them to do is make investments in things like inventory, capital equipment, complex machinery, buildings, research and development, as well as IT and software. And the C Corps right now have this advantage to invest in these areas and grow their businesses. We believe the small businesses and medium-sized manufacturers should have the same benefit. You know, there's this misconception that these tax distributions will somehow pass through to the owners. If that were the case, C Corps would actually want to be pass-through entities. That's actually not the case. What small and medium manufacturers pay for in New York State is the second highest individual tax rate in the country. So inadvertently, what we've done is put these small and medium-sized manufacturers at a competitive disadvantage. Also, we've put them at risk to being lured to other states. In fact, there's a significant amount of pressure we're hearing from companies to locate to other states. Governors, economic development officials are actually calling them aggressively and trying to incentivize them to leave. Now, these are locally owned manufacturers and they have strong ties to New York State, and we'd like them to stay. The Manufacturing Research Institute of New York State, which we commissioned in order to look at analyzing the impact of extending this zero corporate tax rate to small and medium manufacturers. The Beacon Hill Institute in 2019 found that if you did this, you could increase private sector jobs by more than 5,000 in the first year and over 6,200 by 2024. You see a rise in investment of $150 million by 2024. Real disposable income would increase by $365,000 in 2020 and surge to $524 million by 2024. You'd make a solid investment in our economic future, and that would cause more jobs, more investment. And you'd send a strong message to manufacturers that the current manufacturing community is valued and that you want them to be here, and you'd actually put us on an even keel for being a major competitor in the international space. This would make a very positive impact for existing companies and make us even more attractive to manufacturers. So I'll stop there, and I thank you for your already support of manufacturers, and I'll take your questions.
Oh, sorry, Senator Borrello.
Thank you again. Thank you for being here and giving this testimony. So manufacturing, where I'm from in Chautauqua County, is still very strong, and the challenge is workforce. So I understand, the impact you're saying we can create more jobs, but we have to fill the jobs that we have right now, and that's really the challenge. And I'm just wondering, what the Manufacturers Association is doing to kind of, support the idea of being able to return the skilled workforce that we need in order to support those manufacturers.
So a favorable tax climate obviously helps support existing jobs, to include these jobs that are open, as well as create future jobs. It makes us competitive. In terms of talent and workforce, we actually have, through the Manufacturers Alliance in MACNY, a really robust apprenticeship program, which now is expanded statewide. Hundreds of companies, dozens of career pathways are being created. In our community alone, over 50 companies have done it, with over close to 200 new apprentices being created. So we think the earn and learn approach is one of the best approaches. Start with an existing employee while you're earning and continue to expand over the next 3 years. You'll go from an entry-level wage, $25 to $30 an hour with benefits. In our communities, such as yours and ours in Central New York, it's the highest paying jobs. So we believe the earn and learn approach is probably the best, and we're actively engaged in doing that statewide.
And there's no debt either associated with that learning
No, it's
process.
the best way actually to learn and earn.
Yeah, I agree, and in our region, most of the small entrepreneurs or manufacturers in that industry are folks that started out with those type of programs and then went on to own their own business or buy the business that they're working for. So if you wanted to be a small business owner, getting into skilled trades is probably one of the best ways in upstate New York.
It really is the post-high school approach to really earning, learning, and not having a significant debt. And there are literally thousands of jobs openings today, everything from welders to mechanical techs, that we absolutely have to be viable.
Yeah, I mean, I've said that before. If we had 100 welders tomorrow, we could have 100 jobs for them tomorrow. And
Absolutely.
That's the absolute challenge that we face. And with every other difficult climate in New York State, if we could solve the workforce problem here, that would probably overcome a lot of those other challenges to doing business in New York State.
Absolutely. It would help tremendously for our members and so many throughout the upstate.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Sturpey.
Hi, Randy. How you doing?
Good seeing you.
We've worked together on a lot of things over the years, and I remember back in, I think, 2013, doing a survey, and as everybody has talked about, the number one issue was workforce and not finding people. I'm just wondering if you feel that the attitude of the employers has changed at all over the years, because when we first started looking into this and you said, well, what kind of a worker do you want? Of course, they wanted a 15-year experienced, you talk to them a little bit longer and they want a unicorn, basically. And they expected you to just deliver that to them. I remember years ago, like at General Electric and places, they'd give you $500 if you found your cousin and would go to work, and then they would train them. Have companies realized that they have a responsibility in the training area also, and not really expecting government to solve every problem that they have?
Well, I think the success of the apprenticeship program is justification and speaks to this. I mean, they're willing to hire and train through an apprenticeship approach, which actually is great for everybody. The individual ends up being an approved apprentice, a registered apprentice. They can use that wherever they need to go. It makes them more viable. So I think our experience in standing up this program in about 18 months would suggest that it's real and that employers now know they have to get engaged. I'll also say a lot of our members are getting engaged now at the high school level and even the middle school level. We have hundreds of companies in our region, as you know, that are actively engaged in showing people what those jobs are like for the future, and that changes people's perceptions. Specifically at home, oftentimes parents will say, I don't want my child to be necessarily a welder. which is a fantastic degree, job, by the way. So I think the opportunity to both educate and learn at the business side, we've been actively engaged in, and I agree with you, the whole attitude's changed. They have to invest, and they see it.
Okay. You know, the other thing, as I've gone around the state hosting small business roundtables and talking to people, you know, it's been spoken about earlier, transportation and childcare are like big issues that we have low unemployment. We need to draw more people into the workforce, and the only way we're going to do that is somehow get women to go into maybe some of the non-traditional jobs in manufacturing and construction and things like that. And I know that you're also working with Early Childhood Alliance and those people. Are you seeing much progress being made?
I'm seeing at a basic level of general awareness now that we need to invest in childcare, figure out ways to solve that at a community level. I think you're right there. That and transportation are probably the two main barriers that we have to solve. And I know the latest round in our region, sort of funding some transportation solutions will help, I think, in a meaningful way. But we do have to address them, and it's critically important that New York State be a partner in doing that. We have to create a better market. Those are lower-paying jobs in childcare. In fact, we're introducing in our region at least a look at creating apprenticeship pathways in that space, because quite frankly, the pay is too low to keep quality childcare workers in the space. So we're gonna have to come up with some innovative solutions, but you're right, those are two big problems.
Thank you, Assemblyman Ra.
Thank you very much for being here today. So the study about eliminating the franchise tax for the small and medium-sized manufacturers, those numbers are in New York State?
Yes. We actually have them broken down by county and the number of employees and by businesses, and this would affect the entire state. It would be an immediate shot in the arm, we believe, to manufacturers throughout the state of New York.
Great, because I know, over recent years, there has been an increase, I believe, of about 1 million manufacturing jobs nationwide, but we've lost manufacturing jobs in New York, so obviously that would be a very clear way to reverse that trend. Are there other things that you can recommend that would also help along with the tax structure?
Yeah, the reason why we think tax structure is a great place is levels the playing field for everybody. You don't have to apply for a program, you're a part of it. Beyond that, we've talked about workforce. Not having enough people to fill open positions is a significant challenge. That in and of itself could expand production and actually allow growth. I think we have to be concerned about any kind of legislation and/or requirements that make a larger burden on businesses. So we should be looking, intelligently at our implementation. Sometimes even the best laid programs end up causing us significant heartburn at the manufacturing level because it's quite frankly competitive internationally. So I think looking at the business climate will always help. Training is absolutely critical. And then, of course, we've seen the impact of changing the tax rate for C Corps. We need to do that for small, medium manufacturers.
Great. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attendance today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next participant is Donald Maurice, Outside Counsel, Receivables Management Association International. No doubt I'll learn what that is.
Good afternoon, Chairpersons Kruger and Weinstein and distinguished members. It is an honor to address you this afternoon. My name is Don Maurice, and I am outside counsel to the Receivables Management Association International, also known as RMAI. It's a nonprofit trade association representing over 550 companies that purchase or support the purchase, sale, and collection of performing and non-performing receivables on the secondary market. RMII fully supports licensure of debt collectors as is proposed by the governor's budget bill. Licensure protects consumers and creates significant barriers to bad actors. While much contained in the governor's budget proposal is consistent with licensing requirements designed to protect consumers, it contains several provisions that are highly problematic and harmful to consumers. Let me explain how this occurs. As proposed, debt collectors would be limited to 2 communications with the consumer in a 7-day period. When commencing communications with a consumer for the first time, debt collectors typically make 2 collection contacts in the first 7 days. Usually this consists of a telephone call followed by a letter. Under the proposed restriction, if the consumer calls a collector in response to either communication within that 7-day period, the debt collector is prohibited from communicating with this consumer. Imagine a consumer who is facing the repossession of her automobile. She has already received a letter from a debt collector stating that an immediate payment is required to avoid repossession. And she notes, when looking at the caller ID on her telephone, that the same collector has already called, but that call was not answered. Concerned and wanting to avoid repossession, she immediately calls the debt collector in the hope of working out a lower payment. This bill would prohibit the debt collector from answering that call. The letter and unanswered call mentioned in my example are the totality of communications that are permitted within the proposed 7-day cap. No other communication is permissible absent the consumer's prior written consent or a court order. The result does not bode well for our hypothetical consumer. We see no reason why honest, hardworking consumers should suffer such harsh results. Consumers seeking to resolve their delinquent accounts or avoid embarrassing judicial and non-judicial collection efforts should not be hamstrung from communicating with their creditors' agents. The second provision of the budget proposal that we're concerned with is electronic communications. And it's almost a total restriction on electronic communications between debt collectors and consumers. Let me start with this. Electronic communications benefit the disabled, persons for whom English is a second language, and afford consumers greater control when interacting with debt collectors. But the proposal provides that these electronic communications can only occur when the consumer has given his or her prior written consent directly to the debt collector. Even if that consent was given to the creditor on whose behalf the debt collector is acting, the communication is not possible. But to be sure, these electronic communications mean far more to those challenged by physical disabilities. For the physically disabled, a trip to a mailbox can be difficult. And for the visually impaired, electronic communications make communications more accessible and less costly. For example, consumers suffering from visual disabilities can use any widely available email program to convert text to speech. And if English is not the consumer's primary language, electronic communications can be easily converted to any language. The proposed law relegates communications to those common in the early 20th century. We know that communication technologies have changed, and we also know, as I pointed out in my written testimony, that consumers prefer electronic communications to phone calls and letters because of that control. And aside from this immediate harm, we also know that we are concerned with that these technology barriers may deny New Yorkers from future innovative technologies. We know these issues can be resolved, and we are ready to work with you and all stakeholders to correct them and achieve the bill's intended result. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have no question. We have your written testimony. We have no questions at this time. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next, we hear from Jonathan Tayan, Associate Medical Schools of New York, and he will be followed by a panel of the Motion Picture Editors Guild, Louis Bertini, and Theatrical Teamsters Local 17, Thomas O'Donnell. Please begin.
Thank you, Chairwoman Weinstein, and good afternoon to all the distinguished members. My name is Jonathan Tayan. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Associated Medical Schools of New York. AMSNY is the consortium of the 17 medical schools in the state. We have more medical schools than any other state in the nation. We educate more physicians. We train more medical residents. When most people, I think of medical schools, they tend to think of educating physicians and providing clinical care. I actually want to talk a little bit today about the third leg of the stool, which is biomedical research and the importance of state investment in life sciences to spur further growth of our bioscience sector. Just to give a bit of context, by far the largest funder of biomedical research, particularly basic science research in the U.S., is the National Institutes of Health. New York is the third ranked recipient of NIH funding. In 2019, $2.9 billion flowed into New York in NIH funding. 67% of that went to the medical schools. We've actually, fortunately, seen an uptick in the total NIH budget in the last 5 years. But for more than a dozen years prior to that, NIH funding had been absolutely flat. And when you adjust that trend for inflation, we actually saw that there was a 25% decline in the purchasing power of an NIH dollar. And in that vacuum, many other states stepped in and started very large-scale investments in their own bioscience sectors. As an example, several examples actually, California launched a $3 billion stem cell program. Texas launched a $3 billion cancer program. And in fact, Texas just authorized an additional $3 billion investment in that. Massachusetts invested $1.5 billion in life sciences. We've seen this around the country, that there are very large investments over the long term to grow the bioscience sectors in each of those states. One of the consequences of that is that the competition for scientists became quite overheated. And New York in particular, because we have some of the best academic research institutions in the country, in fact in the world, we became where many of those states came to go shopping for scientists. And in the first few years after Texas launched its multi-billion-dollar cancer program, we lost more than a dozen scientists because we were unable to match the sorts of offers that Texas institutions could make. And so what we had proposed, and what the legislature and the governor wisely recognized, was that the state should support the recruitment and retention of world-class scientific talent in New York. And this took the form of a $20 million appropriation that was part of the larger $620 million life sciences initiative. This $20 million is for a program called New York First. And what it does is it provides up to $1 million for a medical school to recruit or retain the very best star scientists. And we've actually seen that this has proven much more effective than we even anticipated. So this program was launched in 2017. The first round of funding was made in 2018. We had 3 awardees, one at the University of Rochester, Columbia University, and Mount Sinai School of Medicine. When those recruits were brought into the state, they brought with them labs that function effectively as small businesses within the medical schools. Each of these labs employs at least 8 to 10 people. And in fact, in this first round, we've seen that just in the first year, those 3 labs have created 40 jobs. We anticipate that they will create 100 jobs in the first 3 years of the program. And in addition to that, they have brought in $16.5 million in additional outside funding. And so what we are looking for and hoping that you will support is firstly the reappropriation of the unspent funds for the New York First program in the current budget, and a new appropriation of $20 million so that we can keep our institutions competitive for the very best scientists in the world. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have a question from Assemblywoman Hindman.
Hi, Jonathan, good to see you. Two quick questions. You're saying that we have 17 medical schools in the state of New York, but we're recruiting individuals from outside the state of New York? How many of our medical schools are growing these scientists and keeping them in the state of New York and not losing them to California and Texas? Is my question.
So this program actually would do both, and in fact is doing both. So the idea is that we both want to be able to recruit scientists, regardless of where they're from. And we also want to develop our homegrown scientists, but at the same time, we have had many scientists at the medical schools who have had offers from outside New York, and we would like to prevent them from leaving if we can match the offer. And so the New York First program does that. We actually can apply for funds through the program. If there's a bona fide offer from an institution outside New York, we can try to make a counteroffer and keep them here using state funds to help that.
So do you break down the number of women that are in biomedical sciences, that become scientists? Do you break down the number of women, minorities, Black, Latinos?
It's an excellent question, and this program doesn't require that and doesn't do that. It is a very large focus of our organization and of the medical schools. I will say that in the first round of funding, there were three scientists brought in. One of them is a woman who is just a leader in her field, cancer genomics. And we actually are very focused through other programs on developing underrepresented folks coming into the sciences. We think that's really important, both for the composition of the workforce, but also to help drive the science into the places that it needs to go. And so this program doesn't address that specifically, but the medical schools are very much committed to addressing that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other questions. So next, as I mentioned, we have Motion Picture Editors Guild and Theatrical Teamsters Local 17, to be followed by Protect the Adirondacks, to be followed by Reinvent Albany.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Weinstein and distinguished members of the State Finance Committee and the Assembly Ways and Means Committee. My name is Tom O'Donnell. I am President of Theatrical Teamsters Local 817. In addition to Local 817, I also present this testimony on behalf of the entire film community and labor community. Thank you for the opportunity to describe the unparalleled success of the Empire State Film Production Tax Credit and for your long-term support of this manufacturing industry, the manufacturing of content. In the 2020 legislative session, the union's top priority is ensuring the continuity and stability of the tax credit. We testify today in support of including a 5-year extension of the program in the state budget. Additionally, we also testify in support of revising the minimum spend requirements in furtherance of the government's objective to improve the efficiency and sustainability of the state's program. In 2017 alone, New York saw $3.9 billion in local spending, a 5-fold increase from 2004. Jobs have shot up 55% since 2004, compared to 24% nationally, and growing at a rate 4.5 times faster than the overall state economy. The credit supports 48,300 jobs and $6.7 billion in economic activity across the state. In addition to countless non-qualified activities supported by the critical mass of local talent and infrastructure that the credit has enabled. The average annual wage for workers in these credit-supported jobs is approximately $90,000. and the state saw approximately $780 million in fiscal revenues earned from qualified productions in 2017. This tax credit is first and foremost a union program. We fight to ensure high wages, full benefits, and robust protections for the growing number of workers in the industry. Local 817 alone has seen an increase of 250% in membership, with an increase in wages and benefit contributions from $70 million to $380 million. And the Teamsters are just a sliver of this employment pie. With increased demand for labor, we can now point to many new pathways to opportunity regardless of race, gender, or educational attainment. The unions have invested millions of dollars engaged in comprehensive outreach and proposed legislation to continue diversifying the industry's talent pipeline in both above-the-line and below-the-line jobs, 44% of which do not require a four-year college degree. 1 out of every 3 jobs added to a new sector is created in New York, representing 18.3% of the national share. We're in a golden age of television production, hosting a record number of episodic series in 2017. 91 series and pilots were supported by this tax credit. A long-term extension of the tax credit incentive is critical for episodic television, which relies heavily on budgeting predictability that a stable tax credit program affords. This is a global competition. An argument that New York will always have its fair share of film work due to its locations and creative appeal is a fallacy. A production does not have to be physically present in New York to film a New York story. The currently proposed one-year extension, coupled with the reduction of the rebate percentage, will heighten concern and weaken confidence in the program. New York needs to show its commitment to our industry by extending the program an additional 5 years. That is not to say that proposed reforms weaken the program. In contrast, they acknowledge New York's success and the state's determination to ensure a well-calibrated program into the future. One of these proposals includes requiring a minimum spend of $1 million on downstate projects and a minimum spend of $250,000 on upstate projects in order to access the credit. After careful consideration, we unions collectively recommend that downstate projects must instead spend $1.5 million for eligibility, and that upstate projects must spend $1 million. In addition to increased savings, the purpose of raising these minimums to ensure that projects receive the benefits of the tax incentives are paying fair wages and benefits. In our collective experiences, most projects go below these thresholds and properly treat crews as independent contractors. Is it inappropriate to allow productions to avoid paying taxes and benefits to collect a taxpayer-funded subsidy? In some nation, New York is now a world hub for film production with thousands of high-paying union jobs. It is the tax credit that has made the difference, and our trajectory is dependent on its extension. For these reasons, myself and my brothers and sisters in the labor movement urge you to include a 5-year extension of the tax credit in the state budget, and we urge you to increase the proposed minimum spend thresholds to facilitate projects into the program. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Great, thank you. Mr. Bertini. Yes. Good morning, Chairwoman Weinstein and members of the Senate Finance Committee and Assembly Ways and Means Committee. You have my report, so I'll just read a brief summary. I'll start by seconding everything that Tom has just told you, absolutely. I'm Louis Bertini, the Eastern Region Vice President of the Motion Picture Editors Guild. I am also an editor and a working member of my guild. And I thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony and urge the extension of this program for 5 years. We have experienced a boom in episodic projects because of this incentive. In 2019, we hosted over 100 television series, and we provided post-production workers and services for most of them. These projects require multi-year budgeting, and the stability of a venue's tax credit plays a significant role in the budget planning. Without a 5-year extension, producers will be hesitant to bring their work here. The incentive is a proven job creator. Over 10,800 people currently work in the field in post-production. I'm sorry, on post-production and production, with an average income of $83,400. The program creates opportunity for all New Yorkers, regardless of race or gender or sexual orientation, and a diverse talent pool breaks down barriers to opportunity. To sum up, This program is an overwhelming success. These credits have supported the creation of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in wages and economic activity. We respectfully request the inclusion of a 5-year extension of these credits in the state's budget to ensure a continuation of the growth and vibrancy of this industry throughout the state. I thank you for this opportunity and look forward to any questions you might have.
Sure. We go to Senator Borrello.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for being here. You know, this is obviously a challenging budget year for us, and I'm sure you've heard that from a lot of folks. You know, my concern really, and I will say in full disclosure that we were very fortunate to have a major motion picture filmed in my district in Chautauqua County, and for the first time ever. So I understand that these credits do help enhance that. But 93% of the films are done in New York City, and New York City eliminated their credit, you know, that they were offering. So they don't really have any skin in the game anymore. Yet they, you know, kind of gobble up 93% of that credit. You know, in a era right now where we are looking at trying to close a $6 billion budget gap, how do you justify hundreds of millions of dollars for a city that had many, many films and episodic television done before, because people want to film in New York City. That's the bottom line. They want to film in New York City. So how do you justify that when the city itself doesn't even have any more skin in the game?
Well, I think it's a two-part answer to that question. First off, Buffalo is turning into a mini production center. I have a $30 million Universal show going there. I was talking to Warner Brothers. They want to do a whole episodic TV series there. Production there's a vibrant independent film community in Syracuse. Hudson Valley is exploding with work. Now, to answer the question about people want to be in New York. Now, I worked in the industry. I've been representing this industry for 30 years. And I'm also the motion picture director for the Theatrical and Trade Division for the International Brotherhood Teamsters for North America. I'm intimately familiar with the industry, with the history of film tax credits, with its construction and its impact. Even though creatively people want to be in New York, they would not be in New York without film tax credit. The only state in this country that could withstand having no tax credit is California. And even California had a 40% reduction in production until they instituted a film tax credit. So that's my answer to why we need this.
Well, and again, I think, you know, you mentioned Buffalo and upstate New York areas, and I agree that that's where an influx could be helpful. I just think, you know, the playing field is not level at this moment with 93% going to New York City. And
well, you do know that there's a 10% labor rate for upstate New York, which has helped, you know, which has helped communities like Buffalo and Syracuse and Hudson Valley blossom.
Well, yeah, I just think it's a tough budget year, and it would be nice to see the city have some skin in the game again, since they get the lion's share of the benefit. That's my major concern. So,
let me just add something interesting quickly to that, just to the overall picture. When I started out, long time ago, most of the people in my area came from the film schools at NYU and Columbia. I am from NYU. What I'm seeing now is something very different. Many of the young people coming in are all coming from the state universities in Syracuse and Ithaca and places like that. My own assistant came from Ithaca. The reason I think why this is happening is because many of our senior members, the senior members of the Editors Guild, are now teaching programs in the state university system, and they are helping their students to enter the field. So there is a benefit in that way going to the younger people, and I think that helps.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Just one quick question, or really more. As I read what you and what you testified to, it would be important to have a longer extension, not just the one-year extension of the tax credit, and also to increase the minimum spend level of production in order to receive the credit. That's correct? You'd like those two changes to be made?
Yeah, so much of the work today is episodic television, whether it's network or streaming. And they make the assumption that every show's almost going to be hit. So when they're looking to locate a production, they're looking 3 to 5 years down the road. So, and I know that the law says it's in place, but there's concern about the future allocations, and the program's been so wildly successful, and that's why we're asking for a 5-year extension. And we do believe that that having the minimum spends, it also reduces the burn rate, and a lot of these shows, like I said, our experience that they're paying minimum wages or they're treating them as independent contractors, not paying benefits. And back in 2002, when we were hemorrhaging feature films and television shows to Canada and elsewhere, we still had a vibrant independent film community. So I don't feel that that would be necessary to include that in anything less than $1 million.
Thank you very much for your being here today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Our next panel, Protect the Adirondacks and Reinvent Albany. Maybe we can reinvent the Adirondacks and protect Albany. Oh, you're right, you were not a panel, excuse me, Peter, it's just you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
As members of the Assembly. Protect the Adirondacks is here today to talk about the Regional Economic Development Council program in New York and some of the shortfalls for how this program works for small rural communities in the Adirondacks and other places upstate. The Regional Economic Development Council approach to economic development is not working for many places in the state. While it's politically expedient and popular, it fails to accomplish its two central goals: to assist private businesses to expand or start up, and to strategically support communities to build social amenities that will attract new population and will attract investment. Year after year, we see big dollar awards in the Regional Economic Development Council, but when you actually look at the money that actually makes it to small communities, less than 20% is actually funding real economic development activities. These are tough times in rural America. The Adirondack Park occupies a landscape of a population with about 14 people per square mile. That's the landscape of rural America that occupies about 60% of the country, but only has about 6% of the population. It's pretty extraordinary. Across rural America, there are still fewer jobs than there were before the Great Recession, while the metropolitan and urban areas not only regained all the jobs lost during the Great Recession, but they added 12 million more. A recent study by the state comptroller said that of New York's job gains, over 600,000 of jobs gained since the Great Recession are in New York City alone, and another 600,000 were in the city's suburbs of Long Island, Westchester, Rockland, and Orange counties. The job growth is not making it upstate. For the Regional Economic Development Corporation, the Regional Economic Development Councils, the proof is really in the pudding. In 2019, there was $67 million, $67.9 million that was allocated to the North Country. But when you strip away how that money was actually spent, it tells a different story. $35 million was awarded through the Federal Industrial Development Bonds Program. It's rarely accessed in the North Country. It's rarely accessed in the Adirondacks. Another $3 million was in Excelsior job credits. Again, rarely accessed in the North Country, rarely accessed in the Adirondacks. It's 56% of the REDC award for 2019 isn't even applicable to the region. Another $13 million went for a variety of worthy projects, but they're culvert replacement and upgrades, their salt shed storage facilities, their stormwater projects, their municipal water and sewer projects. Again, worthy programs, but I don't think you would actually call these economic development programs. When you actually strip away, only about 25% of the $67.9 million awarded in 2019 went to economic development programs for planning, for strategic planning for local governments, for rural economic development, helping to build local institutions, amenities, parks, streetscapes, viable businesses, and so forth. Rural America needs these programs. The rural communities of the Adirondacks need this type of investment. Half of all counties, over 1,000 across the country, are losing population in rural America. The Adirondack communities, the rural communities of the Adirondacks, are in competition with 1,000 other counties across the country who are looking to recruit businesses, looking to recruit population, looking to build dynamic communities. We badly need these investments, but unfortunately, the REDC is falling short. So it urged the legislators to take a hard look at the accountability of this program, which is really a signature program of the governor's, to really see how it's working well for upstate and where it's falling short. Because in the Adirondacks, when we look at this program, it's falling short and it's not meeting our community needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
No.
We appreciate your being here with us. Next
Thank
year,
you,
we're going to
Mr.
make sure you get into the parks hearing instead of the economic development hearing. Thank you. Okay, next up is our reInvent Albany. Fine. And then after reInvent Albany, oops, put this on, will be our last panel for this hearing. So if those people are here and want to get themselves ready to be the final panel of this hearing.
All right, good afternoon, Chairs Kruger and Weinstein and members of the legislature. My name is Tom Speaker and I'm a policy analyst for reInvent Albany. reInvent Albany advocates for open and accountable government. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on economic development issues related to fiscal year 2020 to 21, budget and legislative session. Today I'm going to read a summary of the longer testimony we submitted. We call on the legislature to sharply reduce business subsidies, collectively costing New York State and local governments $10 billion a year, and follow the common sense step of proving subsidies are a good investment. New York State should not be providing $4.5 billion in subsidies to businesses while the state is running a $6 billion deficit. The consensus of independent experts across the political spectrum is that business subsidies do not work. Over the last decade, a large body of evidence has been presented showing that subsidies are a poor use of taxpayer funds and are motivated more by politics than demonstrable results. For instance, in 2018, Tim Bartik at the W.E. Upjohn Institute collated 30 studies that together show subsidies impact business decisions at best 25% of the time and at worst 2% of the time. It will not be easy to cut wasteful business subsidies because nobody wants to give up free government money. But you need to start somewhere, and we suggest by taking the 10 following steps. Number one, hold a hearing after the budget and business subsidies, inviting experts from across the nation. We named some of them in this testimony. Number two, eliminate the state and local capital gains tax benefit for the federal Opportunity Zones business subsidy. The Opportunity Zones program established by the Trump administration has been derided in both the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal for being poorly designed and ineffective at boosting lower income communities. Opportunity Zones have actually been shown to benefit favored developers and investors far more than any other group. New York State should reject this giveaway, as 4 other states already have. The legislature can act by passing the original version of Senator Mike Gianaris' bill S3401, which will restrict the subsidy by not providing relief for the state capital gains tax. Number 3, wean Hollywood from New York State taxpayers by reducing the $420 million spent in the film tax credit by at least 5% annually for the next decade, then assess the results. reInvent Albany strongly supports reducing the size of the film and TV tax credit, as the evidence does not justify a subsidy this large. 13 states have eliminated their film tax credit altogether since 2009, since it has proven so costly and generated so little return for the investment. A study by USC professor Michael Tom found the tax credit in New York State had no effect on employment whatsoever. Number 4, and hundreds of millions of dollars in subsidies to the oil and gas industry. Before imposing new assessments on those companies, reInvent Albany urges the governor and legislature to cut subsidies to the oil, gas extraction, and distribution industry. The governor proposes in his executive budget enabling NYSERDA to levy an assessment on gas and electric corporations. It makes no sense for New York to both subsidize the tax the oil and gas industry. The legislature should instead examine curbing subsidies like airline fuel, residential energy, and the portion of fuel costing more than $2 a gallon. Number 5, reduce the number of IDAs and LDCs and make them more accountable, including by passing legislation recommended in the State Investigations and Government Operations Committee's report on this issue. We highlight particular bills we support in our written testimony. Number 6, increase the budget of the authority's budget office, a crucial subsidy watchdog, to at least $3 million and up maybe even more than $4 million. The Senate GovOps Committee report issued in December called for an increase in the budget for the ABO, recognizing that the office's skeleton crew of 11 employees can't possibly oversee 583 state and local authorities, collectively spending $54 billion a year in debt and holding $282 billion in public debt. Number 7, reform the IDA tourism tax credit in New York State General Municipal Law. Number 8, reduce benefits and make changes to the proposal extending the Excelsior tax program and enhancing it for green projects. And then numbers 9 and 10, reject reauthorization of the Department of Economic Development's administration of the Empire State Economic Development Fund, and reject reauthorization of the EDA's general loan powers as detailed in our submitted testimony on parts E, E, and FF of the TED Article 7 budget bill. We will not support reauthorizing the funds without greater transparency of these economic development projects. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. I welcome any questions you may have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to
No.
ask?
No.
No. We appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
All right, and our last panel, Center of Excellence, Center for Advanced Technology, Norma Nowak, PhD. I believe a group or company called Affinics, James Clements, and Enhanced Pharmacodynamics, Stephen Keegan, former student. I don't know, you have to give your companies names I can say.
Well, we call it EPD for short.
Welcome.
Thank you to the chairs of the committee. Senator Krueger.
We're going to do 10 minutes for the three of you.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Three for each, and then, okay?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Only
to the.
because we're now it's 3 hours or 2 hours off.
Thank you to the chairs of the committees, Senator Krueger, Assemblymember Weinstein, Assemblyman Schimminger, and Senator Kaplan, and members, for the opportunity to testify today. And thank you for your support of the COEs and CATs. I am Dr. Norma Nowak, and I lead the University at Buffalo Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics and Life Sciences, as well as the UB Center for Advanced Technology in Big Data and Health Sciences. And I'm here on behalf of my friends and colleagues at the CATs and COEs across the state. The CATs and COEs are among the highest performing economic development programs in the state, and under the governor's current proposal, funding for the program would be cut by 27%, and all 29 CATs and COEs would have to be consolidated and compete for a reduced pool of funds. The COEs and CATs are both focused on driving innovation across New York in a multitude of industry sectors. The COEs were established to take advantage of regional strengths and talent, and the CATs are designated for their ability to address specific emerging technologies identified as state priorities. The COEs provide an environment to foster and nurture collaboration between academia and industry. In fact, several of the COEs were designated and received a capital investment in buildings, including Buffalo's. These COE facilities provide technology experts and staff, student talent, and state-of-the-art infrastructure that are critical to the success of companies such as Affinics, who you will hear from shortly. We have made significant progress in New York to grow an innovation economy via these important NYSTAR programs. By eliminating the COE program, New York will be breaking a critical pipeline to industry growth. The CAT program cuts across many technology sectors and was developed to encourage greater collaboration between the private sector and universities in the development and application of new technologies. New York's technology sector is growing at one of the highest rates in the nation and is one of only 3 states that has seen growth over 25%. For the past 3 years, the CATs have been responsible for 2,300 jobs created and/or retained and $1.5 billion in economic impact. The COEs have created and/or retained 5,700 jobs with $1.1 billion in economic impact. I have with me 2 individuals who reflect the success of UB's COE and CAT. Dr. James Clements is the Director of Project Management for Affinics, a global pharmaceutical company focused on improving treatments for cancer that began 15 years ago as a University at Buffalo startup. And as we all understand, life sciences companies require a much longer path to achieve success. Athenex underwent an IPO in 2017, now employs 581 individuals with 172 in Western New York, reached a market capitalization of $1 billion, and raised another $100 million in 2019. Mr. Stephen Keegan is an employee with Enhanced Pharmacodynamics, also known as EPD, a University at Buffalo faculty-founded startup based in our Center of Excellence, which applies computational model-informed drug development strategies for cancer therapy. Stephen was awarded a funded internship through our Center of Excellence Career Experience Program, and as a result of that internship, he was hired full-time by EPD. Having lost my husband to cancer when we were 38 years old, it has been very rewarding to be part of the growth of two companies focused on treating such a devastating disease, which I assure you will someday touch all of our lives. Now I'm going to turn it over to my partners.
All right, thank you. Hello?
Hello, thank you, Dr. Nowak. My name is James Clements. I am the Director of Project Management at Athenex. I'm very happy to be here, very humbled to be here today, and I certainly appreciate everybody's time. I have actually been with Athenex almost since the start for 12 years now, and I have witnessed firsthand how the Center of Excellence and the Centers for Advanced Technologies work hand in hand to how they've enabled and sustained our early development and clinical programs, and in many ways have contributed to the establishment of Buffalo, New York as the North American headquarters for Athenex. As a small company with limited resources when we started out, being co-localized with the Center of Excellence allowed us unique opportunities to extend our R&D efforts and gain unique insights into multiple aspects of our platform technologies. Proximity and access to the Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics and Life Sciences and the Center for Advanced Technology played a big factor in our leadership's commitment to remain in Buffalo, New York, despite the perceived advantages of relocating to other biotech hubs, which we've touched on today. Our medicinal chemistry efforts, which are central, the core of our drug discovery development efforts, are currently housed in the UB Center of Excellence, where our chemists have immediate access to state-of-the-art equipment and probably more importantly, the innovative and creative staff and faculty that make up the COE. Based on previous, existing, and potential new collaborative relationships with investigators at the Center of Excellence, we are actively planning to expand our activities in Buffalo. And even as I speak, we have a new collaboration set to begin, which is actually ideal for the CAT funding program. It's a highly innovative project born from UB that can benefit directly, we think, from our established drug development and clinical trial experience. A loss or reduction in the capacity of the Center of Excellence to function at its fullest potential is expected to really hobble our capacity to continue our R&D efforts, which are so important to advancing our current pipeline candidates and expanding our programs into additional therapeutic areas. Our hope is that Buffalo will continue to attract startup companies that can take advantage of facilities like the Center of Excellence and programs made available through the CAT program. And in return, like Athenex, it is anticipated and that a number of these companies will establish their roots in an environment that enables and fosters and supports technologies and collaboration, innovative technologies and collaboration between academic and private industry. And also importantly, provide current and future access to a highly trained workforce. Both the Center of Excellence and the programs supported by the CAT have proven instrumental to the early success of Athenex, then we were Kinex, and our continued ascension as a global pharmaceutical player dedicated to improving the lives of cancer patients and their families throughout the world. Thank you so much.
Hi. As an undergraduate at University of Buffalo, I was studying chemical and biological engineering, and I always had an affinity towards data-driven science, in particular the life science area. I didn't know that I was able to continue doing this type of premier research in Buffalo. I totally thought my career would end up in Boston or San Francisco, because that was the only two places that you could do it at the time, or so I thought. And then I took a course, which was a computational elective, that told us all about the great resources that UB has to do these premier life science companies. And through there, I got an internship with the UB Career Experience Program. It was a funded internship, and I was able to be paid to do work at Enhanced Pharmacodynamics. After I had an internship there, they offered me a full-time position. So I'm now a data scientist. I work on validating novel and on-the-market drugs. I do all types of data mining processes, and in terms of collecting data for some of our own in-house models. And in conclusion of staying in Buffalo, I was able to leverage my relationships with my department, and now I am a master's student at UB. So I thought as soon as I graduated, I was going to have to ship off somewhere, and now I get to stay within 2 hours from home and go home and ski with my parents on the weekends, and I just get to, it's really nice to stay in Buffalo and not have to go to either side of the coast and work there. So having this kind of program is allowing me to do premier research while maintaining a relationship with people that I spent 4 years in an undergrad and now as a graduate student. So I can really harness these relationships that I have with these professors, continue to do top-notch research, and really perform at a high level in terms of the computational data-driven sciences that I enjoy doing. And I really hope to keep doing it, so it's a lot of fun.
Go ahead.
Assemblyman Rye.
I'm going to ask you a question that might be somewhat rhetorical, but maybe you have some information on it. There's tons of economic development programs we're aware of that New York State has. We've heard about many of them today. Your programs seem to be far and away delivering results, in particular in parts of the state where we're struggling for economic development. Why are you a target for being potentially cut and not having those resources to invest in these types of technologies and industries?
Ed, let me just answer that question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Assemblyman.
This program, the Centers of Excellence program, Centers of Excellence program and the CAT program have been around a long time. And their handicap is that their origins predate this administration.
I'm going for the Senate. So actually, according to their testimony, you were not correct.
Pardon?
You were not correct. This governor, signed legislation written by Donna Lupardo in 2011. Oh, no, that was updating 2011.
Yeah, that was merely a codification of the program.
Right, they were created in the early 2000s, and we
So
were
I
one of
was
the
going
first
to-
centers.
Thank you. I was going to ask you a similar question to my assembly colleagues. So what kind of trouble have you gotten into?
Pardon?
Well, I mean, many economic development deals and projects have, and you cite a Office of the Controller study that I gather is saying good things about your outcomes, when earlier today I was reading controller studies showing bad things on other programs. So as far as you know, gotten yourselves into big legal problems?
No.
No. Just doing your work.
Your return on investment is awesome. The investment of state dollars is relatively small. And unfortunately, for the past several years, the funding has been proposed to be cut in the executive budget, but restored in the finally adopted budget. It's a program which really does a lot with less, and if it ain't broke,
Does a lot with less, Assemblyman Schimminger, but what it also does is we work not only within the university, but we reach out into the community. We have K through 12 programs. I go to BOCES, and we work with BOCES programs. We're really trying to not only just have a reach which starts, because if you don't reach the minds when they're in middle school, it's going to be too late, and you have to turn them on to the science. And we go in and show them, here are the cool things you can do. And I tell them, I started a company. Someday, that could be you. You don't have to go and work for someone. You can be the someone. And you make these kids believe that they have a great path in front of them, and you show them the way down the path. And when Stephen, was at UB, we got him an internship through this career experience program. He earned it, and he now has a full-time job. And he gets to stay in New York. His family's in Syracuse. What parent doesn't like to hear a story like that?
these centers of excellence that strike me are the classic original anchors for the development of clusters. Case
Well-
in point, the Buffalo Niagara Medical Campus.
So this was UB's first footprint in downtown Buffalo. So that was in the early 2000s. The building opened in 2006. And if you think about it, the Buffalo Center of Excellence really was a catalyst for the transformation of downtown Buffalo and the growth of that medical campus.
I want to thank you all for being here. I think you've lifted our spirits with a positive story at the end of the economic development hearing
Well,
for
we
this
really
year.
appreciate your support, and it was real, we were, I think, want to say save the best for last, but being able to sit here and listen has been, it's been a really good day. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe this ends the economic development hearing this year, and we are now moving to our last hearing for the budget this year, and I am handing over the keys to the car to my colleague. No, I'm not leaving, but the next hearing is the Assembly's hearing. So as the Office of Tax walks in and takes their seats, I'm handing the keys to the car over to Assemblywoman Weinstein.
Just take a moment for the
We'll let everybody come who's coming and everybody go who's going.